There's a reason almost every shonen anime made in the last 3 decades owes something to Dragon Ball. The transformations, the rivalries, the idea that a character can lose, stand back up, and come back stronger. Before it was a trope, it was Dragon Ball. Before power scaling was a fandom obsession, it was Dragon Ball. This series didn't follow the formula, it wrote it. And generations of anime, and the people who grew up watching them, have been shaped by that formula ever since. Which is exactly why Dragon Ball Super carries so much weight. It isn't just another arc, it's the continuation of a story that already redefined what a hero could be. So if you haven't already, go watch the complete Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z recaps first. This story doesn't start here. It started with a boy with a tail and a power pole, and everything Super does only means something because of everything that came before it. Because here's the thing about Dragon Ball Super that's easy to miss if you only remember it for the transformations. It was never really about getting stronger. Not in the way people assume. It's about what happens after you've already reached the top, after you've beaten every villain, saved the universe more times than you can count, and there's nowhere left to climb. What do you chase then? Super's answer is to blow the ceiling off the entire universe. Suddenly, there isn't one strongest fighter, there are gods of destruction who've held that title for eons. There are angels, beings so far beyond mortal strength that even a god of destruction is a student in their presence. There are multiple universes, each with their own gods, their own warriors, their own definition of power. The world Goku and Vegeta thought they'd mastered turns out to be the smallest room in a house they didn't know existed. And that's really what this story is about. Goku and Vegeta still climbing, but climbing differently. Goku stops trying to control his power and starts learning to let go of it entirely, chasing something instinctual, something beyond thought. Vegeta refuses that path completely and forges his own. Pain, destruction, and pride turned into strength on his own terms. Two men, same finish line, completely different roads. That's the whole soul of Dragon Ball distilled into its purest form. Strength was never about the ceiling. It's about who you choose to become while you're reaching for it. This video is the complete journey through that idea. The tournament that puts entire universes on the line. The Saiyan Prince who chooses to break himself apart rather than accept his limits. The god of destruction from another universe who nearly ends everything. The being who briefly makes Frieza look like a footnote in his own story. Every escalation, every gut punch, every how do they top this moment. All in one place, so you don't miss a single piece of it. If this is the kind of complete, no gaps recap you've been looking for, do me a favor and hit that like button. It genuinely helps this channel keep making full breakdowns like this one. And once we're through Dragon Ball Super, I want to know what you want covered next. Drop it in the comments, because that's usually where the next project comes from. Alright, let's go back to where Super begins. A world at peace. A hero with nothing left to prove, and a god who's about to prove him wrong. So we wrapped up the epic journey of Dragon Ball Z right after Goku completely vaporized the evil Kid Buu. Thanks to a wish from the Dragon Balls, humanity's memories of Majin Buu's terror were totally wiped clean. This ushered in a brand new era of tranquil peace across the globe, forcing our mighty Saiyan hero Goku to take up a rather mundane job as a humble farmer tending to the crop fields. His wife, Chi-Chi, absolutely insisted that he get a real job to finally bring home some decent money for the household. While he was out working the land one sunny day, his youngest son Goten showed up carrying a delicious packed lunch. While Goku eagerly sat down to devour his meal, Goten took over the chores, driving the tractor in his place. Once Goku stuffed his face, he suddenly powered up and transformed right into a Super Saiyan. He openly complained to Goten, admitting that manual labor just wasn't his thing and that his heart was set on heading off to train with King Kai. But right in the middle of his venting, Goten lost control and plunged off a steep cliff with the tractor. Goku reacted in the blink of an eye, dashing over to catch both his son and the machine, pulling them safely back up. Meanwhile, far away from this farm drama, the legendary Mr. Satan was right in the middle of hosting a massive, crowded press conference because the entire population of Earth genuinely believed that he was the sole savior who personally defeated the terrifying Kid Buu. During this highly publicized media event, the World Peace Organization honored him with a prestigious grand award, accompanied by a staggering cash prize of 100 million zeni. This massive sum was a grand reward for supposedly saving the entire universe. Around this time, Gohan and Videl had recently tied the knot. Eager to celebrate his brother's marriage, Goten approached Trunks and mentioned he wanted to find the ultimate wedding present for the newlyweds. Trunks happily agreed to help him search, and during their quest, they caught wind of some legendary hot springs nearby. They heard that the mineral-rich waters of these hot springs possessed incredible skin-rejuvenating cosmetic properties. They set off to gather a jar of this magical water, but their trip took a wild turn when a monstrous giant serpent suddenly attacked them. The young Saiyans playfully dodged its strikes for a bit before Trunks finally delivered a solid blow to scare it off. With the threat gone, they scooped up the special water and headed back to deliver it as a gift directly to Videl, who was incredibly touched and thanked both of the young boys warmly. As the sun began to set, Goten made his way back to Goku's farm, just as Mr. Satan paid them a surprise visit. Satan handed over the entire box of 100 million zeni, insisting that Goku take it since Goku was the true hero who destroyed Kid Buu and deserved every single penny. After a brief hesitation, Goku accepted the massive fortune. He immediately ran home and presented the massive cash pile to Chi-Chi, proudly telling her that with all this wealth secured, he was finally free to go train with King Kai. Chi-Chi was absolutely starstruck and mesmerized by the sheer volume of money, immediately giving him her blessing to leave, on the condition that he comes back to visit them occasionally. With her approval, Goku wasted no time using his instant transmission to teleport directly to King Kai's tiny planet, where he unpacked his gear and immediately plunged into intense training. In a distant part of the universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, is currently terrorizing a planet inhabited by boar-like creatures. He's standing before a grand banquet filled with all sorts of exotic dishes. The food spread out before him looks absolutely bizarre and even a bit horrifying, yet these are actually the most prestigious delicacies this entire planet has to offer. Unfortunately, these gourmet meals fail to satisfy Lord Beerus. Since he feels the food is only halfway decent, he decides he's only going to destroy exactly half of their planet in return. With a simple casual tap of his finger on the table, Beerus triggers an explosion that completely vaporizes half the globe. Meanwhile, far away in the sacred world of the Kais, Shin and the Elder Kai were watching the universe in utter horror, noticing that multiple planets were suddenly vanishing from existence. Shin grimly pointed out that the terrifying force behind this widespread cosmic destruction was none other than Beerus, the feared god of destruction himself, accompanied by his mysterious and elegant attendant, Whis. True to their reputation, Beerus and Whis were traversing the cosmos, effortlessly slaying giant alien monsters and wiping out entire planets with a flick of a finger, all thanks to their godlike power. Yet curiously, every single time Beerus pulverized a world, a mysterious, recurring vision kept flashing before his eyes. He saw a shadowy silhouette of a legendary Saiyan warrior whom he had never encountered before. He confessed to Whis that this figure must be the ultimate Super Saiyan god, declaring that he felt an overwhelming urge to track him down and challenge him to a fight, sensing this warrior could finally give him a thrilling battle. Inspired by this prophetic dream, Lord Beerus began a relentless hunt across the stars, searching for any surviving Saiyan warriors who might lead him to this elusive Super Saiyan god from his dreams. Back on Earth, a very rare and amusing sight was taking place as Vegeta, Bulma, and young Trunks were spending a family day out together. This unusual family vacation was actually a promise that Vegeta had previously made to Trunks, swearing he'd take him to an amusement park if he kept up his rigorous training. However, the proud Saiyan prince was absolutely miserable and possessed zero patience for family outings, desperately wishing to escape back to his gravity chamber to train. Sure enough, the moment they finally wrapped up their day out, Vegeta ditched his family without a second thought, flying off at high speed to resume his intense training regime. The very next day, Bulma hosted a lavish birthday bash on a luxury cruise liner, inviting all of their close friends. Everyone showed up to celebrate and enjoy the party, with the notable exceptions of Goku and Vegeta, who were far too obsessed with pushing their physical limits in their isolated, brutal training sessions, completely oblivious to the fact that the god of destruction was actively hunting down their kind. As Beerus grew impatient, he turned to his attendant and commanded, "Whis, use your staff to scan the universe and tell me exactly which planet holds the strongest remaining Saiyan warriors right now." Whis peered into his mystical staff and reported back, explaining that most of them resided on planet Earth, but one particularly formidable Saiyan named Goku was currently training on King Kai's planet. He added that this Goku was incredibly powerful, having famously defeated Lord Frieza in the past. Beerus was genuinely shocked, expressing disbelief that someone actually managed to slay the mighty Frieza. He decided that he absolutely had to pay this Goku a personal visit, thinking he might just be the legendary Super Saiyan God. As Beerus set off across the cosmos, Supreme Kai felt his terrifying energy move, warning that Beerus is an unbelievably dangerous deity who only awakens once every few years, yet possesses unimaginable power. He noted that even though he had only been awake for half a day, he had already casually vaporized 8 entire planets. Supreme Kai decided to immediately warn King Kai of the impending danger. Upon receiving the urgent telepathic warning, a panicked King Kai pulled Goku aside, explaining the terrifying myth of Beerus and just how monstrously powerful he truly is. And within mere moments, Lord Beerus and Whis materialized right on King Kai's tiny planet. King Kai bowed in deep respect and frantically forced a clueless Goku to show proper manners as well. Beerus got straight to the point, asking Goku if he had any idea where to locate the Super Saiyan God. When Goku honestly replied that he had never heard of such a form, Beerus shrugged and decided he would head next to planet Earth to seek out the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, and ask him instead. But just as Beerus was preparing to leave, Goku's inner warrior couldn't resist and he begged, "Wait, Lord Beerus, please let me spar with you first. I really want to test your legendary strength." Amused, Beerus chuckled, noting that he had never had anyone boldly make such a bizarre request of a god of destruction, but agreed to a quick match. The battle commenced with Goku powering up into a standard Super Saiyan and rushing in to attack, but Beerus effortlessly dodged every single blow without breaking a sweat. Frustrated, Goku cranked his power level up, ascending to Super Saiyan 2, and launched another fierce assault, but once again, the god of destruction avoided every strike with absolute ease. Seeing no other option, Goku unleashed his maximum effort, transforming into the mighty Super Saiyan 3, sending shockwaves through the area as his power skyrocketed. Yet even with this massive boost, he couldn't land a single graze on Beerus. He even fired off 2 massive Kamehameha waves, but they were completely useless against the god, who proved to be on an entirely different level of power. With a bored expression, Beerus casually flicked Goku with a single finger, then tapped him on the shoulder, completely neutralizing his energy and knocking him out cold to end the fight. Disappointed, Beerus muttered that he had high hopes Goku might be the Super Saiyan God, but concluded that with such a pathetic power level, it was flat out impossible. With that, Beerus departed with Whis heading straight for Earth to locate Vegeta. Panicking, King Kai immediately established a telepathic link to Vegeta, finding him reluctantly sitting at Bulma's birthday celebration on the cruise ship. King Kai hastily explained the dire situation regarding Beerus, warning him that the god of destruction was heading his way at that very second, pleading with him not to do anything to offend or anger him because a single bad mood could result in the instant vaporization of the entire planet. Vegeta was deeply unsettled and filled with dread when suddenly Beerus materialized right behind him out of nowhere. Overwhelmed by sheer survival instinct, Vegeta tried to launch a preemptive strike, but Beerus instantly pinned him to the ground, asking coldly if he knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. A trembling Vegeta managed to squeak out that he had no idea. In that terrifying moment, a repressed childhood memory flashed through Vegeta's mind of when Lord Beerus had visited planet Vegeta, effortlessly humiliating his father, King Vegeta. Back then, young Vegeta had tried to stand up to him only to be effortlessly pinned to the floor by Beerus's boot. Snapping back to the present, Vegeta's absolute terror multiplied tenfold. But while he was still paralyzed on the floor, Bulma suddenly walked over, completely oblivious, assuming Beerus and Whis were just some of Vegeta's weird workout buddies. She cheerfully invited them to join the birthday feast. Since Beerus was a massive foodie with a weakness for delicious cuisine, he gladly accepted. Because none of the Z-Fighters had ever heard of the god of destruction, they casually welcomed him as just another regular guest at the party. Vegeta was sweating bullets, absolutely terrified that someone would make a foolish comment or that Beerus would find the catering unsatisfactory and decide to blow up the Earth. Fortunately, the gourmet Earth food was an instant hit with the deity. Relief washed over Vegeta, who immediately turned into a hyper-attentive host, following Beerus around to fulfill his every whim, even going as far as plunging into the ocean to personally wrestle a giant octopus, cooking it up on the grill himself just to keep the god satisfied. Everything seemed to be going perfectly smoothly until Beerus developed a sudden craving for a sweet dessert called pudding. He strolled over to the dessert table, only to find that the greedy Majin Buu was hogging all the cups of pudding for himself, flatly refusing to share even a single bite with the god of destruction. Naturally, this act of defiance made Beerus extremely angry, instantly instigating a violent scuffle with the pink monster. Beerus grabbed Buu, spun him around like a rag doll, tossed him high into the sky, and then blasted him with a powerful energy beam, sending him crashing down into the ocean below. A horrified Vegeta stood there frozen in sheer panic before rushing over to Beerus, desperately bowing and apologizing for Buu's rude behavior. But Beerus was past the point of reasoning, declaring that he had decided to annihilate the entire planet right then and there. Seeing the chaos unfold, Goten and Trunks realized they had to step up, performing their fusion dance to combine into the powerful warrior Gotenks. Gotenks confidently flew up to Beerus, arrogantly mocking him by calling him a giant baby who was throwing a massive temper tantrum over a cup of pudding, starting a cosmic tantrum just because he couldn't have his favorite dessert. This smart aleck remark only annoyed Beerus further, who swiftly grabbed Gotenks' arm and began humorously spanking his hand before effortlessly flicking him away. Moments later, an enraged Majin Buu burst out of the water, launching another reckless charge, but Beerus easily swatted him aside yet again. Following Buu's defeat, Piccolo, Tien, and Android 18 coordinated a joint attack, but they couldn't even graze the deity as he systematically knocked them all out of commission. Beerus turned to Whis, sighing that they should just wrap things up and blow the planet to smithereens, expressing his doubt that this legendary Super Saiyan god even existed on Earth. He lamented that the prophetic name was given to him by the Oracle Fish, who must have just been playing a trick on him. But as Beerus was talking, Majin Buu stubbornly lunged at him once more. Gohan powered up to his ultimate form and charged in to help, but Beerus effortlessly swung Buu around, using him as a weapon to knock Gohan away. Watching this terrifying display from the sidelines, Dende trembled with fear and whispered to Piccolo, confessing that he had never sensed such a colossal and terrifying pressure in his entire life, noting that Beerus's divine ki was leagues beyond any Kaio or Supreme Kai. With all his allies defeated, Vegeta realized he had no choice but to swallow his fear and fight. He launched a desperate assault against Beerus, but the god of destruction easily bypassed his offense and pinned him to the ground, mockingly stepping on his head. Beerus sneered, telling Vegeta that he was just as pathetic and weak as his father was back in the day, whom he had also easily defeated. As Beerus raised his hand, gathering energy to finally obliterate the Earth, Bulma suddenly marched up in a rage and slapped the god of destruction across the face. Vegeta watched in absolute disbelief, screaming at her to run away, but it was too late. Beerus casually backhanded Bulma, sending her crashing to the deck. Seeing his wife struck down, a switch flipped inside Vegeta. His mind went completely blank with pure, unadulterated rage as his power exploded to unprecedented heights. He roared at Beerus, demanding to know how he dared to lay a finger on his Bulma, and rushed forward with a ferocious, blind fury. For the very first time in the battle, Vegeta actually managed to land a solid punch on Beerus, following it up with a relentless barrage of blows that actually sent the god flying into the ocean. Vegeta dove straight under the water, continuing his furious assault and landing another heavy hit. But as they both emerged back into the air, Beerus effortlessly brushed off the damage, calmly stating that while Vegeta's rage-boosted attack had forced him to use a whopping 1% of his power, he was still ultimately far too weak to pose a real threat. With a swift movement, Beerus knocked the exhausted Saiyan prince unconscious. He then floated down toward the crowd, admitting that the mortal fighters had actually put on a somewhat entertaining show, which made him reconsider instantly destroying their home. Stepping onto the ship's deck, his eyes locked onto Oolong, and he pointed, saying that Oolong bore a striking resemblance to the pink creature who had hoarded all the delicious pudding. He commanded Oolong to step forward and challenge him to a high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors, proposing a deal. If Oolong won, the Earth would be spared, but if Beerus won, the entire planet would be vaporized. Oolong was absolutely terrified by the sudden pressure, but his friends gathered around, desperately cheering him on and urging him to focus, declaring that this was officially the single most critical rock, paper, scissors in the entire history of mankind. Trembling with anxiety, Oolong stepped up to play against the deity. In the first 2 intense rounds, both of them threw scissors, resulting in consecutive nerve-wracking ties. But in the third and final round, Beerus cleverly anticipated Oolong's move, throwing rock while Oolong threw scissors once again, resulting in a devastating loss. With a smug grin, Beerus declared that the fate of the planet was sealed, floating up into the sky to manifest a colossal sphere of destructive energy to vaporize the Earth. As the terrified party guests closed their eyes, bracing themselves for their inevitable doom, Goku suddenly materialized out of thin air, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wait, Lord Beerus. Please, I beg of you, don't destroy our world. I promise I will figure out a way to find this Super Saiyan God you're searching for." Goku floated down to the deck and frantically asked Bulma if she still had the Dragon Balls on hand, explaining that they could summon Shenron to ask him directly about the legend. Bulma confirmed that the mystical spheres were indeed stored safely on the cruise ship, quickly fetching them for him. Goku lined them up, chanted the incantation, and summoned the mighty eternal dragon, Shenron, who emerged in a spectacular display of light. Goku wasted no time asking him how to find the Super Saiyan God. However, the moment Shenron's massive eyes locked onto Lord Beerus, the legendary dragon began trembling in absolute terror, bowing respectfully to the god of destruction while sweating profusely out of sheer fright. Shenron explained to Goku that the Super Saiyan God was not an active living being currently in existence, but rather a legendary transformation. He revealed that he possessed the ancient ritual to call forth this form, which required 5 pure-hearted Saiyans to unite and channel their inner light directly into a 6th Saiyan warrior who would then ascend to become the legendary Super Saiyan God. Once the dragon finished explaining the ancient ritual, he vanished, scattering the Dragon Balls across the globe. Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks immediately stepped forward, forming a circle around Goku to begin channeling their energy into Goku so he could undergo the legendary God transformation. However, Piccolo voiced some skepticism, arguing that the ritual would fail because Vegeta's heart was far too dark and wicked. Master Roshi quickly corrected him, pointing out that Vegeta had genuinely changed over the years and now possessed a truly caring heart. With that settled, Vegeta, Goten, Gohan, and Trunks joined hands, initiating the energy transfer, but despite their best efforts, the ritual failed to trigger the transformation. Goku scratched his head, which reminded them that Shenron specifically stated they needed exactly 5 pure-hearted Saiyans to channel energy into a 6th, meaning they only had 5 Saiyans present in total, which was why the ritual wasn't working. Overhearing their dilemma, Beerus mocked them, pointing out that they were indeed 1 Saiyan short, declaring that their time was up and he was going to destroy the planet immediately. But just as Beerus raised his hand to attack, Videl stepped forward and yelled for him to wait, revealing that she was actually pregnant with Gohan's baby, who carried Saiyan blood in his veins. She offered to stand in as the 6th Saiyan, channeling the unborn baby's latent energy to complete the ritual. Videl joined the circle, holding hands with the rest of the group, and almost immediately, the faint, glowing aura of her unborn child began to manifest, and they successfully restarted the ancient ritual. The sheer cosmic power of the ceremony caused the entire Earth to tremble violently, as massive golden vortexes swirled across the sky, painting the heavens in brilliant hues. A spectacular, blinding flash of divine light erupted from Goku, shooting straight into the clouds before slowly settling back down as the ritual concluded. The Z-Fighters had successfully triggered the legendary Super Saiyan God transformation. When the blinding light cleared, Goku stood before them radiating an ethereal, calm energy, sporting vibrant magenta hair and matching ruby eyes. His friends stared in absolute awe at his stunning new form, and an intrigued Beerus smiled, challenging Goku to a fight to test this newly acquired divine strength. Goku flew high into the sky, launching a rapid assault, but his movements were clunky as he struggled to adapt to the foreign godly Kai. He decided to fire a test Kamehameha wave, which completely missed Beerus but carried such insane force that it parted the oceans and sent violent tremors across the entire planet. Goku himself was completely stunned that he had attained such an unfathomable level of raw power. Watching from the ship, Gohan noted that this was just the tip of the iceberg, explaining that Goku hadn't even tapped into the full potential of the Super Saiyan God form yet. Once Goku finished testing his basic movements, Beerus floated closer with a smirk, asserting that no matter how strong Goku got, he would always remain the undisputed strongest entity in the entire universe. Goku tried to launch a flurry of punches, but Beerus easily blocked every single strike, delivering a brutal gut punch followed by a relentless combo that sent Goku crashing deep into the ocean. The Z fighters watched in sheer anxiety. Meanwhile, during all this chaotic fighting, Emperor Pilaf and his bumbling sidekicks, Mai and Shu, were sneaking around trying to steal the Dragon Balls as usual. Following their Dragon radar, they had boarded Bulma's cruise ship, only to realize to their absolute disappointment that Goku had already used them to summon Shenron. Feeling thoroughly defeated, they sat in a corner and sulked until Whis took pity on them, inviting them over to sit down and enjoy the endless luxury buffet with him while they waited for the battle to conclude. High above the clouds, the fierce battle between Goku and Beerus raged on, with the two warriors taking their clash even higher into the stratosphere. Back on deck, Bulma gathered a few friends and boarded a high-tech aircraft to fly closer to the action so they could spectate the fight. Up in the sky, Goku was slowly adapting, managing to track Beerus's lightning-fast movements and block his strikes. Realizing Goku was a worthy opponent, Beerus began taking the fight seriously, unleashing a colossal energy sphere. After a massive struggle, Goku barely managed to redirect the massive blast away, sending it hurtling into the distance where it detonated in a cataclysmic explosion that literally rattled the atmosphere. The resulting shockwave was so violent that it sent Bulma's aircraft spiraling out of control toward the ocean. High above, Goku took a deep breath, gathered his remaining stamina, and launched a highly focused, powerful counterattack, and actually managed to land a scratch on Beerus's cheek, quickly grabbing him and delivering a heavy blow to his back. Irritated, Beerus whipped Goku away with his tail, smiling as he declared that the warm-up was over and a true clash between two gods was about to begin. The intensity skyrocketed as the two titans clashed repeatedly, and Goku utilized an incredible burst of speed to vanish and reappear right behind Beerus, landing a heavy kick that sent him flying through the clouds. But the God of Destruction quickly recovered, retaliating with a vicious combo of his own, pummeling Goku mercilessly before preparing to launch another massive energy blast, even larger than the last one. Goku struggled desperately to contain the massive sphere, exerting every ounce of his strength until he finally managed to detonate it safely. As the clash grew fiercer, Bulma managed to stabilize her aircraft and fly back up, allowing everyone on board to witness Goku trading high-speed blows with Beerus. After a brief pause, a panting Goku stopped and pointed out that Beerus was still holding back his true power. Beerus smirked and replied that perhaps he simply needed more motivation from Goku to warrant unleashing his full strength. In a flash, Beerus vanished, reappearing behind Goku to blast him with a powerful energy beam, continuously teleporting around to keep pressure on him with relentless blasts and sending him flying. He then grabbed Goku and dragged him down to a deserted island, mockingly telling him that his weak performance was boring enough to put him to sleep. Beerus then dragged Goku back up into the upper atmosphere, nearly exiting the planet entirely, constantly taunting and provoking him to force Goku to tap into deeper reserves of power so they could have a much more exciting battle. Beerus charged up a massive blast, warning Goku that he was about to obliterate the entire Earth and that Goku wouldn't stand a chance of blocking it. Beerus unleashed the devastating attack, and Goku responded by firing a powerful Kamehameha wave to successfully neutralize the threat. Seeing this, Beerus smirked and duplicated his massive energy sphere into dozens of smaller ones, challenging Goku to see how he would stop all of them. Pushed to his absolute limit, Goku gathered a massive amount of energy, preparing a legendary, unprecedented Kamehameha unlike anything he had ever fired in his life, unleashing it to completely vaporize every single one of Beerus's energy spheres. However, the effort left Goku completely drained and panting for air. Taking advantage of his exhaustion, Beerus suddenly closed the distance, delivering a devastating blow straight to Goku's chest while coldly muttering that Goku clearly wasn't the legendary warrior of his dreams. Due to this severe injury, inflicted by the God of Destruction, Goku plummeted through the sky, crashing heavily back into the ocean. Underwater, he thought to himself that Beerus was on a completely different level, but instead of discouraging him, this massive gap in power only excited him further. He resolved to finally unleash the absolute maximum potential of his Super Saiyan God form. Nursing his chest wound, Goku shot out of the water like a rocket, ascending back into the sky to confront Beerus, eager to resume their battle. Beerus grinned, promising to show him his true, divine power as they both flew even higher into the sky, gathering their energy before launching a massive clash directly into one another. The sheer force of their collision generated massive, universe-altering shockwaves that rippled through the fabric of space. Observing from the sacred realm, the Elder Kai warned that the universe itself could not sustain such violent impacts and would soon crumble to dust. Yet, the fight showed no signs of stopping as Goku and Beerus collided once again, sending another devastating shockwave that destroyed distant stars and severely impacted Earth, causing Bulma's aircraft to plunge once more. Fortunately, Whis used his staff to catch the falling vessel before it crashed onto the cruise ship. Goku paused, catching his breath, and told Beerus that he was incredibly grateful for the incredible opportunity to push past his limits and grow stronger. Beerus smiled, replying that he too was grateful for such a thrilling battle. Both warriors powered up once more, raising their energy to even greater heights before launching themselves at each other for another massive clash. But this time, the impact miraculously produced absolutely no universe-destroying shockwaves because Goku had carefully angled his strike to perfectly match and cancel out the angle and force of Beerus's punch. Beerus then began moving at blinding speeds, launching a rapid flurry of strikes that Goku successfully blocked, the two exchanging blows back and forth until Beerus suddenly stepped back to charge up an incredibly powerful, dense sphere of destructive energy. He launched it straight at Goku, who countered by unleashing a full-power Kamehameha wave. The two massive attacks collided, locking them in a desperate power struggle. Goku pushed his limits to shove Beerus's blast away, but the intense friction of the colliding energies began destroying nearby planets and causing massive ripples across the entire cosmos. Down on Earth, Goku's friends watched in absolute terror, bracing themselves for the end. Despite Goku's desperate attempts to make his Kamehameha overpower the blast, the two opposing energies began fusing together, forming a highly unstable giant sphere of raw energy between them, with both fighters pouring every ounce of their remaining strength into pushing the volatile sphere toward each other. Suddenly, the energy imploded, triggering a colossal explosion that threatened to tear the cosmos apart. However, the universe was spared because Beerus quickly tapped into his divine power, instantly nullifying and erasing the destructive energy to preserve the universe just so he could continue his thrilling battle with Goku. Watching the entire spectacle from the cruise ship through his staff, Whis smiled, thinking to himself that this was the very first time he had ever seen Lord Beerus looking so genuinely happy and enjoying a battle to this extent. Meanwhile, Vegeta was standing right beside Whis on the deck, staring intently up at the sky. Even though the battle was happening far beyond the range of normal human vision, Vegeta felt the shockwaves and placed his ultimate trust in Goku's abilities. High above, the intense clash resumed as both fighters rushed each other and began trading a rapid flurry of blows, and Beerus managed to land another heavy strike to Goku's chest. In response, Goku grabbed Beerus and delivered a series of aggressive headbutts to push him back. However, right in the heat of this fierce exchange, the time limit for the Super Saiyan God transformation expired, causing Goku to revert back to his standard Super Saiyan form. Yet, completely oblivious to this change, Goku kept up his relentless assault and landed a clean blow on Beerus. Confused, Goku asked how it was possible that he still possessed the incredible strength of a god even though his physical appearance had reverted to a regular Super Saiyan. Beerus smiled and explained that the divine power of the Super Saiyan god had fully merged into his soul, becoming an inseparable part of his core being. This meant that regardless of what form he assumed, he would still retain that godly strength. Armed with this realization, Goku charged forward alongside Beerus, their battle reaching breakneck speeds as they traded punches at a blistering pace, slowly descending back toward Earth's surface. They clashed with raw physical strikes and energy beams, eventually crashing straight into the ocean. Underwater, they engaged in an aquatic brawl, with Goku landing a few hits before Beerus retaliated. Beerus quickly gained the upper hand, dominating the exchange and landing a powerful blow that launched Goku out of the water, followed by a swift kick. Undeterred, Goku rushed back into the fray, but Beerus created multiple afterimages of himself surrounding Goku and triggering a massive explosion. Goku managed to escape the blast, colliding with Beerus to drag him back up into the sky. However, Goku's stamina was rapidly reaching its absolute limit, causing him to completely drop out of his Super Saiyan transformation entirely. Falling through the air, Goku muttered in disappointment that he really wanted to win this fight. Beerus casually flicked him down with a finger, but Goku refused to give up, discovering a tiny spark of reserve energy left deep inside himself. He gathered his strength for one final, desperate Kamehameha, while Beerus responded by unleashing a massive blast of his own. The clash of their final attacks formed a colossal sphere of destructive energy, which Beerus began pushing down toward Goku, expanding its size so Goku wouldn't be able to redirect it. Goku strained every muscle in his body, trying to hold back the giant sphere, and with immense struggle, he managed to completely detonate the blast, but the effort completely emptied his energy reserves. He fell helplessly through the air in a state of total exhaustion, until Vegeta flew up and caught him, asking if he seriously lost after absorbing all of their combined power. Goku weakly apologized. Beerus slowly descended right behind Goku, prepared to fulfill his promise and destroy the Earth, just as news helicopters arrived to film the chaotic scene from a distance. Goku desperately begged Beerus to spare the planet, but the god refused, raising his hand to charge a final blast. However, before he could fire, Beerus suddenly froze and closed his eyes. Whis floated down and explained to Goku and the relieved Z fighters that Lord Beerus had suddenly fallen fast asleep because he had exerted his maximum power without a proper warm-up. He added that they were incredibly lucky, as Beerus would remain asleep for a very long time and would likely completely forget about destroying Earth by the time he woke up. A joyful Goku celebrated, and Whis picked up the sleeping god of destruction and flew away. Once they were far out of Earth's atmosphere, Whis smiled and told Beerus he could stop pretending to be asleep now that they had left. It turned out that Beerus had only faked falling asleep as a clever excuse to spare the planet, having grown quite fond of Goku and his friends. Whis playfully asked him if Earth and its unique inhabitants had softened his heart, pointing out that Beerus hadn't even unleashed his full strength during the fight, yet chose to spare their world anyway. As Whis and Beerus continued their journey back to their temple, Goku was back on Earth, happily devouring mountains of food to replenish all the energy he had burned in his legendary god battle. Goku casually told Vegeta that next time, they'd make sure he got to become the Super Saiyan God. However, Vegeta's pride wouldn't allow it. He snapped back, saying he had absolutely no interest in some borrowed power that would merely make him the second strongest in the universe right behind Lord Beerus. He declared that he would surpass everyone, especially Goku himself. Specifically, I am going to become far more powerful than you. With that, the eventful day drew to a close, and a brief period of peace returned to the Earth. Soon after, Mr. Satan called a massive press conference to explain the world-shaking events, shamelessly lying to the public by claiming he was the one who defeated Lord Beerus and personally achieved the legendary god power. Naturally, the gullible public believed every single word of his ridiculous story. Meanwhile, Goku was itching to head back to King Kai's planet to resume his intense training, but Chi-Chi put her foot down. She told him that their savings had completely run out and demanded he find a real job to support the family. Left with no choice, Goku begrudgingly went to work as a farmer completely against his will. One day, his old friend Krillin dropped by to catch up and say hello. Krillin reminisced about how they had started their martial arts journey together under Master Roshi's guidance, marveling at how Goku had vastly surpassed him since then, while he himself had mostly retired from active fighting to live a quiet life. Krillin confessed that he couldn't even comprehend the massive gap between their current power levels. Goku tried to be modest, saying the difference wasn't actually that huge. Skeptical, Krillin challenged Goku to give him a light punch just so he could test the strength. Goku obliged, but even a gentle tap from him launched Krillin flying backward, crashing through several buildings in the process, until Goku quickly used his instant transmission to catch him before things got worse. Android 18 had to patch Krillin up, after which Goku reluctantly returned to his mundane farming work. However, he got incredibly bored almost immediately and sneaked off to do some training. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta was also focusing heavily on his own training during this exact period. When Vegeta returned home to Capsule Corp, he was shocked to find Whis hanging out with Bulma. Confused, he demanded to know what Whis was doing there. Whis casually explained that he possessed an immense love for delicious food, just like Lord Beerus, and frequented Earth to visit Bulma because she always treated him to the most exquisite delicacies, since Earth's cuisine was simply unmatched. Vegeta immediately seized the opportunity, saying, "Since you're Beerus's attendant, take me to him so I can defeat him." Whis chuckled and corrected him, revealing that he wasn't just an assistant, but actually Beerus's martial arts teacher, and added that he couldn't possibly take Vegeta to Beerus because Vegeta was still far too weak. Whis advised him that if he truly wanted to gain real power, he needed to learn how to properly control and suppress his God Ki. Swallowing his immense Saiyan pride, Vegeta bowed deeply and begged Whis to train him, promising that in exchange, he would search the planet to find the single most delicious food Earth had to offer. Whis pondered this lucrative offer for a moment and happily agreed. Vegeta introduced him to instant ramen, which absolutely blew Whis' mind. True to his word, Whis took Vegeta back with him to train. 6 months flew by, during which Gohan completed his university studies to become a researcher, while Videl gave birth to a beautiful baby girl named Pan. However, family life was chaotic, as Chi-Chi would argue with Gohan and Mr. Satan daily because they wanted to train Pan to be a martial artist, whereas she wanted her granddaughter to grow up as a normal girl. One afternoon, after another massive argument, an enraged Chi-Chi actually locked Gohan, Satan, and the baby inside a room, refusing to let them out. Meanwhile, Bulma was driving her car through the city streets when a couple of fleeing thieves accidentally crashed into her while trying to escape a pursuing police officer. Extremely annoyed, Bulma took matters into her own hands, chased down the thieves, and knocked them out, allowing the pursuing officer to easily arrest them. To Bulma's surprise, the officer turned out to be Krillin, who proudly explained that he had joined the police force. As they were catching up, Gohan desperately called them on the phone, begging for rescue because his mother had locked both him and Mr. Satan in a room. Hearing this, Krillin and Bulma picked up Goku and rushed over to Gohan's house. Bulma decided to go in alone to talk to Chi-Chi and calm her down. During their conversation, Bulma casually mentioned that Vegeta had actually been off-world training with Whis for the past 6 months, and when Goku overheard this shocking news, he literally smashed right through the wall in excitement. He begged Bulma to let him train with Whis as well. Bulma, annoyed by his dramatic entrance, told him that Whis only visits Earth occasionally, promising to let Goku know the next time he showed up. From that day forward, an eager Goku began visiting Bulma every single day, constantly pestering her for updates on Whis' arrival. Eventually, a highly irritated Bulma handed him a smartphone, telling him she would call him the moment Whis arrived so he'd stop bothering her. A few days later, she kept her promise and called him, and Goku rushed over to find Whis enjoying another Earth meal, prompting Goku to eagerly beg the angel to take him on as a student. Whis graciously agreed, but Chi-Chi suddenly crashed the party, refusing to let her husband leave and yelling that he needed to work instead of focusing on training. Acting fast, Goku made a quick escape, grabbing onto Whis as they soared off into space, and after a while they arrived on Lord Beerus' sacred planet. They were greeted by a grumpy Vegeta and the mystical Oracle Fish. Goku was relieved to learn that Beerus was currently fast asleep, meaning he wouldn't get in trouble. Even though Vegeta was incredibly annoyed that his rival had followed him there, he still showed Goku the ropes, taking him to Beerus' personal bedchamber, which was decorated with a giant snake statue and filled with mysterious hourglasses. Vegeta warned him that their first duty was chores, specifically changing the sleeping deity's bed sheets, cautioning him never to touch the hourglasses since they would violently explode at the slightest touch. The two began their stealth mission to change the sheets, carefully waiting for the perfect moments when Beerus rolled over so they wouldn't wake him. However, the sleeping god of destruction suddenly thrashed and accidentally smacked Vegeta, which knocked him straight into one of the volatile hourglasses. As it began to glow and threatened to blow them to pieces, Goku reacted instantly, grabbing the device and teleporting outside the room to let it detonate harmlessly before returning. When Goku went back, a sleeping Beerus grabbed him, but Goku smartly used this opportunity to lift the sleeping deity up, allowing Vegeta to swiftly swap out the dirty bed sheets. Having successfully completed their most dangerous chore, they finished the remaining housework. Once they were done, Whis approached them, presenting Goku with a brand new training uniform, and declared that their real training would finally begin, starting with a special task, instructing them to carry massive heavy weights and run across the path without transforming into Super Saiyans. Since Vegeta had already been training on the planet for half a year, Whis gave him an even heavier load than Goku's. He also gave them a stern warning to stay focused because the path behind them would gradually crumble and disappear, forcing them to keep moving forward. Goku and Vegeta struggled immensely just to lift the colossal weights, but they managed to start running. As the ground began to rapidly vanish right beneath their heels, they sprinted for their lives, suddenly finding themselves right back near Beerus, who suddenly attacked them in his sleep, sending them crashing hard into the surrounding rock formations. That night, a bruised Goku complained to Vegeta about how brutal the training on this planet was, but Vegeta scoffed, telling him not to be so soft and that they would do it all over again tomorrow. True to his word, the next day, after completing their daily chores, Whis gathered them and initiated a sparring session, instructing both Saiyans to team up and attack him at once. They lunged at him with everything they had, but they couldn't land a single hit on the agile angel. Whis advised them that they desperately needed to increase the speed of their attacks and, crucially, stop overthinking their moves before striking, as overanalysis only slowed down their natural physical reactions. The rigorous training of Goku and Vegeta continued day after day on Lord Beerus's planet, with Whis constantly pushing them to coordinate their attacks, yet they still couldn't lay a finger on him. Finally, Whis halted the session and said directly to Vegeta that Goku was always a step ahead because Vegeta was far too tense, constantly consumed by his obsession to quickly surpass his rival. Whis then suddenly tapped Goku, sending him tumbling, and warned him that his laid-back overconfidence frequently caused him to lower his guard. He urged both of them to focus deeply and increase the raw velocity of their attacks. While Whis was busy mentoring the two Saiyans far away in the depths of space, the remnants of Frieza's army were struggling. Their acting commander, Sorbet, lamented to his troops that ever since the tragic demise of Lord Frieza, their empire had completely lost its grip on the universe, leaving them weak and entirely disrespected by other planetary forces. He declared that their only hope was to resurrect Lord Frieza using the legendary Dragon Balls. However, because they had no idea where the new planet Namek was located to steal their set of spheres, they decided their best option was to target the Dragon Balls located on Earth. Taking action, Sorbet brought along one of his elite soldiers, Tagoma, and traveled directly to Earth. By sheer luck, they crossed paths with Pilaf and his gang, who had just finished gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, prompting the alien invaders to threaten them and hijack the summon. When the mighty Shenron appeared, Sorbet stepped forward and demanded the resurrection of Lord Frieza. However, Shenron warned them that Frieza's body had been sliced into tiny pieces, explaining that while he could bring his soul back to life, he couldn't fully restore his physical body to its original state. Sorbet insisted, telling the dragon to just resurrect him anyway, claiming they possessed advanced medical technology capable of regenerating his body. Shenron granted the wish, returning Frieza's soul to his organic remnants, and then informed Sorbet that he had 2 wishes remaining, but before Sorbet could utter another word, Mai and Shu selfishly blurted out wishes for a massive pile of money and some delicious ice cream, completely wasting the remaining wishes. Shenron obliged and immediately vanished. Though furious at the wasted opportunity, Sorbet ignored the trio, gathered Frieza's sliced remains, and quickly retreated to space with Tagoma. Once inside their spaceship, they placed the organic remnants into an advanced regeneration chamber, which successfully reconstructed Frieza's body. Stepping out of the machine fully revived, the tyrant listened as Sorbet updated him on all the major events that had transpired during his long absence. Outraged by his defeat, Frieza declared his absolute resolve to seek vengeance against the Saiyans, who had dared to humiliate and kill him. However, Tagoma nervously spoke up, warning him that those Saiyans had grown exponentially stronger over the years, making a direct confrontation extremely risky. Infuriated by this perceived insolence, Frieza ruthlessly blasted Tagoma multiple times, asserting that he was Lord Frieza and feared absolutely no one, declaring that he would dedicate himself to training for 4 straight months, after which he would become the undisputed strongest entity in the universe before hunting them down. Frieza immediately began his rigorous training regime. During those same 4 months, Goku and Vegeta made incredible strides under Whis' guidance, unlocking brand new levels of power until one day Lord Beerus finally awoke from his long slumber, thoroughly surprised to find both Goku and Vegeta residing on his sacred planet. Whis quickly caught him up on everything that had happened, prompting Beerus to graciously allow them to continue their training. Meanwhile, as the 4 months of Frieza's training came to an end, a mysterious spaceship landed on Earth and an eccentric alien named Jocko stepped out of the vessel. Spotting Trunks and Goten nearby, he introduced himself as Jocko, a super elite member of the Galactic Patrol, and demanded to see Bulma, claiming to be an old acquaintance of hers. Hearing this, Trunks rushed off to find his mother. Bulma came outside, greeted Jocko warmly, and asked what urgent matter brought him to Earth. Jocko delivered a shocking warning, revealing that the ruthless tyrant Frieza had been resurrected and was currently heading straight for Earth, accompanied by an army of over 1,000 soldiers to extract his bloody revenge. Upon hearing this, Bulma was gripped with fear and immediately contacted all of their powerful allies. Everyone scrambled to prepare for the looming invasion. Krillin even shaved his head to get back into fighting shape before flying off. He was joined by Master Roshi, Tien, Gohan, and Piccolo, who all gathered to await the tyrant's arrival. Soon enough, Frieza's massive spaceship entered the atmosphere and he stepped out of the vessel, flanked by his massive army of soldiers. Bulma and Jocko arrived at the scene shortly after, with Bulma telling Gohan and the others that she had been unable to contact Goku or Vegeta, urging them to hold their ground until she could find a way to reach them. She and Jocko then hid safely nearby, while Frieza scanned the area and instantly spotted Krillin, mockingly reminding him of how he had ruthlessly blown him up in the past and promising to do it again. Frieza then ordered the bulk of his army to charge forward and eliminate the defenders. Roshi, Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien sprang into action, easily knocking out waves of soldiers, while a terrified Krillin stood, frozen in fear, unable to move. Observing his obvious terror, Frieza seized the moment and announced to his troops that whoever managed to kill Krillin would be rewarded with their very own planet. Hearing this lucrative prize, a swarm of eager soldiers quickly surrounded Krillin, with none of his allies able to break away and help him because they were occupied battling the rest of the endless army. Left entirely to fend for himself, Krillin was forced to dodge an incoming strike from a soldier. Realizing his reflexes were still incredibly sharp, a surge of self-confidence washed over him. He began fighting back aggressively, effortlessly knocking out several grunts and finishing off the rest with a powerful energy blast, earning cheers from his friends who unleashed their own devastating energy attacks to wipe out the remaining forces. Seeing his massive army easily decimated, an annoyed Frieza ordered one of his elite warriors, Shisami, to step up and crush them. Shisami lunged forward, locking Gohan in a powerful bear hug. However, in a shocking turn of events, Tagoma suddenly fired a lethal energy blast directly at Shisami, piercing both him and Gohan. The brutal attack caught everyone completely off guard. A shocked Sorbet demanded to know why Tagoma would casually murder his own comrade, to which Tagoma coldly replied that it was a necessary sacrifice since it presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate Gohan once and for all. He boasted that during the past few months, he had been training relentlessly as Lord Frieza's personal punching bag, a process that had completely hardened his heart and made him willing to do absolutely anything to secure Frieza's victory. The devastating blast left Gohan severely wounded and collapsing to the ground, prompting Piccolo to rush in and barely pull him away to safety, while Krillin quickly fed him a restoring Senzu Bean, allowing Gohan to quickly recover and stand back up fully healed. Tagoma immediately went on the offensive, but Piccolo stepped in to block his path, landing a solid strike that didn't even faze the reinforced warrior. In a brutal counterattack, Tagoma severed Piccolo's arm, forcing Gohan to swiftly intervene with an energy blast to push him back. As Tagoma prepared to strike again, Goten and Trunks suddenly arrived on the battlefield while fused together as the powerful Gotenks, delivering a surprise blow that knocked Tagoma flat on his back. However, their cocky attitude wasted time, and their fusion soon expired, forcing them to quickly hide. While Tagoma was recovering on the ground, a mysterious Namekian frog suddenly hopped over to him and scratched the word change into the dirt, instantly executing his body swap technique and hijacking Tagoma's powerful body. It was revealed that this frog was actually Captain Ginyu, whom Goku had defeated long ago on planet Namek. Thrilled to be human again, Ginyu approached Lord Frieza and explained his long ordeal, recounting how he had ended up on Earth years ago when Dende used the Dragon Balls to teleport everyone from Namek to safety on Earth. Amused by his return, Frieza challenged him to demonstrate his current strength by defeating the 5 defenders standing before them. Ginyu eagerly charged into battle, swiftly overpowering the heroes, which forced Gohan to step forward and engage him in an intense one-on-one battle. While this desperate struggle was unfolding on Earth, Goku and Vegeta were busy training on Beerus' planet, where Beerus had ordered Whis to send them to a harsh dimension resembling the hyperbolic time chamber so they could master suppressing and controlling their divine Kai under extreme pressure. Meanwhile, back on planet Earth, Gohan struggled to land a decisive blow on Ginyu, who managed to counter, grab Gohan by the leg, and slam him hard into a solid rock wall. Gohan slowly got back to his feet and decided to power up, transforming into a Super Saiyan. When Ginyu charged again, Gohan easily dodged, countered with a heavy strike, and reappeared behind him to land another again, and Gohan dominated the fight until Frieza intervened and shot Gohan with a beam and kept blasting him and told him, "I will kill you just like your father killed me in the past," and indeed he was about to kill him, so Piccolo stood in front of him and protected Gohan, absorbing the lethal energy blast with his own body. Tragically, Piccolo collapsed and died from the wound, leaving the defenders in absolute despair on Earth. Meanwhile, far away on Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta were still locked deep in their training when Beerus suddenly complained of hunger, forcing Whis to interrupt the session and pull Goku and Vegeta out of the training dimension. Whis immediately contacted Bulma on Earth to request a fresh delivery of food, but a panicked Bulma used the connection to explain the ongoing disaster. Hearing that Frieza had returned and Piccolo was dead, a shocked Goku and Vegeta realized they had to return immediately, prompting Goku to grab Vegeta in order to use instant transmission to teleport directly to the battlefield. However, because the distance between Beerus' planet and Earth was so immense, Goku struggled to lock onto anyone's energy signature. Sensing their predicament, Gohan gathered every ounce of his remaining strength and powered up to his maximum, creating a massive energy flare that allowed Goku to finally detect his location. Instantly teleporting to Earth, Goku arrived just in the nick of time to deflect a lethal blast Frieza had fired at Gohan. Collapsing in exhaustion, a tearful Gohan apologized to his father for neglecting his training over the past few years, which had left him too weak to defend the planet. Goku gently comforted him, telling him not to worry and that he would take care of everything. Goku quickly instructed Krillin to feed Gohan a senzu bean to heal his wounds, and then used instant transmission to take Piccolo's body to Dende's lookout for safekeeping. Returning to the battlefield, he ordered Goten and Trunks to head to the lookout as well to explain the situation to Dende. Goten and Trunks quickly departed, leaving Goku and Vegeta to face Frieza. Ginyu and Frieza smugly explained the details of their resurrection, but an impatient Vegeta had no interest in listening to their gloating. Without warning, he lunged at Ginyu and blasted him with a devastating energy attack, completely vaporizing him on the spot. Ready to fight, Frieza decided to bypass his weaker forms and power up straight into his final form. The sheer shockwave and pressure of his transformation were so intense that they instantly obliterated his own remaining soldiers standing nearby, leaving only Sorbet alive. Standing tall, Frieza sneered at Goku and said that his rigorous training had made him incomparably stronger than before, and that his grand revenge would finally begin. Frieza charged forward to clash with Goku, the two powerhouses locking hands in a test of pure strength. The sheer pressure of their colliding energies caused the ground beneath them to violently fracture, crumbling away as they remained locked in combat completely. Frieza mockingly thanked Goku, claiming that the humiliation of his defeat had pushed him to achieve this new level of strength. Hoping to catch him off guard, Frieza suddenly launched a lethal attack at Krillin to distract Goku. Goku reacted instantly, teleporting in front of his friend to block the blow, but Frieza seized this opening to land a series of heavy hits on Goku, knocking him back, though Goku managed to recover and defend himself. Frieza, realizing the tactic worked, shamelessly used the exact same trick again, targeting Bulma and Jaco. As Goku rushed to protect them, Frieza intercepted and struck him hard. With Goku unable to reach them in time, Vegeta stepped in and deflected the stray attack to save Bulma and Jaco. Goku quickly recovered and flew high into the air, with Frieza pursuing him at high speeds. The two collided head-to-head in a massive shockwave. Goku quickly charged up a powerful energy blast, but Frieza countered with his own energy attack, resulting in a colossal explosion that lit up the sky. They continued their high-speed exchange, but their duel was suddenly interrupted when Vegeta unexpectedly flew up and struck Goku himself. A confused Goku demanded to know why Vegeta was attacking him. But Vegeta halted and impatiently declared that he had no intention of sitting on the sidelines watching them hold back, demanding they use their absolute maximum power to finish the fight, or else he would happily destroy them both. Goku smiled and agreed that it was indeed time to bring this battle to its climax. Goku focused his mind and gathered his immense energy, powering up past the standard Super Saiyan God form. This time, his hair turned a vibrant, glowing blue, a state achieved by surpassing the power of a god thanks to his intense training with Whis. He confidently looked at Frieza and told him he could consider this form the Super Saiyan version of a Super Saiyan God, or Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this breathtaking new transformation, Frieza remained completely unfazed, confidently charging forward to strike. Goku easily blocked the incoming blow, prompting Frieza to back off with a smug grin, claiming he had merely been testing Goku's strength and was now ready to unleash his own true power. Frieza concentrated his energy as a blinding, golden light enveloped the entire battlefield. When the light faded, Frieza stood in a glittering new form, proudly announcing that he had achieved the state of Golden Frieza. He boasted that this ultimate transformation possessed far too much power for Goku to ever hope to match, promising to eliminate him with ease. The two godlike beings clashed once more, exchanging a rapid flurry of physical strikes before backing away to exchange powerful energy beams that detonated in spectacular explosions. While their world-shattering battle was raging, we suddenly contacted Bulma, informing her that he and Lord Beerus were currently on their way to Earth to enjoy more delicious food. As they made their journey through space, they were suddenly intercepted by Champa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and his attendant Vados. Caught off guard by this unexpected encounter, Beerus demanded to know what Champa was doing wandering around his 7th universe, telling him to scram back to Universe 6 where he belonged. Champa smugly replied that he was busy with a secret task that he had absolutely no intention of sharing before vanishing into thin air alongside Vados. Back on Earth, the brutal slugfest between Goku and Frieza was still raging on with relentless energy blasts and close-quarters combat. After a short while, Beerus and Whis arrived on Earth, and Bulma immediately presented them with a delicious strawberry cake she had kept ready. The two sat down to enjoy their dessert right in the middle of the battlefield, while Frieza began to slowly gain the upper hand, grabbing Goku and landing several brutal punches straight to his face, knocking him to the ground. However, during the assault, Frieza suddenly noticed Lord Beerus sitting nearby. Panicking slightly, Frieza begged the god of destruction not to interfere in his revenge. Beerus lazily assured him that he had no interest in getting involved in their petty squabble, prompting Frieza to resume his brutal beatdown, leaving Goku feeling as though he was on the verge of defeat, while his watching friends grew increasingly terrified. Frieza continued to relentlessly pummel Goku until a desperate Goku actually bit Frieza's tail, gaining enough of a window to land a solid counterattack. However, Frieza quickly recovered his composure, regained control of the match, and blasted Goku away with a heavy energy wave descending to stand over his fallen opponent. Frieza gloated that he had dreamed of this day for far too long, and that his moment of sweet vengeance had finally arrived. He lifted Goku into the air by his neck, declaring that this was the absolute end, before blasting him point blank with a massive, devastating energy attack that left Frieza heavily panting with exhaustion. Believing he had finally won the battle, Frieza was shocked to see that a battered Goku was still breathing. Observing the situation, Vegeta called out to Goku, mockingly suggesting that if he still hadn't figured out Frieza's fatal flaw, He should step aside and let him finish the job. Goku pondered this for a moment and begged Vegeta to wait just a little longer, promising that he would wrap up the fight himself. Turning back to the tyrant, Goku declared that he had fully figured out Frieza's fatal weakness and was ready to exploit it. Frieza angrily dismissed this as a desperate bluff, claiming Goku was only lying because he knew he was completely outmatched. The two fighters powered up once more and collided in another high-speed clash, exchanging heavy blows. Slowly, Frieza's sheer power began to overwhelm Goku again, allowing him to launch a relentless assault that slammed Goku down toward the ocean, before a final brutal strike sent him crashing hard into a distant mountain. Frieza eagerly flew over to deliver the killing blow, but as Frieza closed in, Goku suddenly caught his fist and delivered a powerful counter-strike. Goku explained that Frieza's fatal flaw was his brand new golden form, which consumed an immense amount of stamina and rapidly drained his energy because Frieza hadn't taken the time to accustom his body to the transformation, meaning his power would quickly drop, which was exactly what was happening now. Goku told him that he could easily finish him off right there, but decided to offer him mercy and let him leave the planet. Clinging to his pride as he lay defeated on the ground, Frieza spotted Sorbet hiding nearby. Without Goku noticing, Frieza subtly ordered Sorbet to fire his ring laser, and Sorbet quickly complied, blasting Goku directly through the chest from behind. As Goku collapsed in agony, Frieza stood over him, laughing triumphantly and boasting that he was the ultimate victor. He prepared to unleash a final blast to execute Goku once and for all, but just as he was about to fire, Vegeta suddenly intervened, blasting Frieza back and declaring that he wouldn't allow Goku to die simply because he needed his rival alive to push his own limits and grow even stronger. Dropping down next to Goku, Vegeta scoffed, asking how many times they had warned him not to lower his guard due to his foolish overconfidence. To get him out of harm's way, Vegeta then casually kicked Goku's body over toward their friends so they could feed him a restoring Senzu bean. When Frieza tried to intervene by firing an energy beam at Goku, Vegeta easily deflected the attack right back at Sorbet, vaporizing the commander instantly. Goku swallowed the Senzu bean and was immediately restored to full health, while a furious Frieza glared at Vegeta, claiming that the Prince of Saiyan stood absolutely no chance against his golden might. Vegeta smirked, challenging him to test that theory, and began gathering his energy to power up. In a dazzling display, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, calmly explaining to Frieza that he had achieved this divine form entirely through his own grueling training and was about to easily defeat him without much effort. Vegeta lunged forward, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows on the weakened tyrant. Every single time Frieza tried to mount a counter-offensive or simply stand his ground, Vegeta effortlessly countered and slammed him back down. Vegeta then launched him high into the air, instantly appearing right beside him to continue the relentless beatdown as Frieza tumbled back toward the earth. The overwhelming assault completely depleted Frieza's remaining stamina, forcing him out of his golden transformation back into his final form. Vegeta approached the defeated tyrant to deliver the final blow, but Frieza screamed in denial, refusing to die at the hands of a Saiyan. Channeling the absolute last of his energy, Frieza punched the ground and blew up the entire planet Earth. Acting fast, Lord Beerus ordered Whis to deploy a protective barrier around Goku and the nearby allies, shielding them from the world-shaking blast. The Earth fractured and exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, completely destroying the planet and killing everyone left on it, including Vegeta and Frieza. Goku and the survivors stared in utter horror, unable to comprehend that their families and home planet were gone, falling into absolute despair. Seeing their grief, Whis offered a sliver of hope, explaining that he possessed the ability to rewind time by up to 3 minutes. He proposed to rewind time back to the exact moment Vegeta was standing. Whis laid it out clearly. Goku had to put Frieza down for good right then and there to prevent this catastrophic tragedy from ever happening again. Goku didn't hesitate for a single second, demanding Whis to rewind time so he could finish the job. Whis obliged, bending time itself to send Goku back to the exact moments before Frieza could unleash his planet-shattering attack. Goku rushed in with unbelievable, blistering speed, charging up a massive, blue-hot Kamehameha wave. He yelled at Vegeta to get out of the splash zone, then unleashed the devastating blast directly at Frieza, completely vaporizing him and saving the Earth. His friends were absolutely overjoyed, celebrating and congratulating him before sitting down to explain the mind-bending time travel sequence to a very confused Vegeta. Once Vegeta realized what had actually happened, he secretly felt a wave of gratitude toward Goku for saving his life, though of course his pride wouldn't let him show it. Shortly after, Goku headed off on a mission to bring Piccolo back to life using the Namekian Dragon Balls, and Gohan followed suit, leaving to attend to his own matters. Gohan immediately went to check on Videl and Baby Pan to make sure they were safe and sound. By the very next day, Piccolo was successfully resurrected thanks to Goku's efforts, and Bulma threw a massive party to celebrate. While everyone was eating, Gohan pulled Piccolo aside to make a serious request. He wanted to train together again. Gohan insisted that he needed to regain his edge and become much stronger, and Piccolo gladly agreed to mentor him. Meanwhile, Goku approached Vegeta, casually pointing out that if they had teamed up against Frieza, they would have defeated him in a heartbeat. But Vegeta scoffed, replying that he would have flat out refused to team up in the first place. Goku laughed and admitted that, to be honest, he would have refused too because he absolutely hates sharing a fight with anyone else. Vegeta smirked and noted that they had finally found something to agree on. A few days after this conversation, both Goku and Vegeta returned to Lord Beerus' planet to resume their intense training. The two Saiyans were pushing their limits on Beerus' planet while wearing extremely heavy training suits designed to weigh them down. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, caused by the abrupt arrival of Champa and Vados. However, Beerus automatically assumed that Goku and Vegeta were the ones responsible for the loud blast. Fuming with anger, Beerus immediately launched an attack on Goku and Vegeta, only stopping when he caught sight of Champa standing there. Champa explained that he had come specifically to talk, so Beerus sat down to hear him out, with Goku and Vegeta tagging along for the meeting. Naturally, Goku couldn't help but ask who this newcomer actually was. Vados politely introduced herself as Whis' older sister, explaining that the chubby deity next to her was Lord Champa, the twin brother of Lord Beerus and the god of destruction for Universe 6. Hearing this, Goku's mind was blown, and he immediately asked if there were actually other universes out there besides their own. Vados clarified that their home was Universe 7, and that there are actually 11 other universes in existence, making 12 in total. She explained that these universes are paired up as twins, meaning they mirror each other, which is why Lord Champa's Universe 6 is the direct counterpart to Lord Beerus' Universe 7. These twin universes always add up to the number 13. For example, Universe 1 is paired with Universe 12, while Universe 2 matches with Universe 11, and so on. This cosmic rule applies to all the paired dimensions, which share many similarities but also have distinct differences. As Vados detailed the cosmic structure, Beerus cut in, demanding to know the real reason Champa had shown up. Champa bragged that he had come to show off the superior cuisine of Universe 6, pulling out some special boiled eggs for everyone to try. Beerus tasted them, but then decided to show off a little something of his own. Beerus served Champa some instant cup ramen, and the taste absolutely blew Champa's mind. He desperately demanded to know where such an incredible delicacy came from, to which Beerus proudly replied, "Earth." Intrigued, Champa immediately ordered Vados to search for their own version of Earth within Universe 6. Vados quickly looked it up but delivered the bad news. Universe 6's Earth had been completely destroyed by war. Disappointed but refusing to give up on that delicious food, Champa proposed a tournament between their universes, suggesting that if he won, they would swap Earths so he could have the inhabited one. Beerus was annoyed by the proposal, and the two gods started brawling, nearly tearing the planet apart until Whis and Vados stepped in to stop them. Champa smoothed things over, telling Beerus to let him finish. The competition would feature a team of 5 elite fighters from Universe 6 taking on 5 of Universe 7's finest. If Universe 6 emerged victorious, they would claim Universe 7's Earth and transplant it into their own domain. On the other hand, if Beerus' team managed to win, Champa promised to hand over 6 massive, wish-granting spheres that possessed unfathomable power. Beerus scoffed, thinking Champa was talking about regular Dragon Balls, pointing out that they already had those and had no use for more. But Champa corrected him, explaining that these weren't ordinary Dragon Balls. They were planet-sized relics that could grant absolutely any wish imaginable. True Super Dragon Balls. Lord Beerus pointed out that Champa only possessed 6 of them, meaning one crucial ball was still missing from the set. Hearing this, Goku piped up with a great suggestion, saying they could easily get Bulma to build a brand new radar capable of locating that final missing Super Dragon Ball. Intrigued by the stakes, Lord Beerus officially agreed to the tournament, and he and Champa began iron out the rules which would mirror the classic World Martial Arts Tournament. They also agreed to host the event on a completely vacant, neutral planet situated directly between their 2 universes. With the deal struck, Champa departed, confidently telling Vados on their journey home that the 2 Saiyans with Beerus looked incredibly weak and that his team would sweep the victory. Before long, Champa and Vados arrived at the designated tournament planet to begin preparation. They brought the giant Super Dragon Balls to the venue and began prepping the arena. Back in Universe 7, Beerus wasted no time grabbing Goku and Vegeta and heading straight to Earth, tasking Bulma with inventing a specialized radar to track down that elusive final sphere. Upon hearing their request, Bulma proposed a clever shortcut. Instead of spending time building a brand new high-tech radar, they could simply summon Shenron using Earth's regular Dragon Balls and ask the Eternal Dragon to pinpoint the location of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Beerus agreed that it was a fantastic idea and ordered Vegeta to go fetch Earth's Dragon Balls immediately. Vegeta flew off, spent some time scouring the globe, and returned with all 7 spheres. They summoned Shenron right away, but things didn't go quite as planned. Shenron admitted that he couldn't locate the final Super Dragon Ball, explaining that Universe 6 was simply too vast and far beyond his magical reach. Annoyed by the limitation, Beerus dismissed the dragon, leaving Bulma with no choice but to start building the new super radar from scratch. As night fell, Beerus enjoyed some food while dropping a bombshell on Goku and Vegeta. He already had an ace fighter lined up named Monaka. Beerus claimed Monaka was far stronger than both of them combined, making him the team's anchor, and told them to find 2 more fighters. Hearing that there was someone out there even stronger than him instantly fired up Goku's excitement, and he begged to meet Monaka right away. Beerus shut him down, promising he would get to meet him eventually, but absolutely not right now. Before Beerus could head off, Bulma stopped him with a logical question. Why would Champa go to the trouble of holding a tournament when he already had 6 spheres and could just find the last one to wish for Earth directly? Beerus smirked and offered his explanation. Beerus explained that Champa wouldn't risk it because the Super Dragon Balls were scattered across both Universe 6 and 7. If Champa tried to steal them all, he feared Universe 7 would gather their own and undo his plans, making a formal tournament the safest bet for both gods. With that explanation, Beerus departed. The following day, Bulma wrapped up work on the Super Radar and warned Goku and Vegeta that they needed to find Universe 7's Super Dragon Balls before Beerus did, just in case the fickle god decided to use them maliciously. However, Goku and Vegeta paid absolutely no attention to her warnings, fully trusting that Beerus wouldn't pull a stunt like that. Instead of worrying, they excitedly gathered around to test out the newly completed Super Dragon Radar. Bulma explained that since Universe 6 was incredibly far away, they would need to travel to the exact center of Universe 7 to use the radar effectively, as that would bring them close enough to pick up the signal of the final missing sphere. After laying out the plan, Bulma contacted Jocko the Galactic Patrolman to recruit him for a treasure hunt across Universe 7. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta left Bulma's lab to begin recruiting the remaining fighters for their tournament team. Along the way, they crossed paths with Krillin and caught him up on the tournament details. They decided their best options for the team were Majin Buu and Piccolo, heading first to Buu and successfully bribing him to join with a tempting promise. They promised Buu he could have one of the wishes from the Super Dragon Balls if they won, which easily sealed the deal. Next, they tracked down Piccolo, who was busy training Gohan, explained the situation, and got him on board. Just then, Jocko arrived at Bulma's house. Bulma told Jocko she needed more detailed information about the Super Dragon Balls. Jocko suggested they visit a mysterious, all-knowing being named Zuno, who lived on a nearby star and possessed absolute knowledge about every single detail in the cosmos. Excited by the lead, Bulma and Jocko boarded his patrol ship and blasted off to find Zuno. Upon arriving at his temple, they made their way inside, only to be abruptly blocked by 4 stern-looking guards guarding the entrance. The guards coldly informed them that meetings with Lord Zuno required an appointment, and the next available slot was 7 years away. Bulma was completely shocked, and Jocko was stumped until he spotted a wanted space criminal trying to sneak past. The criminal, named Geji, actually had a valid appointment to see Zuno. Jocko seized the opportunity, swiftly taking down and arresting the crook. Impressed by this act of galactic justice, the guards allowed Jocko and Bulma to take Geji's appointment slot. Inside, they met Zuno, who resembled a massive version of his guards. Bulma asked him about the Super Dragon Balls, and Zuno revealed that they were created in year 41 of the divine calendar by a dragon god named Zalama, and that they were planet-sized. He explained that the 7 spheres were scattered across both Universe 6 and Universe 7, meaning Champa had to cross the boundary between universes to collect his 6, debunking the idea that they belonged to just one realm. Bulma wanted to ask more questions, but Zuno cut her off as her allotted time had expired. She and Jocko returned to Earth, where only 3 days remained before the tournament, prompting Goku and Vegeta to cram in some intense training inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Once the 3 days were up, Whis arrived in a giant travel cube and invited everyone to hop inside. He explained they would first stop by Beerus' planet to pick up the destroyer and their secret weapon, Monaka, before heading straight to the arena. Everyone climbed aboard the cosmic transport, and Jocko even brought along the Galactic King to spectate. Right on cue, Goku and Vegeta emerged from the time chamber, cleaned themselves up, and joined the group in their fresh new gear. They arrived at Beerus' planet, where Goku finally laid eyes on Monaka. Itching to test the strength of this legendary fighter, Goku suddenly threw a quick punch at him. Strangely, Monaka didn't block it at all. Instead, he just burst into tears. Goku was utterly baffled by this reaction. Before he could ask questions, Beerus smacked him on the head, warning him to leave Monaka alone and focus entirely on their Universe 6 opponents. With the team assembled, they set off for the tournament. Arriving at the venue, they were absolutely awestruck by the sheer planetary scale of the Super Dragon Balls. After landing, they greeted Champa and were surprised to see Supreme Kai, Kibito, and Elder Kai had also arrived to spectate. Goku immediately noticed something different and asked Shin how he and Kibito had managed to separate. Shin explained they had used Namek's Dragon Balls to undo their permanent fusion so they could attend the tournament alongside Universe 6's Supreme Kais. Goku bid them farewell as the pre-tournament events were getting underway. Since the rules dictated that all participants had to pass a written exam first, the fighters headed to the testing area, where they got their first look at Universe 6's lineup. One of the opposing fighters approached Goku and Vegeta, introducing himself as Kaba, a Saiyan from Universe 6. The two were intrigued to learn that Saiyans in Universe 6 still inhabited their original home, planet Sadala, which had never been destroyed. Kaba explained that they were actually peaceful protectors rather than planet-conquering mercenaries. Soon, the exam commenced, but Majin Buu instantly fell fast asleep on his paper, and absolutely nothing could wake him up. Because Buu slept through the entire test, he failed by default, leaving Beerus' team short of a fighter. Beerus flew into a rage, screaming at his team just as the announcer took the stage to declare the first match, Goku vs. Botamo. The tournament was set to follow a winner-stays-on format, and Goku stepped up first against Universe 6's Botamo. The fight kicked off with Botamo bouncing around the arena, using his heavy rubbery body to knock Goku off balance and nearly out of bounds. Goku managed to recover, though he was sluggish from overeating earlier. Botamo fired rapid energy blasts from his mouth, which Goku easily dodged before counterattacking with heavy strikes, only to realize his punches had absolutely no effect on Botamo's body. It turned out Botamo's body automatically absorbed and transferred all impact damage to another dimension, making physical attacks useless. Vegeta yelled at Goku to use his brain, prompting Goku to come up with a simple solution: physically pick Botamo up and toss him out. Executing his plan, Goku grabbed Botamo by his legs, dragged him to the edge, and tossed him right out of the ring to win the match. Champa was furious, screaming from the sidelines as Universe 6 sent in their next fighter, Frost, who looked identical to Frieza. Not only did Frost look like Frieza, but he shared the exact same voice, yet he seemed to be a polite, heroic figure. Before the match, Frost politely shook Goku's hand and expressed hope for a good fight, before immediately initiating a swift grappling attack once the bell rang. Goku broke free and encouraged Frost to stop holding back, asking him to show his true full power instead of hiding it. Frost obliged, transforming into his assault form, which drastically increased his speed and power as the two began trading rapid blows. The battle escalated with energy blasts filling the arena, and even Goku's Kamehameha failed to land a clean hit on the agile warrior. As Frost launched a downward strike, the announcer began praising Frost as a peacekeeper who fought to save war-torn worlds. Hearing about Frost's charitable work with war orphans won over the hearts of the spectators, who began rooting for him. Undeterred, Frost kept firing energy blasts at Goku, who finally decided to step things up by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku told Frost that he was still holding back and urged him to unleash his final form. Frost complied, morphing into his sleek final state, but even with this upgrade, Goku easily caught his punches and countered with precise, powerful strikes. Despite being thoroughly outmatched, an exhausted Frost refused to back down, declaring that he would win the tournament for Champa to bring peace to his universe. He charged at Goku one more time in a desperate bid to turn the tide of the battle. But out of nowhere, Goku's vision blurred, and he suddenly lost all of his strength, allowing Frost to easily nudge him out of the ring for a shocking victory. The crowd was stunned, and Chi-Chi immediately rushed to Goku's side to make sure he was okay. The crowd cheered for Frost's seemingly heroic victory, while Champa gleefully mocked a furious Lord Beerus. Beerus began yelling at Goku for losing so easily, but Vegeta remained quiet, highly suspicious that something underhanded had just occurred. The next match was announced, Piccolo vs. Frost. As the fight began, Piccolo instantly vanished and reappeared high in the air, focusing all his energy to charge up his special beam cannon while Frost desperately fired energy blasts to disrupt him. Despite taking a hit to his leg, Piccolo refused to break his concentration, creating multiple illusionary clones of himself to buy valuable charging time. Frost blasted through the decoys one by one until Piccolo suddenly extended his arm and snared him. Piccolo smirked, telling Frost that he had allowed himself to get hit just to lower his guard, and now there was no escape. But as Piccolo prepared to unleash his fully charged special beam cannon, he was suddenly hit with the exact same dizzy spell Goku had experienced. His vision blurred and his legs gave out, allowing Frost to easily strike him in the chest and secure another win. With only Vegeta and Monaka left on Universe 7's team, Vegeta stepped up to prepare, but Jaco suddenly stood up and interrupted the entire arena. Jaco announced that his ultra-sharp eyes had spotted Frost cheating, using a secret poison needle concealed on his arm to paralyze both Goku and Piccolo. Hearing this serious accusation, the referee stepped in to conduct a thorough physical inspection of Frost. The referee found the hidden needle, confirming Jaco's accusation. Vados then casually revealed that Frost was actually a notorious space mafia leader who secretly started wars across the universe just so he could swoop in and play the heroic savior for profit. Champa was furious that Vados had kept this a secret and threatened to obliterate Frost on the spot. However, Vegeta intervened, demanding that they keep Frost in the tournament so he could beat him himself rather than letting him get disqualified. Vegeta stepped into the arena, ready for battle. Frost smugly threatened to make him regret his decision, hinting that he would use his poison on him just like the others. Vegeta ignored the trash talk and immediately powered up into his Super Saiyan form. As soon as the match began, Vegeta delivered a single incredibly devastating punch that sent Frost crashing straight out of the ring. With Frost defeated, Beerus celebrated, while Goku approached him, pointing out that his disqualification was unfair due to the poison. Goku successfully convinced the referee to reinstate him into the tournament. Believing Monaka was the strongest, Goku suggested he fight after him, but Beerus quickly snapped at him, reiterating that Monaka was reserved for the very end, and that Goku would fight after Vegeta. While they were debating, Champa and Vados suddenly installed a solid energy barrier over the arena, adding a new rule that anyone who touched it would be disqualified. Beerus argued with Champa over the unannounced rule change, but eventually gave in. While everyone was distracted by the argument, Frost snuck away to steal the treasure Champa had promised to his team. However, before he could lay a hand on it, the legendary assassin Hit intercepted him and effortlessly knocked him unconscious. Hit dragged the unconscious Frost back to the spectator stands. Soon after, the announcer declared the next highly anticipated match of the tournament, which would pit Vegeta against the giant metal men of Universe 6. Auto-Vegeta. As the fight began, Vegeta charged forward, but his heavy metal body made him incredibly slow, allowing Vegeta to easily dodge his strikes and land counterpunches that did no damage. Vegeta then began hitting himself to rev up his internal furnace, increasing his speed and power. With Vegeta's attacks now dealing heavy pressure, Vegeta flew high into the air and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but they bounced off the Metalman. Vegeta retaliated by spewing intense lava from his mouth, filling the enclosed barrier with thick smoke and heat. The temperature inside the barrier soared, leaving Vegeta suffocating and struggling to breathe. Vegeta launched another wave of intense heat, nearly pushing Vegeta into the energy barrier, though the Saiyan Prince managed to halt his momentum at the absolute last second. As Vegeta prepared to counterattack, Vegeta cranked up his internal heat so high that the intense warmth radiated outside the barrier. Beerus realized Champa had set up the barrier specifically to trap the heat for Vegeta's advantage. Vegeta charged in, but Vegeta unleashed a massive wall of fire, which Vegeta sliced through with raw energy, only for Vegeta to catch him off guard and hit him out of the ring. Everyone gasped in shock, believing Vegeta had just lost, while the referee flew over to verify the ruling. Upon closer inspection, the referee noticed that Vegeta's boot was actually resting on a floating piece of the broken arena, meaning he hadn't touched the ground. The ref declared him safe, prompting Champa to scream in frustration, while Vegeta was furious that a technicality had saved him. Vegeta asked the referee to confirm that he would only be disqualified if he physically touched the barrier. When the referee said yes, Vegeta unleashed a massive burst of energy, shattering the entire barrier without touching it, clearing the air so he could breathe. Vegeta charged up his ultimate final flash, his massive golden aura illuminating the entire planet. He unleashed the devastating blast, pushing Vegeta to the absolute edge of the arena, before rushing in to declare he wouldn't lose to a piece of scrap metal, delivering a final blow. The impact shattered the remaining stage, sending Vegeta tumbling to the ground below to hand Vegeta another hard-fought victory. Interestingly, Vegeta was left completely heartbroken and weeping because Vegeta had insulted him by calling him a piece of scrap metal. Whis and Vados widened the arena while Beerus and Champa kept bickering in the background. Once the repairs were fully completed, the schedule for Vegeta's next match was finalized, pitting him directly against the young Universe 6 Saiyan, Cabba. Before the fight could even begin, Goku kept his eyes glued to Hit, sensing a dangerous, unfathomable power radiating from him. Soon the bell rang, and Cabba went on the offensive, trading rapid blows with Vegeta, who easily blocked his kicks before Cabba backed off to fire energy blasts. Vegeta casually deflected the blasts and demanded that Cabba transform into a Super Saiyan to make this a real fight. To his surprise, Cabba politely admitted that he didn't know how to transform and asked Vegeta to teach him, which instantly infuriated the proud Saiyan Prince. Vegeta snapped, transforming into a Super Saiyan and demanding if Cabba seriously expected a lesson during a live match. He began mercilessly beating Cabba, launching him into the air, and actively provoking him by threatening to destroy planet Sadala and wipe out his family. The threat to his home triggered a primal fury within Cabba, causing him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan for the very first time. Fueled by rage, he launched a savage counterattack, pummeling Vegeta and smashing him into the stone arena before unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Vegeta effortlessly shrugged off the blasts and caught Cabba's final punch, causing the exhausted young Saiyan to drop out of his transformed state. Vegeta smirked, explaining that anger was the key trigger to unlocking the Super Saiyan form, telling him to memorize that feeling. Vegeta ordered Cabba to transform again to prove he had mastered the feeling, which Cabba did. To show him the ultimate peak, Vegeta powered up into Super Saiyan Blue, delivering a single swift strike that knocked Cabba out cold, before standing over him to deliver a final lesson. Never bow to anyone. Remember, you fight with the pride of a Saiyan warrior running through your veins. I've passed down some valuable lessons to you today, and I know you'll end up surpassing me in no time. Cabba looked at him with deep gratitude and thanked him sincerely. Shortly after that emotional exchange, the moment for the next showdown arrived. It was time for Vegeta to face off against Hit, the final and most formidable fighter representing Universe 6. Hit, the legendary assassin, stepped down onto the battlefield. Champa turned to Vados, utterly amazed, and asked, "Hit is no ordinary warrior. How on earth did you manage to convince someone of his caliber to join our team?" Vados smiled slyly and replied, "Well, I had to offer him an irresistible deal. I promised Hit that if he wins this tournament, I'll hand over the ultimate treasure, and on top of that, I'll give him your special transport cube, the very one you use to travel across the vast universes." Hearing this, Champa was completely shocked by her boldness, but he quickly shrugged it off and agreed, saying that as long as this deal guaranteed their victory over his brother Beerus, he was perfectly fine with it. With the terms set, the highly anticipated battle began. Hit calmly took his signature combat stance, while Vegeta immediately powered up and entered his powerful Super Saiyan Blue God form and immediately launched a fierce assault. However, Hit was unbelievably fast, effortlessly dodging the incoming strikes and delivering a sharp counterblow. Vegeta paused for a brief moment to regain his footing, then charged in once more with even greater intensity, but Hit's mind-boggling speed allowed him to easily land more punishing blows, appearing from every single direction imaginable to relentlessly strike the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta found himself completely unable to keep up with this overwhelming velocity, and even the spectators in the stands couldn't track Hit's movements due to his incredible, near-invisible speed. Sensing his absolute dominance, Hit calmly looked at Vegeta and advised him that surrendering would be his best option. This advice only infuriated the proud Saiyan Prince, who rushed forward and managed to grab Hit's hand, but before Vegeta could land a single punch of his own, Hit used his free hand to deliver a devastatingly powerful blow directly to his torso. Knocking him flat on the ground, the force of the strike caused Vegeta to instantly lose consciousness, resulting in his defeat. All of his allies watching were left completely stunned by this quick loss. Krillin rushed down to the ring and fed the unconscious Saiyan a healing Senzu Bean, allowing Vegeta to stand back up, though he was incredibly frustrated with himself and deeply embarrassed. Meanwhile, Goku was gearing up for his turn to step into the arena. Seeking some crucial tactical advice, he went over to Jocko and the Galactic King to ask them how on earth he could counter Hit's unbelievable speed. The Galactic King leaned in and explained a shocking secret, revealing that Hit actually possesses the unique ability to freeze time itself for his opponent for a mere 1/10 of a second, which is more than enough time for him to land his devastating strikes completely undefended. The Galactic King admitted he had no idea how one could possibly counter such a broken technique, but urged Goku to just give it his absolute all. Armed with this knowledge, Goku stepped down into the ring. Up in the stands, Beerus nervously whispered to Whis, reminding him that Goku was their absolute last hope since Monaka is actually incredibly weak and can't put up a real fight at all. Beerus confessed that he had only lied to Goku and Vegeta about Monaka being stronger to push them to their absolute limits, so Goku simply had to win this match. Beerus pleaded with Whis to tell Goku how to counter Hit's time-skipping ability, believing that Whis must know the secret, but Whis calmly declined, saying that it wouldn't be right to just hand him the answer. He insisted on letting Goku figure it out on his own, as it would serve as excellent training to sharpen his combat instincts. A few moments later, the gong sounded and the battle began. Goku moved with incredible speed and launched a barrage of attacks, yet he still found himself repeatedly getting struck by Hit's invisible counters, unable to find a viable way around the technique. Hit, confident in his abilities, advised Goku that he might as well surrender now to save himself the pain. But Goku resolutely replied, "No way, I'm not backing down." Standing his ground, Goku took a moment to analyze the situation, and then confidently declared to Hit that he had finally figured out the secret behind his time-skipping technique and was ready to shut it down. Goku charged forward, and for the very first time, he successfully managed to block a direct strike from the legendary assassin. He didn't stop there. Goku quickly followed up with a swift counterattack, landing a clean hit that left a visible scratch on Hit's face. Hit was genuinely taken aback by this. He launched another attack, but once again, Goku blocked it perfectly and struck him back, explaining, "I've started to get the hang of your time-stop trick. I'm simply predicting your moves and waiting out that 1/10 of a second prediction before delivering my counterblow. I have officially figured out a way to bypass your signature technique." After laying out his strategy, Goku powered up further and entered his Super Saiyan Blue God form. Realizing his trick was exposed, Hit attacked without relying on his time skip, resulting in a high-speed clash of pure physical prowess. Despite the intense exchange, Goku maintained the upper hand throughout landing 3 powerful consecutive strikes on Hit. Goku then goaded him, saying, "You should probably stick to using your time stop technique if you want to keep up." Taking the advice, Hit activated his time skip and charged in to attack, but Goku anticipated the move perfectly, waited out the brief freeze, and countered with a heavy blow. Hit crashed to the ground but quickly got back up, visibly frustrated, and began gathering his energy to push his limits even further. He resumed his relentless assault, trading incredibly fast blows with Goku in a spectacular display of martial arts. Goku managed to gain some distance and lunged forward to deliver a decisive, finishing blow, but in a split second, Hit managed to counter by delivering a heavy punch directly into Goku's stomach, sending him crashing down. Hit stood over him and explained, "Now that I've unlocked more of my potential, I have actually improved my time-skipping ability during our battle. Instead of freezing time for 1/10 of a second, I can now halt it for 2/10 of a second. This fight is effectively over, so you should surrender for your own good." While Hit was speaking, Ciampa began screaming from the sidelines, ordering him to deliver the final blow and wrap up the match immediately, but Hit chose to ignore the angry demands of his god of destruction. Instead, he looked down at Goku and said, "Get back up and let's keep going. Fighting you is pushing me to evolve and extend the duration of my time stop." Motivated by the challenge, Goku pushed himself back up to his feet and prepared to clash again. Hit immediately froze time, landing a rapid series of heavy strikes on Goku, and boasted, "I have improved even further than before, and can now freeze time for an entire half-second. There is absolutely no way you can stand against me now." Despite the immense physical toll, Goku managed to drag himself back up once again, which deeply surprised Hit. Standing battered but defiant, Goku looked at his opponent and declared, "Now, I'm going to have to rely on an incomplete technique. It only has about a 10% chance of working. Either it succeeds and I manage to defeat you, or it completely fails and my body is utterly destroyed by the strain." With those high stakes, Goku gathered every ounce of his energy and activated the legendary Kaioken technique while still maintaining his Super Saiyan Blue form. He grinned and shouted to Hit, "This is actually the very first time I've ever attempted to combine the Kaioken with this divine form, because doing so multiplies my speed and raw power to unbelievable levels." Unleashing a massive crimson aura, Goku began pushing his energy to its absolute limits, multiplying his Kaioken power by a staggering 10 times. Up in the stands, Vegeta watched the spectacle with intense frustration and annoyance, realizing that Goku had once again managed to reach a whole new level of power, always remaining one crucial step ahead of him no matter how hard he trained. Goku charged at Hit with blinding, godlike speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that Hit simply could not react to or evade due to the overwhelming velocity. Not letting up for a single second, Goku continued his fierce offensive, charging up and firing a massive Kamehameha wave, and then incredibly dove right into the energy blast itself to ensure he finished Hit off, resulting in a colossal explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the entire arena, nearly blowing away all the spectators. Fortunately, Whis and Vados quickly stepped in to contain the massive blast and restored the damaged arena back to normal. When the smoke finally cleared, both Goku and Hit were revealed to be still standing. Hit looked at Goku and remarked, "Just before your attack landed, my time skip evolved even further, allowing me to narrowly dodge the brunt of your devastating strike. Fighting against you has pushed me to grow at an unprecedented rate." Goku grinned and replied, "Yeah, and this battle has pushed me past my own limits too." Their mutual respect was suddenly interrupted by Ciampa, who screamed down at Hit, "His Kaioken won't last forever. Quit playing around and finish him off now." With that, both Goku and Hit charged directly at each other in a fierce clash. Hit managed to activate his time skip and land a heavy blow on Goku, believing he had finally secured the victory. However, Goku defied all expectations, shaking off the impact to retaliate with a powerful counter-strike that sent Hit crashing hard against the arena wall. Goku then turned to Beerus and shouted, "Hey, is there any way we can completely scrap the tournament rules so we can just have a proper, unrestricted fight? I'm absolutely positive that Hit is holding back some incredibly lethal assassin techniques that he's forbidden from using under these strict rules." Hearing this, Beerus instantly refused the proposal, while Champa eagerly agreed to it, leading the two petty gods of destruction to start bickering loudly with each other. Tired of waiting for them to decide, Goku decided to take matters into his own hands and went stepping completely out of the ring to deliberately disqualify himself. He looked at Hit and smiled, saying, "Now we can have a real fight with no rules holding us back later." Everyone in the arena was completely flabbergasted by Goku's reckless move, but as soon as he stepped down, his body gave out under the immense painful strain of the Kaioken, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Piccolo quickly flew down to the ring to help him up and carry him away. Hit felt a deep sense of respect for Goku after witnessing such a pure display of sportsmanship and passion for battle. Up next was the final match of the tournament, which was set between Monaka and Hit. Since Monaka was actually just an ordinary guy, he stood there shaking in absolute terror, and when he clumsily stepped into the ring to fight, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Watching this embarrassing display, Beerus turned to Whis in despair and muttered that they were completely doomed to lose the entire tournament. However, once the match officially started, Monaka slowly approached Hit and landed an incredibly weak, harmless tap on his leg. Hit immediately realized that Monaka possessed absolutely no real power, but choosing to return the favor to Goku for his sportsmanship, Hit let out a dramatic cry, threw himself backward out of the ring, and deliberately lost the match. Just like that, Beerus' team was declared the winner, and they all began celebrating their hard-fought victory together in high spirits. Meanwhile, Champa was absolutely furious about the loss and turned to his team of fighters, threatening to destroy every single one of them right then and there. He actually began gathering his destructive energy to carry out his threat, but just before he could unleash his wrath, a mysterious and strange little figure suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. Looking closely at the newcomer, Beerus and Champa immediately froze, utterly terrified. When Goku curiously asked who this tiny kid was, a trembling Beerus hissed at him, explaining, "That is Grand Zeno, the ultimate ruler of all existence who oversees all 12 universes." Beerus, Champa, and the Supreme Kais rushed down to the arena floor and bowed deeply before him in sheer terror. Zeno looked at them and calmly stated, "I simply came by to check on how things were going in the universes under my care, and after watching the exciting tournament you two organized, I've decided it would be fun to host a grand tournament featuring the strongest fighters from every single universe." Hearing this, Goku suddenly walked right up to the Supreme Deity, cheerfully saying, "Wow, that sounds like an awesome idea," and casually extended his hand to offer a friendly handshake. Both Beerus and Champa nearly had heart attacks, completely horrified by Goku's casual behavior in front of the supreme ruler of all existence. However, Zeno found the gesture refreshing, shook Goku's hand without any issue, and then bid them farewell before floating away. With the tension cleared, Champa grumbled and told Beerus, "Alright, follow me to claim your prize, the Super Dragon Balls," which were scattered nearby. Beerus went to scan the area using the dragon radar to locate them, but Bulma looked at the screen with a puzzled expression and said, "This is incredibly strange. The radar is showing that the 7th Dragon Ball is actually right here alongside the other 6, but I have no idea how that's possible." Hearing her confusion, Monaka stepped forward and calmly pointed out to her, "Well, that's because we are actually standing on top of it right this second." At first, Bulma completely failed to grasp what he meant by that. A short while later, Whis gathered Goku and all his friends inside his magical transport cube, took them into space, and explained, "The very planet we were hosting the tournament on is actually the disguised 7th Super Dragon Ball." With a wave of his staff, Whis shattered the thick layers of rock covering the massive planet, revealing the shining golden orb underneath, which immediately began resonating with the other 6 giant spheres. Beerus turned to Whis and ordered, "Speak the sacred password in the language of the gods so we can summon the legendary divine dragon." Whis nodded and chanted the ancient words, and in response, the massive Super Dragon Balls began to glow with blinding intensity, unleashing an incredibly massive flash of golden light that illuminated the entire cosmos. From the brilliant light emerged the gargantuan divine dragon, Super Shenron, whose sheer size and godlike presence were absolutely terrifying to behold. The colossal dragon began swallowing nearby planets, eventually swallowing the transport cube containing Goku and his companions, leaving them safely inside the immense, glowing body of the celestial dragon. Super Shenron spoke to Whis in the sacred language of the gods, asking him what wish they desired to have granted. Beerus quickly whispered his specific wish to Whis, and Whis translated and spoke the command exactly as instructed. Once Super Shenron gracefully granted their deep desire, the colossal dragon dissolved into light and vanished, prompting Goku to eagerly turn to Beerus and ask, "Hey, what kind of wish did you end up making?" Beerus smirked and replied, "I'm not telling you, it's an absolute secret." In truth, the noble wish that Beerus had secretly made was to completely restore the extinct planet Earth of Universe 6, along with its human population, so that Champa could enjoy all the delicious food there just like Beerus gets to enjoy the delicious delicacies of Universe 7's Earth. Upon discovering his planet Earth had been fully restored, Champa realized that his brother Beerus had done this for him and was overwhelmed with joy. A few days after the tournament, everyone settled back into their normal daily routines. At Capsule Corporation, young Trunks invited Pilaf, Mai, and Shu to hang out at his house, mostly because he had developed a massive crush on Mai and simply wanted to spend as much time around her as possible. Meanwhile, Goku had dragged Piccolo over to his farm to help him harvest his crops while also trying to squeeze in some training. However, right in the middle of their farm work, Krillin arrived and offhandedly mentioned to Goku that Vegeta was currently off training on Beerus's planet. Hearing this, Goku immediately abandoned his chores and everyone else and used instant transmission to teleport straight to Beerus's planet to join in on the training. After a grueling workout session, they all sat down to enjoy a massive meal, during which the conversation turned to Grand Zeno, which chimed in to explain that Zeno is the absolute strongest being in existence, revealing the shocking fact that there were originally 18 individual universes until Grand Zeno got slightly annoyed and casually wiped out 6 of them, leaving only the 12 universes they know today. Both Goku and Vegeta were completely mind-blown to learn that someone possessed such terrifying casual power, which motivated them to immediately stand up and push even harder in their training. Meanwhile, in an alternate future timeline, the entire world lay in complete ruin and utter devastation due to the tyrannical reign of a mysterious and incredibly powerful villain known only as Goku Black. Future Trunks was desperately running through the shadows of the ruined city to evade this monster, eventually making his way back to his mother's secret underground laboratory to secure the vital fuel needed for the time machine. Use this to go back and save our world, but please be extremely careful. The energy inside this container is only enough for a one-way trip to the past, meaning you'll have to find a way to refuel it there to return. Trunks nodded seriously, replying, "I understand, Mother. I will find a way." But as they were finishing their conversation, Black suddenly ambushed them, launching a devastating attack. In the chaos, Trunks was forced to flee and was tragically unable to save Bulma from the villain's wrath. Heartbroken and filled with grief, he ran through the ruins until he managed to meet up with Mai, who had been bravely assisting him in his resistance efforts. He quickly explained the situation and showed her the energy capsule, to which she replied, "Don't worry, I will stand by your side and help you make it to that time machine so you can go back to the past." The two of them cautiously made their way through the ruined streets together, but suddenly, Black materialized right in front of them and launched a sudden assault. Trunks drew his sword and desperately tried to block the incoming blows but was quickly overwhelmed, prompting Mai to bravely step in to draw Black's attention. But Black effortlessly blasted her away with a powerful energy sphere, leaving her motionless on the ground. As the dust settled, Black finally stepped out of the shadows, revealing a face that looked absolutely identical to Goku's. He looked down at the devastated Saiyan and coldly declared, "Now, it is your turn to meet your end." Overcome with sheer rage and grief over Mai's apparent death, Trunks let out a deafening scream and transformed into a Super Saiyan, immediately launching himself at the villain with everything he had. He landed several heavy strikes, but Black barely flinched from the impact and quickly countered, engaging Trunks in a brutal, high-speed exchange of blows. Black eventually landed a devastating kick that sent Trunks flying back. As Trunks struggled to stand, Black prepared a massive energy blast to finish him off, but Trunks desperately hurled his sword directly at Black to distract him, and immediately followed up by firing a powerful Masenko blast to create a massive smoke screen. He used the distraction to sprint toward the time machine, quickly inserted the precious fuel capsule into the console, and initiated the launch sequence to escape into the past. Just a split second before Black could unleash a final destructive attack on the machine, Trunks successfully vanished into the temporal rift, drifting unconscious through time until the pod finally crashed in the present timeline. The young kid Trunks of this era, who was hanging out in the garden with Pilaf, Mai, and Shu, went to investigate the strange pod. He had no idea who this mysterious battered warrior was, so he immediately called out for his mother. Bulma rushed outside, took one look at the grown warrior, and instantly recognized him as future Trunks. She urgently ran inside and grabbed her communication device to contact Whis on Beerus's planet. She yelled into the receiver, pleading, "Whis, please tell Goku and Vegeta to return to Earth immediately. Future Trunks has just arrived here in a terrible state." Hearing his mother say this, Kid Trunks was completely baffled and couldn't understand how there could be another version of him. On the other end, Goku told Bulma over the line, "Hey, tell Kid Trunks to flare up his power level as high as possible so that I can lock onto his energy signature and instantly teleport us back to Earth." Kid Trunks quickly did exactly as he was told, powering up to his maximum. Goku immediately sensed the spike in energy, grabbed onto Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis, and used instant transmission to transport them all back to Capsule Corporation. But before Goku went inside to check on the unconscious future Trunks, he made a quick detour to Korin's tower to grab a bag of healing senzu beans. He returned instantly and popped one into the future warrior's mouth. The magical bean worked instantly, causing future Trunks to bolt awake, but in his disoriented state, seeing Goku's face immediately triggered his trauma of Goku Black, causing him to instantly leap forward and attack Goku. Goku quickly grabbed his wrists to restrain him, while Bulma smacked him upside the head to snap him out of his panic and force him to calm down. After a few tense moments, Trunks finally regained his composure and apologized. Bulma then pulled him over and introduced him to the wide-eyed Kid Trunks, who was absolutely dumbfounded and couldn't believe that this tall, battle-hardened warrior was actually his future self. Once the introductions were out of the way, Future Trunks led the group over to the damaged time machine sitting in the yard and began explaining the dire circumstances that had forced him to flee his timeline. However, Whis and Beerus stepped forward with serious expressions, sternly warning him that manipulating time is a grave cosmic crime that could disastrously alter the past, present, and future, declaring that they would absolutely not allow him to use such a dangerous machine ever again. However, their stern divine warnings were instantly forgotten the moment Bulma offered them some delicious earth food, causing them to happily quiet down. Bulma then went outside to closely inspect the advanced time machine that her future counterpart had constructed. Inside the cockpit, she discovered a detailed notebook left behind by future Bulma, containing complete schematics and notes explaining how to build and maintain the machine, prompting Bulma to sit down and begin eagerly reading through the pages. While Bulma was occupied, Future Trunks sat down with Goku and Vegeta to explain the nightmare unfolding in his era. He told them, "Some time ago, a mysterious entity appeared in our world who looked absolutely identical to you, Goku. He claimed to be Goku himself and declared that his ultimate goal was to eradicate humanity and destroy worlds in order to achieve his own warped version of supreme justice. He has already wiped out countless planets across the cosmos, and when he finally arrived on Earth, he laid waste to most of our cities and slaughtered the vast majority of the human race. Because of his dark attire, we dubbed him Goku Black, though we eventually just shortened it to Black. I tried desperately to defeat him, fighting him tirelessly for over a whole year, but he was simply too powerful for me to overcome on my own. That is why I had no choice but to escape to the past to beg for your assistance." Just then, Bulma walked down to join them and announced, "I've managed to figure out a lot of things from these notes. While the machine currently lacks the necessary fuel to send you back to the future, don't worry, I will find a way to refine more fuel and get you back to your timeline so you can defeat this Black once and for all." Eager to test their guest's current capabilities, Goku turned to Future Trunks with a grin and said, "Hey, how about we have a quick spar? I want to see just how much stronger you've gotten since we last met." Trunks readily accepted the challenge, and the two Saiyans flew up into the sky, instantly powering up into their Super Saiyan forms, while Bulma quickly activated a heavy-duty energy shield around the courtyard to prevent them from destroying the surrounding buildings. Goku first powered up into a Super Saiyan 2 and then pushed his limits even further, transforming into the mighty Super Saiyan 3. When Trunks flew forward and swung his heavy broadsword with all his might, Goku casually caught the razor-sharp blade using just 2 of his fingers, and then quickly countered by delivering a powerful punch that sent Trunks crashing back to the ground. Trunks quickly got back up, brushing off the dust, and remarked in awe, "Your power has reached an entirely different level compared to the old days." Goku smiled and replied, "Well, you've gotten significantly stronger yourself." Shortly after their spar, Piccolo and Krillin arrived to see what was going on, but suddenly, as they were all talking, a strange dark rift opened up in the sky and Goku Black stepped out of the portal. Everyone present was completely horrified to see that he was indeed a dead ringer for Goku. Sensing the threat, Goku flew up to meet him, confidently declaring, "So, you must be Black. Let's see what you've got." Black immediately retaliated by launching a powerful dark energy blast, sending Goku flying back into a distant mountain and rushed after him. Goku's friends quickly flew after them to watch the battle unfold. Goku emerged from the rubble of the mountain, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan to launch a counterattack. The two began exchanging rapid heavy blows in mid-air. Goku managed to catch Black with a clever leg sweep, slamming him into the ground, and quickly followed up by firing a barrage of energy blasts. However, Black emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, casually gathering his dark energy before flying back up to engage Goku in close quarters combat with a brutal exchange of martial arts. Black managed to land a solid punch on Goku and quickly followed up with a volley of energy blasts, but Goku skillfully dodged every single one of them and rushed back in to strike. They traded blows simultaneously, each landing a clean punch right to the other's face. Goku backed off to gain some distance, calling out to his opponent, "You'd better stop holding back and use your full power. Otherwise, I'm going to force you to unleash it by beating you down." Goku charged back in to resume his assault, but Black anticipated the move, delivering a heavy counter-strike that sent Goku crashing back into the mountain once more. Just then, the temporal rift that Black had emerged from began to violently pull him back. Goku flew out of the rubble to land another blow, but he noticed a terrifying detail. The more punches Black took, the stronger and more refined his dark energy became. While continuing to trade blows with Goku, Black spotted Trunks' time machine resting in the courtyard below and realized its significance, immediately aiming to destroy it, just as the temporal rift's pull became too strong to resist. Right before being sucked back into the portal, Black's blast successfully obliterated the time machine and he was pulled back into the dark void, returning safely to his own future timeline, feeling incredibly thrilled and satisfied that he had gotten to test his strength against Goku. Back in the present era, Whis explained to a devastated Trunks, saying, "When you travel to this timeline, you created a temporary temporal distortion, and it was this distortion that dragged Black along with you. However, once the distortion naturally corrected itself, the rift was forced to pull him back to his original era once again." Following Whis' detailed explanation, future Trunks stood staring at the charred, smoking ruins of the time machine, utterly devastated. He lamented, "This is terrible. Now I have no way of returning to my timeline to save my people." Bulma sighed and added, "He's right. It would be absolutely impossible for me to build a brand new time machine from scratch in a short time, even with this detailed notebook." Determined not to give up, Bulma ran inside to search for anything to help, and Whis turned to Goku and his friends to explain another crucial detail, saying, "Did you notice the ring Black was wearing? That is a legendary time ring, an artifact that only Supreme Kais are permitted to possess. This ring allows its wearer to travel freely to the future, but it does not allow them to travel back into the past under normal circumstances, which is why Black won't be able to easily return to this era using that ring alone." Hearing this, future Trunks clenched his fists in desperation, declaring, "Regardless of the obstacles, I absolutely must find a way back to my future before Black completes his dark mission and wipes out the last of humanity. There has to be a way. Some kind of way to get me back to my timeline." Just as he was despairing, Bulma burst back into the yard with a triumphant grin, shouting, "I've got the perfect solution right here. Behold the capsule containing the old rusted time machine that Cell originally used to travel to our era. I kept it stored away all this time." Bulma threw the capsule onto the ground, and with a puff of smoke, the dusty old machine materialized, though it clearly needed some major repairs and a thorough tune-up. Bulma turned to the group and said, "It's going to take me quite a bit of time to get this old relic up and running again, so you guys should use this valuable time to train and get stronger." Goku eagerly agreed, saying, "Awesome idea. I'll head over to King Kai's planet to get some training in while you work your magic." With that plan set, Goku took off, and Vegeta also decided to head straight into Capsule Corporation's high-gravity chamber to push his own limits. During this downtime, Future Trunks spotted the young child version of Mai wandering around the courtyard and decided to strike up a conversation with her. Looking up at the tall warrior, young Mai curiously asked, "Do you actually know me in your timeline?" Trunks smiled softly and replied, "Yes, I do. In my future, when Black first appeared and began laying waste to the entire world, a brave human resistance force was formed to fight back against him. The fearless leader of that resistance army was none other than you. Mai and I worked closely alongside you. One day, you and your squad set up a brilliant ambush for Black, showering him with heavy gunfire before you detonated explosives to collapse all the surrounding buildings directly onto him, burying him under tons of heavy rubble. Sadly, the attack didn't even scratch him. I rushed in to attack next, but Black easily overpowered me and was on the verge of taking my life, until you bravely ran in and threw a blinding flash grenade to rescue me. You saved my life more times than I can count, but tragically, you were killed in our last battle." However, what Future Trunks was completely unaware of was that back in his timeline, Mai had actually survived the blast and was merely knocked unconscious rather than killed. As she lay among the ruins, her eyes slowly began to flutter open. Meanwhile, back in the present timeline, Bulma was working tirelessly to repair the ancient time machine, receiving plenty of helpful assistance from young Kid Trunks and the young Mai, who were eager to do their part. Future Trunks walked over to check on their progress, feeling relieved to see things moving along smoothly. Afterward, he approached Krillin and Piccolo, explaining, "In my dark future, Gohan was my beloved master who taught me how to fight, but he was tragically killed during the nightmare of the androids. I really want to see how the Gohan of this era is doing. Where can I find him right now?" Piccolo kindly gave him Gohan's current address. When Trunks arrived, he was absolutely shocked to discover that Gohan had completely moved on from martial arts, choosing instead to live a peaceful life as a scholar. Gohan warmly welcomed him, took him back to his home, and proudly introduced him to his family, which filled Trunks with a bittersweet sadness because he realized that he too could have had a beautiful, peaceful family of his own back in his timeline if only Black hadn't destroyed everything. After enjoying a warm, lovely dinner with Gohan and his family, Trunks said his goodbyes and left, deeply inspired and resolved to defeat Black once and for all so he could rebuild his world and live a peaceful life. He then made his way back to Bulma's house, changed out of his dusty battle gear, and joined the rest of the group inside. However, looking around the room, he noticed that Beerus and Whis were nowhere to be found and asked about their whereabouts. Piccolo answered him, saying, "Goku actually dropped back by a little while ago to grab a quick bite to eat," and then he immediately took off with Whis and Beerus to go all the way to the 10th universe. Apparently, Whis had detected a strange energy signature in that region that felt remarkably similar to Goku Black's unique Kai. Indeed, Goku, Beerus, and Whis were currently hurtling through the cosmos toward Universe 10 to investigate an apprentice Supreme Kai named Zamasu, who was reported to possess that very same cold and sinister Kai that Black exhibited during his brief visit to the present. Although Zamasu was a highly respected apprentice Kai of Universe 10, he harbored a deep, unspoken hatred and contempt for all mortal life. At that very moment, Zamasu was pouring tea for his wise master, the Supreme Kai Gowasu, and asked him, "Master, why do we continue to protect and nurture mortals? These mortals are so foolish, always starting wars and killing each other." Gowasu calmly replied, "It is our sacred duty to watch over them, Zamasu. You simply need to observe them more closely to understand their potential for growth." Just as they were having this philosophical debate, Beerus, Whis, and Goku finally arrived at their place and greeted Gowasu politely. However, the moment Goku laid eyes on Zamasu, he eagerly blurted out, "Wow, you look seriously strong. How about a quick match?" Zamasu was deeply insulted by this casual insolence and coldly muttered, "Get away from me, filthy mortal." Beerus quickly yanked Goku back by his collar to apologize, and then proceeded to explain to Gowasu the situation regarding Goku Black, revealing that this mysterious villain was wearing a sacred time ring, an item exclusively reserved for Supreme Kais. Because of this, they requested to inspect Universe 10's vault of time rings to see if any of them had gone missing. Gowasu agreed to clear up any suspicion and led them to his private temple, opening the ornamental box to show them the collection of rings, confirming that every single one was accounted for. Despite this, Goku simply couldn't resist the urge to test Zamasu's power and kept relentlessly begging him for a spar, until Gowasu finally relented and said, "Go ahead and accept his challenge, Zamasu. It will be a good learning experience." Zamasu reluctantly agreed, and Goku eagerly powered up into a Super Saiyan and launched his first attack, while Zamasu skillfully parried the strike, attempting to counter by landing a swift blow to Goku's exposed back. However, Goku quickly anticipated the movement, pivoted mid-air, and managed to graze Zamasu's hand with a concentrated energy strike. At that precise moment, Goku, Beerus, and Whis paid close attention to Zamasu's energy, noting that while his ki was incredibly cold, it felt slightly different and purer than the malicious ki of Goku Black. Undeterred, Goku continued his relentless offensive, eventually overpowering the apprentice Kai and landing a solid blow that knocked him to the ground. Both Zamasu and Gowasu were left utterly stunned by the immense strength this mere mortal possessed. Goku, powered down, offered Zamasu a hand to help him up, thanked him for the great match, and prepared to head back with Beerus and Whis. On their journey back through space, Beerus pondered aloud, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that Zamasu and Black are somehow connected, but the glaring issue is that we have absolutely no concrete evidence to prove it." Meanwhile, back in Universe 10, after Goku's departure had left Zamasu deeply resentful of mortal strength, Gowasu decided to teach his apprentice more about their sacred duties, showing him the time ring once more and explaining, "This ring allows you to travel safely into the future and then brings you back to your proper present. However, it is strictly forbidden to ever use it to travel into the past, as altering past events would split the timeline and create entirely new parallel worlds, which is represented by these green rings. Furthermore, you must remember that in order to wield the power of a time ring, you must attain the rank of a full Supreme Kai. Here, take this Patara earring and place it on your ear. It will temporarily grant you the status of a Supreme Kai so you can travel with me. The two of us are going to journey into the future to observe a distant planet called Babari, which is inhabited by a primitive race of humanoids. Unfortunately, these creatures are currently locked in violent tribal conflicts at this point in time, so we will travel 1,000 years into the future to see if they have managed to civilize themselves and end their wars. Following his master's instructions, they activated the time ring and leaped forward in time, only to find that even after a millennium, the brutal conflicts among the barbarians were still raging just as fiercely. Seeing this display of endless violence, Zamasu sneered and asked, "As long as these foolish mortals, conflicts will always persist as they are part of nature." When one of those mortal-like creatures dared to attack Zamasu, he showed absolutely no mercy and sliced him clean in two. Later on, he and Gowasu came back to talk to him, trying their absolute best to convince him that humans are not entirely evil. Meanwhile, over in Universe 7, Trunks was hanging out with Krillin and was absolutely mind-blown to discover that Krillin actually married Android 18 and that she had turned over a new leaf. The very next morning, as soon as Trunks woke up, Goku, Beerus, and Whis showed up at his place and filled him in on all the details regarding Zamasu. They explained absolutely everything they knew about Zamasu. Shortly after, Beerus and Whis took off, and Vegeta decided to take Trunks aside for some intense training. Vegeta issued a challenge, telling him that if he could land just a single punch, he would acknowledge his strength. Trunks immediately powered up into Super Saiyan, while Vegeta transformed into his godly form. He went straight into Super Saiyan Blue. When Trunks saw this, he was completely stunned by how unbelievably powerful his father had become. They charged at each other, and Vegeta started absolutely dominating the match, landing blow after blow while Trunks struggled to keep up. Right in the middle of their clash, Goku and Bulma came over to spectate, just in time to see Vegeta land a massive final strike. This powerful blow sent Trunks crashing to the ground, but surprisingly he looked up and smiled. He was relieved, thinking that since Goku and Vegeta were so absurdly strong, they would easily crush Goku Black. Seeing that smile, Vegeta grabbed him by the collar and scolded him, declaring that he must become strong enough to face his enemies on his own instead of relying on others. He told him never to depend on anyone else to fight his battles. Right then, Trunks took advantage of the distraction and landed a surprise headbutt on Vegeta, smugly saying he got his hit in just as requested. Vegeta shrugged it off and walked away. Meanwhile, Beerus suddenly received an urgent call from Grand Zeno himself, who demanded to see Goku immediately. He wanted to see Goku right away, which absolutely terrified Beerus. He immediately summoned Goku and warned him to watch his behavior and watch his mouth when speaking to Lord Zeno. Beerus also explained to Goku that the only way to travel to Grand Zeno's palace is by having a Supreme Kai take him there directly. The Supreme Kai is the only one who can teleport him there. Beerus warned Goku not to do anything foolish to anger Lord Zeno, because he could easily erase the Supreme Kai. And if the Supreme Kai dies, Lord Beerus will also cease to exist, a critical secret that Goku was strictly forbidden from sharing with anyone. Goku simply agreed. Shortly after, Whis took Goku to Shin, the Supreme Kai, and the three of them set off to meet Grand Zeno. Upon arrival, the Grand Priest greeted them warmly and escorted them inside. Shin immediately bowed in deep respect, but Zeno completely ignored him, walking straight up to Goku to tell him he summoned him because he found him incredibly interesting. Zeno wanted Goku to be his friend and play games with him, but Goku, being his usual casual self, explained that he was way too busy with things right now, promising to bring a really fun friend to play with once he was done. Hearing Goku casually reject and negotiate with the most powerful being in existence made the Supreme Kai absolutely sweat bullets with fear. Surprisingly, Zeno didn't mind at all and handed Goku a special button, telling him that pressing it would instantly summon Zeno or teleport Goku to him. Goku thanked him, said his goodbyes, and left. Back home, Beerus was utterly shocked that Goku survived the encounter unscathed, and Goku just left him standing there in disbelief. He headed straight back to Earth, where Bulma had finally finished fixing the time machine. With the machine ready, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks prepared themselves and leaped into the future. But the moment they arrived, the local resistance forces mistook Goku for the evil Goku Black and opened fire on him, prompting Trunks to step in and block their attacks. Trunks quickly stopped the assault and assured the soldiers that this was not Goku Black, but the real Goku. He was then astonished to learn that Mai was actually still alive. Overjoyed, he rushed straight to her hideout and embraced her with tears streaming down his face. Afterward, Mai gathered them and explained that just a few days ago, Black had launched a devastating assault. Black had ambushed her and a small group of survivors, and Mai barely managed to guide them to safety in the underground shelter. Seeing the miserable state of the survivors broke Trunks' heart, hardening his resolve to eliminate Black once and for all. Surprisingly, even Vegeta felt a wave of sympathy for these people and decided to lend a hand. Vegeta tossed them a capsule filled with plenty of delicious food to eat. Meanwhile, Goku was surprised to spot Yajirobe hiding among the crowd and gave him a warm greeting. After a brief rest, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks set out to confront Black. To draw him out, Vegeta fired a massive energy blast into the sky, signaling their exact location. Black immediately sensed their energy and flew right over to meet them. Vegeta didn't waste a single second, instantly powering up into Super Saiyan Blue and launching a ferocious assault on Black. He unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, slamming him hard into the dirt and shattering the ground beneath them. But Black stood right back up and countered Vegeta. He pushed Vegeta back, composed himself, and unleashed his own terrifying form, Super Saiyan Rosé. This form possessed power that rivaled and perhaps even surpassed the godly power of Super Saiyan Blue. Refusing to back down, Vegeta rushed in once more, and when Black tried to strike, Vegeta caught his fist mid-air. He quickened his pace, preparing to deliver a decisive, crushing blow to the villain, but out of nowhere, Black transformed his energy into a deadly blade around his hand, stabbing Vegeta right through the chest. As Vegeta collapsed to the ground, Black turned his cold gaze toward Goku, telling him he was next, and mocking him that Goku's own strength was the catalyst for his power. He wanted Goku to experience firsthand the terrifying heights his power had reached because of him. Goku braced himself, telling Trunks to take care of the wounded Vegeta before launching himself into a fierce, high-speed battle against Black. They clashed intensely for several minutes until Black managed to overpower Goku and send him crashing down. Black charged up a lethal Kamehameha to finish him off, but out of nowhere, a portal tore open in the sky and future Zamasu stepped through. He stopped Black, claiming that he was the one destined to execute Goku. Goku gasped in shock, demanding to know what Zamasu wanted and what kind of connection he had with Black. He demanded to know how they were connected. Zamasu proudly explained that his ultimate goal was to forge a world of absolute justice completely devoid of mortals, which was why Goku had to die. Without another word, Zamasu and Goku clashed in a high-speed battle, exchanging rapid-fire blows as Goku began to sense something off. He realized that this version of future Zamasu possessed a completely different kind of power and pressure compared to the present-day Zamasu he had faced before. As their duel raged on, Zamasu managed to knock Goku back, and when Black immediately rushed in to capitalize, Goku barely dodged the strike, finding himself cornered by both of them. He was left standing alone against both formidable opponents, unsure of his next move. Just as they tag-teamed him, Trunks leaped into the fray, blocking Black's strike and knocking him back, while Goku deflected Zamasu's attack. However, their enemies quickly recovered, switching targets as Trunks now had to deal with Zamasu. Trunks found himself desperately fighting off Zamasu, while Goku locked horns with Black. Black tried to land a clean hit on Goku but missed, allowing Goku to use instant transmission to warp behind him for a surprise attack. But Black anticipated this, instantly teleporting away himself and reappearing to blast Goku down with a burst of energy. During the chaos, Trunks managed to land a direct slicing blow on Zamasu. However, to his horror, Zamasu's wound instantly healed before his eyes. Black quickly backed Zamasu up, launching an attack on Trunks, but Goku recovered in time to intercept Black. This allowed Trunks to press his advantage and unleash a barrage of strikes on Zamasu. Trunks poured everything into a devastating final flash, engulfing Zamasu in a massive explosion. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Zamasu stood completely unscathed, mocking Trunks by revealing that his body is completely immortal and immune to all damage. Trunks was left utterly paralyzed with shock, and Goku quickly moved to his side. Zamasu declared that the hour of their divine punishment had arrived. He grabbed both Goku and Trunks, pinning them down as Black fired a devastating Kamehameha directly at them. With both heroes severely injured on the ground, Black and Zamasu began charging a massive combined blast to erase them once and for all, but then Vegeta summoned every ounce of his remaining strength, launching a surprise attack that interrupted their blast. In the ensuing confusion, Yajirobe boldly rushed in to drag Goku and Trunks to safety, while the resistance soldiers threw smoke bombs. Mai rushed in to rescue Vegeta, successfully saving all three Saiyans from the brink of death. Mai quickly activated the capsule containing the time machine, loading the battered heroes inside to send them back to the present timeline. Soon enough, they materialized back in their own time. When Bulma saw their terrible injuries, she was completely horrified. Meanwhile, back in the present-day Zamasu, he was sitting quietly with Gowasu, watching GodTube videos of Goku's intense battle against Hit. During the broadcast, Zamasu noticed the giant Super Dragon Balls and learned from Gowasu that they possessed the power to grant absolutely any wish imaginable. This sparked a dark curiosity inside him, making him eager to learn more. To satisfy his curiosity, Zamasu traveled to see Zuno, the all-knowing being that Bulma and Jaco had visited previously. He demanded information about the Super Dragon Balls and about Goku, as Goku had deeply intrigued him during their brief encounter. Zuno, thoroughly intimidated, began explaining every single detail to him. He laid out all the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Back at Capsule Corp, Bulma was busy handing out Senzu beans to Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, fully restoring their strength. She scolded them, calling them absolute idiots for forgetting to take the beans with them in the first place. Vegeta grunted and suggested they stay put for a bit. He insisted they needed to brainstorm a proper strategy to counter future Zamasu and Black before rushing back into the future. Goku agreed that they needed a solid plan. Just as the sun was setting, Beerus, Whis, and Shin arrived at Bulma's house bearing urgent news that something highly unusual had happened that day. They revealed that Zamasu had paid a visit to Zuno to gather classified information about Goku and the Super Dragon Balls. In response, Goku filled them in on all the horrific things that future Zamasu and Black had been doing. After listening carefully to the details, Whis smiled and announced that he had finally pieced the puzzle together. Whis explained that the present-day Zamasu was deeply humiliated by his loss to Goku, fueling a desire for ultimate power to exact revenge on Goku and wipe out all of humanity. Driven by his intense hatred for mortals, Zamasu sought out the Super Dragon Balls, planning to use them twice to execute his scheme. His first wish would be to grant his own body absolute, eternal immortality. For his second wish, he would demand a powerful, evil servant who looks and fights exactly like Goku, which explains the birth of Goku Black. This is the sequence of events taking place in the present, directly leading to the dystopian future Trunks resides in. But Goku pointed out a flaw, asking how Zamasu could make 2 wishes when the Super Dragon Balls take a whole year to reactivate. Whis explained that Zamasu would simply steal a time ring, allowing him to easily jump ahead in time and bypass the waiting period entirely. This would let him make both wishes in rapid succession. However, Whis admitted that the only remaining mystery was why Zamasu and Goku Black shared such a similar energy signature. Goku then chimed in, reminding them that only a Supreme Kai is permitted to wear and use a time ring, meaning Zamasu would have to become one. Whis realized that Zamasu would undoubtedly murder Gowasu to steal his position and the time ring. Realizing the danger, they knew they had to act fast to protect Gowasu. Whis immediately gathered Goku, Shin, and Beerus, and they warped to Universe 10 to check on Gowasu, who welcomed them just as Zamasu stepped out to greet them. Zamasu acted completely normal, hiding his dark intentions, but the god of destruction, Beerus, immediately sensed a chilling, murderous aura emanating from him. Keeping his composure, Beerus told Gowasu they had to leave. They pretended to depart, but Whis used his staff to monitor exactly what Zamasu and Gowasu were doing. Whis told the group they would wait and observe Zamasu's actions closely. Sure enough, Zamasu crept up behind Gowasu and struck him down in cold blood. Instantly, Whis activated his temporal do-over, rewinding time by exactly 3 minutes to bring them back to the precise moment right before Zamasu committed the murder. They materialized just as Zamasu was about to strike, successfully stopping the assassination. They revealed the dark truth to Gowasu, explaining that his own apprentice was planning to murder him. Goku went on to explain all the terrible things Zamasu was destined to do in the future. Outraged, Zamasu lunged at Goku, but Beerus swiftly intervened. Beerus effortlessly grabbed Zamasu and used his Hakai technique to completely erase him from existence, saving Gowasu's life before they departed. Meanwhile, back on Earth, future Trunks was sitting quietly inside Capsule Corp, consumed by guilt and sadness over his failure to defeat Black and having to leave Mai all by herself in that ruined future. Seeing his older self so depressed, Kid Trunks walked up and scolded him, calling him a coward for giving up and questioning how such a weak-willed person could be his future counterpart. To snap him out of it, Kid Trunks suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan and threw a punch straight at future Trunks. The blow landed, and future Trunks stood up, realizing that his younger self was absolutely right. He declared that he needed to shake off his grief and focus on becoming stronger. As they were talking, Beerus, Whis, and Goku arrived on the scene, and Beerus proudly announced to Trunks that he had successfully taken care of Zamasu. Beerus assured him that because Zamasu was dead, the future would be completely safe and altered. However, Trunks remained skeptical, pointing out that when he altered the past before, his future remained unchanged. Beerus dismissed this, claiming that while mortal actions might not alter timelines, the actions of a god surely would. He argued that a divine deletion would ripple across time and fix Trunks' future. Still, Trunks wasn't fully convinced by the God of Destruction's theory and insisted on returning to his own era to verify it himself. By nightfall, the time machine was fully prepared, and Goku and Vegeta stood ready to accompany him. They prepared to make the journey, and Bulma announced that she would be joining them to see the future with her own eyes. Before boarding, future Trunks turned to Kid Trunks and reassured him not to worry, explaining that their timelines were completely divergent, meaning Kid Trunks would have a much brighter future than his own. He explained that they were essentially living in 2 parallel worlds, meaning his older self's tragedies would not dictate the young boy's life. After offering those parting words of comfort, future Trunks boarded the machine and leaped back to his dark future, accompanied by Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma. Upon stepping out of the time machine, they looked around only to find the future still in complete ruins, proving Trunks' doubts correct. Changing the past had absolutely no effect on his timeline. Trunks immediately rushed to check on Mai, finding her severely injured and exhausted from the ongoing struggle. Prompting him to quickly feed her, he gave her a life-saving Senzu bean, which instantly restored her energy and got her back on her feet. Trunks then joined Goku and Vegeta as they headed out to confront Black and Zamasu. The moment Goku confronted Zamasu, he called him out, stating they knew all about his wish for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. They also revealed that they knew Goku Black was merely a stolen clone of Goku, but Black smirked and corrected him, declaring that he wasn't a mere copy but was inhabiting Goku's actual biological body. He revealed the shocking truth that he too was Zamasu, having wished to swap bodies with Goku. He had used the Super Dragon Balls to swap his soul into Goku's body, and then brutally murdered Goku right after. Goku was completely baffled, struggling to understand how both of them could be Zamasu. Black laughed mockingly. He revealed that he was actually the Zamasu from the past timeline who had successfully murdered Gowasu, gathered the Super Dragon Balls, and swapped bodies with Goku. After killing the Goku of his timeline, he used the time ring to travel to this future, where he murdered that era's Gowasu and allied with his future self. The two versions of Zamasu had united to bring about ruin. Goku, thoroughly confused, asked how that was possible since Beerus had literally erased him in the present. Black laughed, explaining that nothing that happened in Goku's present could affect him due to the temporal protection of the time ring he wore. He explained that Trunks' constant meddling with the time machine had fractured history, creating entirely separate timelines and parallel worlds. His origin was a timeline where he successfully pulled off his plan, completely unaffected by the second timeline where Beerus intervened and erased his alternate self. He was safe from the paradox that claimed his counterpart's life. Having finished his explanation, Black and future Zamasu launched a devastating combined energy blast. Goku and Vegeta quickly powered up to Super Saiyan Blue to block the attack with great difficulty, and Goku rushed Zamasu, but his physical strikes had no effect on an immortal god. All of Goku's powerful attacks passed right through him without causing any damage. Black quickly knocked Goku back and proudly declared that their Grand Master Plan was called the Zero Mortals Plan. He explained that their first order of business upon uniting was using the Super Dragon Balls to grant future Zamasu absolute immortality. Once the wish was granted, they immediately destroyed the Super Dragon Balls to prevent anyone from undoing their work. From there, they systematically assassinated all the Supreme Kais across the universes, which automatically eliminated the gods of destruction, leaving humanity completely defenseless against their purge. They believed this genocide was the only way to achieve true cosmic justice. Black and Zamasu launched another assault, prompting Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks to counter with their own energy beams. They clashed head-on, but the combined might of the immortal Zamasu and the ever-growing Black kept pushing the Saiyans back. They unleashed a massive combined energy blast directly at Vegeta and Trunks, causing a catastrophic explosion. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu and Black floated down to the battered Goku. Black landed a painful blow on Goku, mockingly offering to describe the gruesome details of how he slaughtered Goku's family in his original timeline. He described how, after stealing Goku's body, he immediately murdered Goku, followed by Chi-Chi and Goten as they tried to flee in terror. Hearing about the brutal slaughter of his wife and son pushed Goku over the edge. Consumed by pure rage, his energy exploded, allowing him to break free and launch a furious counterattack on both villains. Goku caught Zamasu off guard from behind and landed a heavy blow, utilizing rapid instant transmission to warp between the two, landing hits left and right. He charged at Black to deliver a decisive finishing blow, but Black caught his fist, blasting him back with a massive energy wave before unleashing a barrage of cuts and strikes. Goku collapsed to the ground, heavily injured. Black and Zamasu then turned their attention to Trunks, placing the blame for all this suffering squarely on his shoulders, claiming that his time travel was a sin that triggered this entire tragedy. Angered, Trunks charged at Black, but Black easily countered and blasted him point blank. Trunks pulled himself up, completely pushed past his limits by the sheer anger and guilt. A colossal aura of golden and blue energy erupted from him as he unlocked a brand new, powerful transformation. He charged recklessly into battle against Black, but the two villains combined their efforts to knock him down and fired a massive blast, which Trunks barely deflected. Trunks rushed forward, slamming Zamasu away before dragging Black down to the ground and blasting him point blank. But Black quickly recovered, teleporting behind Trunks to land a heavy blow. Vegeta tried to step in to help, but both Zamasu and Black overwhelmed him as well, launching a massive combined energy blast at both Vegeta and Trunks. Bulma and Mai rushed to the scene to assist, only to see Trunks rise to his feet once more. He unleashed a powerful Masenko blast to hold the enemies off, screaming at Vegeta to take the wounded Goku and return to the present to find a way to defeat them. Vegeta, however, vehemently refused to abandon his son. Vegeta was too proud to run away, but Goku urged him that they had no other choice if they wanted to survive. Bulma quickly threw down the capsule to prepare the time machine, and Vegeta grudgingly threw the remaining Senzu beans to Mai before boarding. Trunks held off the enemies, protecting their escape until they successfully warped back to the present. Upon materializing in the present, they met with Beerus and explained the grim reality. Bulma immediately yelled at Beerus, calling him a liar because his divine intervention had done absolutely nothing to save the future. Feeling a bit embarrassed and defensive, Beerus snapped back that at least he had secured the safety of their present timeline before leaving with Whis. With the gods gone, Vegeta rushed Goku to the medical chamber to heal. Soon after, Chi-Chi and Gohan showed up at Capsule Corp asking for Goku. Bulma, wanting to avoid a massive panic, lied and claimed Goku was out training. Shortly after they left, Piccolo and Krillin arrived looking for Goku as well. They were also looking for answers. Right as they were discussing, Goku stepped out of the medical room fully healed, revealing his presence to everyone. They sat down together, and Goku explained the entire complex situation with Zamasu and Black. Upon hearing about Zamasu's absolute immortality, Piccolo spoke up and warned him that conventional attacks wouldn't work. Piccolo insisted that the only viable way to defeat an immortal being was to seal them away using the ancient Mafuba, or Evil Containment Wave, technique. Goku thought this was a brilliant plan, immediately using instant transmission to warp over to Master Roshi's island, where he spent the entire night practicing the sealing ritual. He practiced the sealing move over and over on Master Roshi's turtle, staying up until dawn until he finally perfected the technique. Meanwhile, Vegeta was pushing his limits inside the hyperbolic time chamber, powering up so intensely that he literally shattered the chamber before stepping out, ready to head back to the future with Goku. Goku and Bulma joined him. Back in the future, things had taken a turn for the worse. Trunks had been knocked unconscious after a brutal skirmish with Black and Zamasu, eventually waking up back inside the Resistance hideout. He immediately asked Yajirobe where Mai was, only to be told that she had left with some soldiers. She had taken 2 Resistance fighters to try and ambush Zamasu and Black. Hearing this, Trunks forced himself up and rushed to find her. Meanwhile, Mai had set up a high-powered sniper rifle, aiming a special energy bullet directly at Black's head. She pulled the trigger, but the shot missed its mark, alerting Black and Zamasu, who immediately retaliated. They launched a deadly energy blast right at her position, but Trunks arrived just in the nick of time to deflect the attack. He quickly pushed Zamasu aside and engaged Black in a fierce duel, but Black easily dominated the exchange, beating Trunks mercilessly and smashing him into a nearby mountain, where he continued his brutal assault. Trunks gathered his strength and unleashed a massive energy blast that pushed Black back a great distance before knocking him down. Immediately after, Zamasu moved in to finish Trunks off. Mai tried to draw his attention, giving Trunks the perfect opening to grab Zamasu tightly from behind, planning to detonate a massive blast to vaporize his body. He wanted to disintegrate Zamasu's physical form completely. However, Black blindsided Trunks from behind, severely wounding him. Just as the villains were about to deliver the final blow, the time machine materialized containing Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma. Black immediately blasted the machine, destroying it and mocking them that they were now trapped forever. Bulma quickly ran for cover, while Vegeta realized a major problem, telling Goku that the special sealing jar was inside the destroyed time machine, meaning it was likely shattered. This left them with no choice but to fight the immortal Zamasu and Black in a straight battle. Goku agreed, stating they had to go all out. Goku and Vegeta braced themselves for a brutal clash, but suddenly, the Supreme Kai and Gowasu appeared on the battlefield. Gowasu confronted Zamasu, pleading with his former apprentice and telling him that his actions were a grave mistake and that he must immediately undo the chaos he had caused. However, Black completely ignored his plea and launched an attack to kill Gowasu, but Goku and Vegeta leaped in to shield him. With negotiations dead, they launched their counter-offensive. Goku kept the immortal Zamasu busy, while Vegeta targeted Black, unleashing a furious assault that smashed him through the surrounding buildings. When Zamasu tried to intervene, Goku blocked him. Goku kept Zamasu pinned to the ground. While the chaotic battle raged, Bulma summoned a miniature workshop capsule to repair the damaged time machine. Trunks and Mai rushed to her side, and Bulma handed them the broken pieces of the sealing jar, instructing them to glue it back together while she focused on fixing the machine. Meanwhile, Vegeta was absolutely dominating Black. He landed heavy blows on Black, who was completely shocked by how much stronger Vegeta had become in such a short span of time. Black demanded to know how he obtained such immense power. Vegeta smirked and declared that it was because Black was a mere imposter inhabiting a stolen body, whereas he was the real Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. He slammed Black into the ground and unleashed a massive energy blast. Black emerged from the debris completely enraged and transformed his energy blade into a terrifying giant scythe. He swung the scythe at Vegeta, who barely dodged it, only to notice that the strike had literally ripped a dark tear in the fabric of the sky. Black boasted that his power had reached a level even he couldn't fully comprehend or limit. Strange, illusory clones of Black began emerging from the tear in the sky. Goku rushed to stand side by side with Vegeta to fight them off, but they quickly realized that every time they destroyed a clone, another would instantly reform in its place. They were completely surrounded by a seemingly infinite army of clones. Black laughed, taunting them that Zamasu was currently on his way to slaughter Trunks and the others, and that they wouldn't be able to break away to save them. Sensing Zamasu's approaching energy, Trunks turned to Bulma, stating that since they had finished repairing the jar, he had to go. He was prepared to put his life on the line. But Bulma stopped him, telling him to stay inside and watch a video on her phone of Piccolo demonstrating the Mafuba technique so he could learn it. She promised to go outside and buy him some time by distracting Zamasu herself, stepping out to confront the immortal god. She tried to charm and stall Zamasu, but the heartless god simply grabbed her by the neck and tossed her aside. Seeing this, Trunks rushed out in a fit of rage, powering up and declaring that he would successfully execute the Mafuba. He unleashed the technique, directing a swirling vortex of energy that caught Zamasu. Trunks yelled that this was the true power of humanity. Zamasu screamed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a giant mortal could trap him after he had achieved godhood. Trunks successfully guided him into the jar, sealing the lid, and briefly celebrated with Bulma and Mai. However, their joy was cut short when Bulma realized she had forgotten the paper seal. Without the enchanted talisman to lock the seal, the jar was useless, allowing a furious Zamasu to easily break free. Sensing his partner's distress, Black instantly teleported away from Goku and Vegeta to join him. Realizing that the mortals possessed dangerous tricks, Zamasu suggested to Black that they stop playing around and show them their ultimate power. They decided to merge their powers once and for all. By placing the Potara earrings on opposite ears, Black and Zamasu fused into a single terrifying entity known as Fused Zamasu, radiating a divine, overwhelming light. Goku and Vegeta braced themselves, unsure of how to counter this level of power. As Fused Zamasu attacked, Vegeta yelled at Trunks to take Bulma and Mai and escape immediately. Right after Bulma packed the entire workshop into a capsule, they made a quick escape. Once they reached safety, Bulma unfolded the workshop again. Seeing that she and Mai were totally secure, Trunks made up his mind to head right back into the heat of battle. Before he left, Mai handed him the remaining Senzu beans. Right at that very moment, the menacing Zamasu unleashed a devastating assault on Goku and Vegeta, using a terrifying technique known as the Blades of Judgment. Everything around them began crumbling into dust, forcing the terrified refugees out of their hidden shelter to run for their lives. By sheer luck, they crossed paths with Trunks on the road. Without hesitating, Trunks rescued a little girl from the chaos, guided the group to safety, and brought them straight to Bulma before rushing off once more to join Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta were stubbornly refusing to throw in the towel, launching a coordinated dual strike. However, Zamasu's counterattack easily overpowered them, blasting them with a devastating technique called the Pools of Forgiveness. This move literally shattered the earth beneath them, sending wild flames erupting in all directions, Yet our heroic Saiyans managed to pull themselves up to strike back once again. They actually managed to put a halt to his devastating technique, but the ruthless Zamasu immediately grabbed them by their wrists, crushed their bones, and threw them down before showering them with another round of his blades of judgment. Just in the nick of time, Trunks arrived on the scene, charging forward to slash with his sword, but Zamasu effortlessly blocked his blade and blew him back with a massive energy blast. Determined to wipe them out once and for all, Zamasu conjured up a monstrous sphere of energy called Holy Wrath. But Trunks stood tall, countering it with his signature Gallic Gun. He struggled to hold the massive blast back single-handedly until Vegeta managed to stand up and join him, combining their powers to push the colossal attack right back at Zamasu, leaving the deity absolutely stunned. Furious, Zamasu decided to eliminate Trunks first and lunged at him, but Vegeta threw himself in the way, taking the brutal blow to protect his son. Seizing the opening, Zamasu prepared to fire another Holy Wrath, leaving Trunks completely helpless. Just then, Goku rose to his feet, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave, desperately pouring all his energy into breaking through Zamasu's attack. Goku's beam actually tore through Zamasu's technique, blasting right into his physical form. When Zamasu grabbed him in retaliation, Goku pushed himself past his absolute limits by activating the Kaioken. With this massive burst of power, he managed to knock the fused god flat on his back, though the extreme strain caused Goku to collapse from sheer exhaustion right after. Zamasu dragged himself up, but this time his arm mutated into a giant grotesque shape instead of healing properly. Standing beside his allies, a puzzled Goku asked why this supposedly immortal god wasn't regenerating his body. Gowasu chimed in to explain that because Zamasu had fused with Goku Black, who was completely mortal, his immortality was now compromised and failing. This instability was wrecking Zamasu's physical form. Realizing this was their chance, Goku turned to Vegeta and insisted that fusion was their only option to win. Although Vegeta initially rejected the idea with his usual Saiyan pride, he eventually gave in. Trunks handed them Senzu beans to recover, and they were given the Potara earrings by the Supreme Kai to initiate the fusion, while Gowasu warned them to keep in mind that for mortals, the Potara fusion only lasts for a single hour. Accepting the terms, they clipped the earrings on, and in a flash of blinding light, the ultimate warrior Vegito emerged, immediately powering up into his Super Saiyan Blue form. When Zamasu rushed in with a furious attack, Vegito easily deflected it and landed a solid counterpunch. What followed was an insanely fast and brutal clash, with the two powerhouses trading countless blows at breakneck speed. Vegito seemed to have the advantage, but Zamasu caught him off guard by firing deadly laser beams directly from his eyes, pushing his way back into the fight and slamming Vegito hard onto the ground, looking ready to finish him off. But Vegito was far from done. In the blink of an eye, he conjured his spirit sword and ran it straight through Zamasu's chest. A shocked Zamasu gasped, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of a mere mortal, and proceeded to bulk up his body even further to resume his clash with Vegito. Meanwhile, Bulma finally finished repairing the time machine. Mai ran over to Trunks and handed him his broken sword, which inspired him to jump back into the fray to assist Vegito. At that moment, Vegito was still dominating the battle, unleashing a colossal final Kamehameha that completely overwhelmed Zamasu. But just as victory seemed close, Goku and Vegeta's fusion abruptly wore off because they had burned through all their energy too quickly. Seizing the moment, Zamasu struck them down and was about to execute them when Trunks leaped into the line of fire, blocking the blow. He engaged Zamasu in a desperate duel, and though he was clearly outmatched, he refused to back down. Suddenly, the energy of every living soul left on Earth began flowing towards Trunks. With this collective power flowing into him, Trunks' strength skyrocketed to unbelievable levels, allowing him to charge forward and slice Zamasu clean in half with his glowing sword. Zamasu's body disintegrated, and Trunks stood victorious. Just as Mai rushed over to celebrate his triumph, Zamasu's dark residual energy suddenly spread across the sky, completely enveloping the entire planet. Their combined energy attacks did absolutely nothing to this formless threat, and Zamasu proceeded to rain down destruction, wiping out everything on Earth. Emerging from the ruins, Goku and his friends discovered to their horror that every single survivor had been killed. As Mai broke down in tears, Goku lamented that they were out of Senzu beans and desperately searched his pockets for anything useful. While rummaging through his pockets, Goku didn't find any beans, but his fingers brushed against the special summon button that Zeno had given him. He pressed it immediately, summoning future Zeno to their ruined timeline. Even though this version of the Omni King had absolutely no idea who Goku was, he agreed to help them out upon seeing the mess Zamasu had made. Future Zeno decided to erase the entire ruined universe, starting with the planet itself. Sensing the danger, Goku quickly gathered his friends into the time machine, and they escaped back to the present just as Zamasu was completely erased. But Goku wasn't done yet. He traveled right back to the erased future, found future Zeno floating in the void of space, and brought him back to the present timeline. Goku introduced him to present Zeno, proudly announcing that this was the playmate he had promised to bring. Present Zeno was absolutely thrilled to meet his future self, and the two immediately hit it off. With Zamasu finally gone for good, the only matter left was what Trunks and Mai would do next. Later that night, Whis approached them with a proposal explaining that they could actually return to a point in their future before Lord Zeno erased everything, and even before Goku Black first appeared to wreak havoc. Whis offered to travel ahead of them to that specific timeline using a time ring to set up a plan. Whis planned to have the future Beerus of that timeline eliminate future Zamasu before he could ever team up with Black. Furthermore, even if Black showed up, Beerus would destroy him before he could assassinate any Supreme Kais, thereby preventing Beerus' own death, since a destroyer's life is linked directly to their Supreme Kai. With this clever strategy, both Black and Zamasu would be dealt with permanently. Whis warned them, however, that another version of Trunks and Mai would already exist in that timeline. Accepting this compromise, Trunks and Mai eagerly agreed to the plan, and after a few days of preparation, Trunks and Mai bid an emotional farewell to everyone and departed in the time machine. With peace restored once again, Goku and his friends returned to their daily lives. They eventually attended a prestigious award ceremony honoring brilliant inventors alongside Bulma, and shortly after, Beerus and Champa decided to organize a friendly baseball game between their respective universes, which Goku and the gang happily participated in. The chaotic match ultimately ended in a win for Universe 7 after a hilarious squabble between Beerus and Champa. A few days later, Vegeta headed off to train with Whis, but Goku began acting very strangely, which quickly caught the attention of Gohan and Goten. When they questioned him, Goku casually revealed that he was on edge because Hit, the legendary assassin from Universe 6, was coming to assassinate him. Sure enough, Hit arrived in Universe 7, and when Goku went to meet him, Hit calmly announced that someone had paid him to take Goku's life, prompting Goku to launch a preemptive strike. To Goku's surprise, Hit wasn't even using his signature time skip, yet Goku's initial physical attacks seemed to phase right through him. As Goku charged up an energy attack, Hit executed an invisible long-range shockwave technique that bypasses physical defenses entirely, striking Goku directly square in the heart and knocking him out cold as his own stray energy blast shot up into the atmosphere. Moments later, Gohan, Goten, and Piccolo rushed to the scene, only to find that Goku's heart had completely stopped beating. However, in a stroke of genius, Goku's upward blast came raining back down, shocking his heart back to life like a defibrillator. With his heart pumping again, a thrilled Goku stood up and began searching for Hit, eventually tracking him down in a nearby forest. Hit immediately launched another of his invisible strikes, but this time Goku managed to dodge it. The battle then migrated to a wide open area where Hit kept attacking, but Goku's heightened senses allowed him to keep evading. Hit's incredibly precise strikes shattered the surrounding boulders, but as Goku attempted to land a counterattack, he found himself punching thin air due to Hit's extraordinary speed. The assassin was actually shifting his physical form into a pocket dimension, bypassing time itself to make himself completely untouchable. Using this dimensional trick, Hit continued to land phantom strikes on Goku. While their intense duel raged on, Whis, Beerus, Vegeta, Vados, and Champa arrived on the sidelines and demanded they halt the fight, but Goku, completely thrilled by the challenge, ignored them, gathered his ultimate energy, and flared a massive aura. Goku's massive aura actually shattered Hit's dimensional defense, allowing him to blast him point blank with a massive Kamehameha. Both fighters collapsed to the ground in sheer exhaustion, thoroughly satisfied with their battle. As morning broke, a curious Vegeta walked up to Hit to ask who had hired him to kill Goku. To everyone's absolute shock, Whis stepped in and revealed that Goku himself was the client. Desperate for a real challenge, Goku had secretly contacted Whis and Vados, requesting them to hire Hit to assassinate him so he could experience Hit's true, lethal abilities firsthand. Once the mystery was cleared up, Goku bid a friendly farewell to Hit and everyone went their separate ways. A few days later, Goku was itching to train again, but with no one else available, he convinced Krillin to join him. The two lifelong friends headed over to Master Roshi's island, eager to train under their old master just like the good old days. Master Roshi gladly accepted and set up a special trial, sending them into the spooky forest of terror to retrieve a rare herb. After overcoming their fears and succeeding in the training, life returned to normal, and Goku was forced back to work by Chi-Chi to earn some proper farming income. While driving home one afternoon, a band of armed robbers blocked his path, attempting to mug him. Amused, Goku used his after-image technique to completely disorient them, knocking out the first thief, catching a fired bullet and flicking it right back to disable the second, and easily taking out the third with a single finger tap. However, during the scuffle, one of the falling thieves managed to fire a stray shot that actually grazed Goku's arm. Shocked that a simple bullet could break his skin, Goku realized his reflexes had dulled terribly, prompting him to contact Whis to take him back to Beerus's planet, bribing him with the promise of more mouth-watering delicacies. They agreed to meet up at Capsule Corporation. When Goku arrived, he found Bulma heavily pregnant. He asked her where Vegeta was hiding, hoping to invite his rival to join the training session with Whis. Bulma pointed him toward the backyard garden, telling him he'd find Vegeta there. Goku tracked him down, but Vegeta firmly declined, explaining that Bulma was due to give birth any day now and he needed to support her. A totally clueless Goku asked why he needed to stay, bluntly pointing out that Bulma was the one giving birth, not him. Before they could argue further, Whis arrived and whisked Goku away to Lord Beerus's planet. Once there, Goku threw himself into training but still felt sluggish due to his lack of real combat. Frustrated, he told Beerus that he absolutely needed a proper battle, declaring that he was going to visit the Omni King right away to remind him to host the Tournament of Universes he had promised. Ignoring Beerus's warnings, Goku pressed the button to teleport straight to the Omni King's palace. Upon arrival, he found present Xeno and future Xeno playing together. Goku eagerly pitched the idea of the multi-universe tournament, and both Xenos loved the concept, promising him that very soon they would send the Grand Priest to the sacred world of the Kais to explain the tournament's schedule and official rules. Returning to his timeline, Goku gathered Whis and Beerus and headed to the Supreme Kai's realm, where the Grand Priest soon arrived to announce that the Xenos had finalized all the tournament details. He explained that each participating universe must field a team of exactly 10 warriors, with the grand battle taking place in a realm called the World of Void. Crucially, the Grand Priest revealed that any universe that loses will be instantly erased from existence by the two Xenos, leaving Beerus completely horrified. The Grand Priest went on to say that since future Xeno had never witnessed a martial arts tournament, present Xeno decided to hold a special pre-tournament exhibition. He instructed Goku to recruit 2 additional fighters from his universe to join him, as they would be pitted against 3 powerful warriors from Universe 9 in these exhibition matches. Once the Grand Priest concluded his explanation and departed, an enraged Beerus furiously scolded Goku, blaming his reckless behavior for putting their entire universe at risk of erasure. Goku, however, brushed it off, saying now was not the time for pointing fingers. Instead, Goku insisted that they focus entirely on finding 2 capable fighters. Hurrying back to Earth, Goku explained the dire situation to Gohan, who immediately agreed to join the exhibition team, and they also recruited Majin Buu, with Mr. Satan tagging along. The group then gathered back at Beerus's place. From there, they traveled to the Omni King's palace, where the Grand Priest instantly transported them into a massive floating arena. They found themselves surrounded by the Supreme Kais and gods of destruction from every single universe, as the Grand Priest stepped forward to officially announce the exhibition matches. He declared that this preview event would feature a series of battles between Universe 7 and Universe 9. The opening match pitted Majin Buu against the agile Basil from Universe 9. As the bell rang, Basil immediately went on the offensive, unleashing a flurry of incredibly fast kicks on Buu. Basil managed to knock Boo down, prompting him and the arrogant Supreme Kai of Universe 9 to laugh mockingly, claiming Universe 7's warriors were pathetic pushovers. But their amusement was cut short when Boo suddenly giggled, bounced right back up, and playfully told Basil that he was actually pretty fun. Boo retaliated by stretching his leg to trip Basil up, though Basil managed to evade his follow-up grab. Watching from the sidelines, Goku analyzed the intense exchange, realizing that the other universes possessed incredibly formidable fighters, and that the upcoming main tournament was going to be a brutal war. To spice things up, Goku yelled to Basil to stop holding back and fight with everything he had, teasing that Boo was going to beat him anyway. Fueled by anger, Basil powered up, darting around the arena at dizzying speeds to strike Boo from all angles before blasting him with a massive energy beam that shattered the very foundation of the arena. The shockwave knocked Mr. Satan unconscious, which completely enraged Boo when he noticed his friend was hurt. Regenerating his battle damage instantly, Boo charged forward with terrifying fury, grabbing Basil by his leg, spinning him around, and throwing him completely out of the ring. However, Basil wasn't eliminated because the standard tournament ring-out rules didn't apply to this exhibition, where victory required a surrender or a knockout. Taking advantage of this, the sneaky Supreme Kai of Universe 9 tossed Basil a drug that drastically boosted his power levels. An outraged Beerus immediately protested that using performance enhancers was blatant cheating. But the Grand Priest calmly explained that while strict rules would govern the main tournament, anything was permitted in this exhibition to ensure the two Zenos remained thoroughly entertained. The battle resumed with Basil unleashing a furious onslaught of boosted attacks, raining heavy blows on Boo from above before capping it off with a colossal energy blast that completely blew up what was left of the stage. Standing amidst the smoke, Basil laughed triumphantly, declaring himself the winner. To Basil's absolute horror, Boo emerged from the rubble completely unfazed, telling his opponent that while he was strong, Boo was simply stronger. Boo launched a massive energy counterattack that hit Basil head-on, completely draining the Wolf Warrior's boosted power and knocking him out cold, sealing the victory for Universe 7. Thoroughly pleased, Boo rushed to celebrate with the newly revived Mr. Satan as the Grand Priest effortlessly repaired the shattered arena. The second exhibition match was announced, pitting Gohan against Basil's cunning brother, Lavender. As the match began, Gohan launched a series of incredibly rapid strikes which Lavender struggled to block. Lavender managed to grab Gohan and spit a stream of toxic poison directly into his eyes, completely blinding him before launching a brutal assault. Despite being unable to see, Gohan stubbornly refused Goku's offer of a Senzu bean to cure his blindness, determined to overcome this challenge on his own. Relying on his sharp hearing, Gohan began tracking Lavender's footsteps, successfully blocking and countering his strikes with precision. Realizing Gohan was tracking his sounds, Lavender backed away to fly silently, launching long-range energy blasts that pounded Gohan from a distance, leaving him with only one real option. Gohan powered up into a Super Saiyan, using his flared energy radar to locate Lavender and engage him in an intense close-quarters brawl. He managed to land some devastating blows, but the sheer physical exertion of using his Super Saiyan form caused the deadly poison to spread rapidly through his bloodstream. The spreading venom severely weakened Gohan, allowing Lavender to take full control of the battle and relentlessly beat him down. Yet Gohan refused to stay down. Pushing through the agonizing pain, he managed to gather his remaining energy, and both fighters charged at each other to clash head-on. Lavender managed to knock Gohan down again, filling the air with a dense cloud of poison. In a final desperate gamble, Gohan flew straight into the toxic mist, grabbed Lavender in a tight lock, and slammed him headfirst into the ground at breakneck speed. With both fighters knocked out, the match ended in a draw, and Goku rushed down to feed Gohan a healing Senzu bean. After Gohan woke up, the Grand Priest stepped forward to make a shocking announcement. The Zenos had ranked all the universes by their average mortal level, with Universe 7 and Universe 9 sitting at the absolute bottom. He sternly reminded everyone that the losing universes would face immediate erasure with the sole exceptions of Universes 1, 12, 8, and 5. These elite top 4 universes were completely exempt from participating in the Tournament of Power and safe from destruction due to their exceptionally high mortal development levels. Essentially, only the lower-ranked universes that failed to win would be erased, which sent a wave of absolute terror through the assembled gods. With the stakes now incredibly high, Goku stepped into the ring for the third and final exhibition match against the eldest of the trio de dangers, Bergamo. Before their clash began, Bergamo pointed directly at Goku and loudly addressed the Zenos, declaring that Goku was the foolish instigator behind this dangerous tournament. He boldly requested that if he defeated Goku, the rule of erasing the losing universes should be completely abolished, which the two Zenos surprisingly agreed to. This agreement caused all the other gods to passionately root for Bergamo, viewing Goku as a reckless villain who put their worlds in jeopardy. The battle kicked off with an explosive clash, the two fighters exchanging heavy blows until Bergamo managed to slip behind Goku's defenses and land a clean strike. Bergamo followed up with a frontal assault, but Goku caught his hands. Strangely, Bergamo opened his arms wide and dared Goku to hit him with everything he had. Although confused, Goku obliged and unleashed a flurry of punches, completely unaware that Bergamo possessed the unique ability to absorb physical impacts and convert them into raw power. As expected, Bergamo absorbed the kinetic energy, physically expanding in size and skyrocketing in power. The more Goku pummeled him, the larger and more imposing Bergamo became, his giant fists smashing down as he relentlessly chased Goku, much to the delight of the gloating Universe 9 Supreme Kai. Goku decided to power up into a Super Saiyan, darting in to strike Bergamo's face before quickly backing away. Bergamo continued to swell in size with every hit he took, firing massive beams in retaliation, but his colossal size created massive blind spots and slowed him down significantly, which Goku quickly exploited. After wearing Bergamo down, Goku powered up into Super Saiyan Blue, stunning the entire audience with his divine godlike energy. Goku then unleashed a massive Kamehameha. Bergamo desperately tried to absorb the immense beam, but the sheer force proved too much, blasting him away and ending the match with Goku's victory. Standing victoriously, Goku confidently warned all the observing gods to train their hardest because he fully intended to defeat every single one of them, fueling their animosity even further. The Grand Priest then stepped forward to formally announce the rules and name of the main event, the Tournament of Power. He announced that 8 universes would compete in this battle royal, with lethal weapons and killing strictly forbidden to test pure strength. Each participating universe would field exactly 10 warriors, all fighting simultaneously. The battle would feature all 80 fighters on a single massive stage, and the only way to eliminate an opponent would be to knock them off the edge of the arena, all within a tense time limit of just 48 minutes. Whichever universe had the most fighters remaining on the stage when the timer ran out would be declared the winner, earning the ultimate prize, the Super Dragon Balls. While everyone was processing the shock of this team-based format, a mysterious cloaked warrior from Universe 11 descended into the arena. The warrior approached Goku, declaring, "My name is Toppo, and I challenge you because you are a symbol of evil." The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 quickly requested permission from the Zenos to allow this impromptu duel, which both Zenos happily granted. Goku instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan to begin. As the battle commenced, Toppo rushed in with surprising agility, landing squarely on Goku's shoulders to execute his dizzying Justice Tornado, spinning Goku at extreme speed before slamming him down. Toppo quickly tried to lock Goku's arm, but Goku managed to deliver a sharp kick to force some distance. However, Toppo kept up the pressure, unleashing his rapid-fire Justice Flash energy beams from his fingertips. Goku countered with his own energy blast, which Toppo swatted away, only to instantly reappear behind Goku, locking him in a crushing, bone-shattering bear hug. Feeling his ribs cracking, Goku realized he had no choice but to tap into his Super Saiyan Blue power. The massive burst of divine energy shattered Toppo's grip, allowing Goku to strike back and launch a high-speed assault from every angle. The battle escalated into a breathtaking aerial clash as they traded heavy blows before crashing back down, shattering the ring beneath them until Goku managed to land a series of heavy kicks, setting up a devastating close-range Kamehameha that blasted directly into Toppo. Both warriors were gearing up to unleash their absolute maximum power, but the Grand Priest suddenly stepped in and halted the match, warning them that any further fighting would result in mutual death. He urged them to return to their respective universes to recruit their teams. reminding them that the Tournament of Power would commence in exactly 40 hours. Hurrying back to Earth, Goku and his allies realized they had no knowledge of other planets harboring powerful warriors, meaning they had to build their entire team from Earth. They decided to scout the entire 10-member roster right here on Earth. Goku and Gohan sat down to brainstorm potential candidates, starting with Majin Buu, who was already rearing to go. They next approached Vegeta, but the proud prince flatly refused, reminding them of his previous stance that he would absolutely not leave Bulma's side until their child was born. Hearing this, Whis used his divine temporal magic to effortlessly deliver the baby, and Bulma happily welcomed a healthy baby girl named Bulla. The friends celebrated and congratulated the parents, and Trunks handed the newborn over to Vegeta so the tough Saiyan prince could hold his daughter, which secretly made him incredibly happy and convinced him to officially join the team. With Vegeta secured, Goku and Gohan set off to recruit Krillin. They quickly located him and successfully convinced both him and Android 18 to join, though Gohan still had some lingering doubts about whether Krillin was truly ready for such a high-stakes tournament. To ease his mind, Gohan invited Krillin to a rocky cliff top, explaining that he wanted to test him using the tournament's ring-out rules. Krillin confidently accepted the sparring challenge, and both immediately leaped into action. With his daughter Maron and Android 18 cheering him on from the sidelines, Krillin fought smart, eventually unleashing his newly perfected solar flare times 100. The blinding light completely overwhelmed Gohan's senses, allowing Krillin to quickly sweep in, land a decisive strike, and knock Gohan off the edge for the win. A thoroughly impressed Gohan admitted that Krillin was indeed a valuable asset to the team. But just as they were preparing to head back, Goku stepped forward and eagerly declared that he wanted to test Krillin himself. They headed to the rooftop of a high-rise building owned by Mr. Satan as a heavy rain began to fall, starting their intense spar. Krillin immediately launched a rapid barrage of Destructo Discs, cleverly masking a series of energy blasts behind them, which Goku agilely dodged and deflected as the concrete rooftop crumbled beneath them. Krillin used the rising dust to hide, but as Goku located him, Krillin cunningly shattered the very ground right beneath Goku's feet with another disc. Goku managed to stay airborne, powering up into Super Saiyan Blue and unleashing a massive Kamehameha. Krillin bravely countered with his own Kamehameha, but his blast was quickly pushed back by Goku's overwhelming power, prompting Android 18 to jump in just before her husband could get seriously injured, kicking Goku's blast away and challenging him to fight them both as a team. Goku powered down with a smile, declaring that the test was complete and praising their perfect teamwork as the ultimate weapon for the tournament. Patting his shoulder, Goku warmly told Krillin that he was truly his best friend. Goku asked Android 18 about the whereabouts of Android 17, eager to recruit him for the upcoming tournament team. She suggested consulting Dende, confident he would know his exact location. Consequently, Goku set off towards Dende, while Gohan split up from him to go recruit Piccolo, embarking on his own path. Along his journey, Goku stumbled upon a series of massive explosions and soon discovered that Majin Buu had been undergoing some incredibly intense training with Mr. Satan. This rigorous regime had completely transformed Buu, leaving him slim, fit, and significantly more powerful. Witnessing this dramatic physical change, Goku immediately felt the itch to test Buu's new strength in a sparring match. To keep things fair, Mr. Satan set a strict rule. Whoever stepped outside the boundaries of his estate would lose. With the rules set, the battle commenced. They clashed fiercely in hand-to-hand combat, exchanging rapid blows until Buu unleashed a massive barrage of energy blasts directly at Goku. Seizing the moment, Buu stretched his elastic arm, tightly grabbed Goku, and flung him right out of the boundaries of the estate, securing a clever victory. Dusting himself off, Goku smiled and praised him, saying that he had truly become remarkably strong. Goku acknowledged Buu's impressive growth before continuing his journey to see Dende. Upon arriving, he successfully learned the precise whereabouts of Android 17. Meanwhile, Goku wasn't the only one scrambling to assemble a powerhouse team. Across the multiverse, the other rival universes were also feverishly gathering their strongest warriors to prepare for the grand event. Every other universe harbored a deep grudge, collectively wishing for the absolute defeat of Goku's Universe 7, blaming Goku's reckless enthusiasm for putting all of their existences at stake in this tournament. Over in Universe 11, the mighty warrior Toppo sat in deep contemplation, unable to shake off his thoughts of Goku following their intense clash during the exhibition matches. Even while embarking on a crucial mission to safeguard a planet in Universe 11, Toppo's mind remained entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Goku's formidable power. Back on Earth, Goku was still conversing with Dende. Right before Goku departed, Dende shared a fascinating piece of information, explaining that androids 17 and 18 had undergone further cellular modifications years ago. Dende explained that their bodies had transitioned to be almost entirely human-like on a cellular level. Furthermore, Android 17 had grown exponentially stronger, settled down with a family, and was currently employed protecting a wildlife reserve island. Dende offered to teleport Goku directly to his location. Taking him up on the offer, Goku arrived on the remote island and spotted Android 17 right away. Android 17 was actively defending the territory from heavily armed poachers who had invaded to steal the island's rare and exotic wildlife. Without hesitation, Goku leaped into the fray to assist him, and together they completely decimated the poachers' tanks, successfully forcing the invaders to retreat from the island. Following the skirmish, Goku had a moment to catch his breath. Goku took the opportunity to explain all the critical details regarding the impending tournament of power to Android 17. As the sun began to set over the horizon, Goku, eager to test 17's current power, challenged him to showcase his strength. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku launched an attack, which 17 effortlessly dodged, prompting them to fly off and engage in a high-speed sparring match. The two clashed intensely, trading rapid blows in mid-air until Android 17 managed to land several solid hits, sending Goku flying high into the clouds. Realizing he needed more power, Goku activated his Super Saiyan Blue form and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave. However, Android 17 swiftly deployed his signature energy barrier to block the blast, allowing their fierce battle to continue unabated. They traded blows as they descended back below the cloud line. Eventually, Android 17 called a halt to the fight, pointing out that continuing at this intensity would utterly devastate the island they were trying to protect. Goku agreed that he had a valid point. That evening, as they sat together, Android 17 politely declined the invitation, explaining that he could not leave his island unattended. Goku tried his best to persuade him otherwise, but their conversation was abruptly cut short when a notorious gang of interstellar poachers arrived in a massive spaceship and began snatching up the island's rare creatures. Reacting instantly, Goku grabbed Android 17 and used instant transmission to teleport directly onto the alien vessel. Once inside, they began taking down the poachers one by one. Leaving Goku to handle the main crew, Android 17 pushed forward to confront the leader of the poachers, easily incapacitating his guards. Android 17 demanded that the leader turn the ship around and release all the captured animals in exchange for his freedom. However, the greedy leader refused, explaining that these rare species, especially the legendary Minotaurus, would fetch an astronomical price on the black market. This blatant disregard for life deeply angered Android 17. Just then, Goku arrived, having successfully dealt with the remaining poachers. After clearing out the rest of the ship, Goku joined 17, who promptly struck the leader. Desperate, the leader threatened to detonate a bomb surgically implanted inside his body if they took another step. Unfazed by the threat, Android 17 charged forward, grabbed the leader, and leaped out of the spacecraft with him. Goku rushed over and used instant transmission to teleport them away. Goku brought them all to King Kai's planet so that the explosion wouldn't harm anyone on Earth. They stood there waiting anxiously for the bomb to go off, until Dende reached out telepathically to inform them that the leader was completely bluffing. There was no bomb inside his body at all. It turned out to be a desperate lie fabricated to secure his escape. Realizing they had been tricked, Goku and 17 waited until morning, handed the space poacher over to Jocko of the Galactic Patrol, and safely returned the stolen animals to the sanctuary. Touched by Goku's help, Android 17 finally agreed to participate in the tournament. Android 17 explained that he felt indebted to Goku and was also highly interested in using the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish. Goku eagerly accepted his joining and promised to have Goten and Trunks guard the island in his absence. With this agreement sealed, Goku officially added 17 to the roster. After successfully recruiting Android 17, Goku secured another powerhouse for the team. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Krillin was busy sparring with Android 18 to sharpen his skills, while Gohan was undergoing intense training under Piccolo's guidance. Piccolo revealed to Gohan that Goku had visited him after the exhibition matches with a concerning message. Piccolo explained that Goku felt Gohan lacked the necessary power and edge during his recent exhibition bouts. Because of this, Piccolo promised to put him through a brutal, unrelenting training regime to reawaken his latent abilities. Gohan readily accepted the challenge, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan to attack, but Piccolo easily countered and struck him down. Regaining his footing, Gohan gathered his inner energy and launched another offensive, trying desperately to land a hit on his mentor. Once again, Piccolo effortlessly deflected his attempts and struck him, reminding Gohan that he possessed an immense dormant power that he had yet to tap into. Piccolo expressed absolute confidence that if Gohan could unlock this hidden potential, he would be unstoppable in the tournament. Gohan vowed to do whatever it took to unleash his true strength as they clashed once more. During the duel, Piccolo extended his arm, wrapping it tightly around Gohan's neck, and scolded him for letting his guard down. Infuriated by his own shortcomings, Gohan's rage triggered a massive surge of raw energy within him, skyrocketing his power level without even needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Fueled by this surge, Gohan launched a fierce counterattack. Piccolo countered by creating multiple clones of himself to confuse him, but Gohan systematically destroyed them, even going so far as to sever Piccolo's arm. However, in his momentary triumph, Gohan made the critical mistake of lowering his guard once again, completely failing to notice Piccolo's severed arm creeping up behind him until it struck him from the rear. Piccolo used this as a teaching moment, advising Gohan that his tendency to lower his guard stemmed from arrogance whenever he felt he had gained the upper hand. He warned Gohan that this fatal flaw would cost him dearly in the tournament. Accepting the harsh lesson, Gohan sincerely thanked Piccolo. Meanwhile, as Gohan continued his intense training, Goku set off to recruit Master Roshi, only to discover that the old master was currently visiting Tien Shinhan. Tien had recently opened his own martial arts dojo, so Goku traveled there, finding Tien actively instructing his pupils. Goku warmly greeted Tien and Chiaotzu before sitting down to catch up. Despite Goku's enthusiastic offer, Tien initially declined to participate in the tournament, explaining that he could not abandon his responsibilities at the dojo. Goku tried to sweeten the deal by mentioning the massive cash prize for winning, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the panicked screams of the nearby villagers. It turned out that Tien's own students had fallen under a mysterious dark magical spell and were mindlessly tearing the village apart. Goku, Tien, Chiaotzu, and Master Roshi rushed to investigate the chaos. Upon arriving, they were confronted by a vengeful girl named Jiren, who boldly revealed that she was behind the spell, reminding Tien of their past days at the same dojo. Jiren harbored a deep resentment because Tien had refused to spar with her years ago due to her lack of strength. Now claiming to have amassed incredible power, she sought her long-awaited revenge. Reacting quickly, Tien urged Goku and Chiaotzu to assist him by removing the magical paper talismans controlling his possessed students. Goku and Chiaotzu leaped into action, successfully detaching the talismans from the students. Master Roshi stepped forward to subdue Jiren, but the cunning girl managed to place a talisman on him as well, completely taking control of his mind. Under her influence, a powered-up Roshi relentlessly attacked Tien, knocking him down, and prepared to blast him. Goku stood firmly between Roshi and Tien, engaging the brainwashed master in combat. Taking the fight to the air, Goku unleashed a precise Kamehameha wave that safely subdued Roshi and broke Jiren's spell. Frustrated by her defeat, Jiren vowed to train harder and return stronger. Tien, showing great mercy, offered to train her at his dojo if she apologized to the villagers. After Jiren sincerely apologized to the townsfolk, Tien turned to Goku and officially agreed to join the team, realizing the prize money would be invaluable for rebuilding the damaged village. Master Roshi, fully recovered from the mind control, also stepped up to join the roster. With Tien and Roshi secured, Goku's roster was nearly complete. With a mere 8 hours remaining before the high-stakes tournament was set to begin, Goku sat down to enjoy a hearty meal with Tien, Chiaotzu, and Roshi. Their dining was interrupted by the arrival of Gohan and Piccolo, who challenged Goku and Tien to a tag team sparring match to fine-tune their teamwork. Accepting the challenge, they all relocated to a rocky plateau. Setting the rules, they agreed that anyone knocked off the rocky platform would be eliminated. The battle kicked off immediately as Gohan charged at Goku, the two exchanging a spectacular flurry of blows until Goku backed off to commend Gohan on his drastically improved skill. Tien joined the fray, but Gohan swiftly countered him before turning his focus back to Goku. As Gohan and Goku remained locked in intense hand-to-hand combat, they began throwing powerful energy blasts at one another. Spotting an opening, Tien began charging his devastating Kikoho technique from below. However, Gohan anticipated the move, rushing Tien and knocking him off the platform before he could fire. Seizing this brief distraction, Piccolo unleashed a massive energy blast that Goku barely managed to block. Goku struggled to deflect Piccolo's massive blast, and Gohan immediately pressed the advantage with another relentless assault. Seeing how intense the spar was getting, Tien intervened, urging everyone to stop before they accidentally injured themselves right before the tournament. However, Gohan, determined to test his limits, ignored the warning and challenged Goku to a one-on-one duel. Goku readily accepted Gohan's request and powered up into his Super Saiyan form, escalating the intensity of their match. They clashed with immense force, shockwaves echoing through the area. To outmaneuver his son, Goku began using rapid instant transmission, teleporting all around Gohan to strike from every conceivable angle. Goku bombarded Gohan with rapid strikes until Gohan fell, prompting Goku to launch a Kamehameha wave. Gohan retaliated by unleashing a Kamehameha of his own, resulting in a massive energy clash. Mid-blast, Goku teleported behind Gohan to deliver a surprise strike, but Gohan quickly recovered, striking Goku back and sending him reeling. Gohan gained the upper hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast and demanding that his father stop holding back and fight him with his absolute maximum power. Recognizing his son's immense resolve, Goku powered up into Super Saiyan Blue and stacked his Kaioken technique on top of it. The resulting clash of titans shook the very foundations of the earth. The intense battle generated massive explosions that lit up the entire sky. Ultimately, Goku delivered a decisive final blow that brought Gohan down, leaving him unable to continue fighting. Goku quickly descended to help Gohan up, proudly declaring that Gohan had fully restored his legendary power and would be the leader of Universe 7's team. With the leadership secured, Goku returned to training alongside Whis in the gravity chamber, while Vegeta headed off to push his limits inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, back at home, Yamcha sat in quiet anticipation, expecting Goku to call him to join the tournament roster, completely unaware that the team was already fully assembled. Yamcha had no idea that Goku had already finalized his 10-man lineup. Around the multiverse, all the other universes were also putting the finishing touches on their rosters. However, with only 4 hours remaining before the tournament, Mr. Satan made an urgent call to Bulma to deliver some bad news. Mr. Satan explained that Majin Buu had fallen into a deep, unbreakable slumber and wouldn't wake up in time to participate. Bulma immediately relayed the news to Goku, who rushed to Buu's side but failed to wake him. Having lost a key member, Goku faced a crisis. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Hit successfully recruited the Deceptive Frost for Universe 6's roster. Meanwhile, Kaba was also busy searching for powerful allies, reaching out to a fierce female Saiyan named Caulifla. To convince her to join, Kaba demonstrated and taught her the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Caulifla's quiet protege, Kale, also joined the group and was taught how to access the Super Saiyan transformation. However, once Kale transformed, she unleashed an overwhelmingly wild and destructive power. Kaba attempted to restrain her but found himself completely outmatched by her raw strength, leaving Caulifla to step in. Caulifla managed to calm Kale down, successfully restoring her to her normal state. Back in Universe 7, Goku was still desperately trying to figure out who could replace Majin Buu as the 10th fighter. Upon returning to Bulma's house, he was confronted by a stern Krillin, who revealed that Gohan had confessed that Goku lied about the prize money. Krillin pointed out that there was no cash prize, and they were actually fighting for the very survival of their universe. Feeling betrayed by the deception, Krillin declared that he and Android 18 were withdrawing from the tournament. Goku desperately explained that he only kept the truth a secret to prevent them from panicking. Hearing this, Lord Beerus angrily threatened Krillin, stating he would obliterate him on the spot if he refused to fight. Bulma quickly stepped in to defuse the tension, offering to personally pay them any amount of money they wanted if they agreed to participate. With everyone finally pacified, Goku noted they still needed one more warrior. Beerus pointed out that if Goku hadn't wiped out Frieza's entire army, they could have easily recruited a strong soldier. This gave Goku a wild idea, and he proposed bringing Frieza himself back from the dead. While everyone was shocked and vehemently objected, Goku managed to convince them that desperate times called for desperate measures before rushing to see King Yemma. Arriving in the underworld, Goku requested permission from King Yemma to speak with Frieza. Yemma granted his request, allowing Goku to visit Frieza in his personal hell. Goku explained the dire situation regarding the Tournament of Power and proposed having fortune teller Baba temporarily resurrect him for 24 hours to fight for their survival. Frieza agreed to participate, but only on the strict condition that Goku use the Earth's Dragon Balls to fully resurrect him once they won the tournament. Accepting the bargain, Goku agreed and went to fetch fortune teller Baba. However, Goku was completely unaware that a sinister plot was unfolding behind his back. A spy from Universe 4 had been monitoring Goku's every move, reporting his plans back to Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4. Quitella contacted Sidra, the god of destruction of Universe 9, and the two conspired to eliminate Goku before the tournament could even begin, hoping to disqualify Universe 7. Their goal was to prevent Universe 7 from completing its roster, ensuring its automatic erasure. They dispatched a lethal squad of assassins to Earth. Unaware of this, Goku, who was back at Bulma's house, instructed Krillin to take Android 18, Goten, and Trunks to the island reserve. Goku asked them to relieve Android 17 of his duties by leaving Goten and Trunks to guard the island in his stead. Krillin and Android 18 followed his instructions, traveling to the island to fetch 17. However, they didn't just leave the two young Saiyans behind on the reserve. They also left their daughter Maron under the boy's supervision before returning to Bulma's house with Android 17. Upon arrival, they found that Master Roshi had also arrived, meaning almost the entire team was gathered. However, Goku himself was conspicuously absent, as he had gone to meet fortune teller Baba. Goku was waiting at Baba's palace to receive the temporarily resurrected Frieza. The moment Frieza stepped into the mortal realm, they found themselves completely surrounded by the hostile assassins sent by Universes 4 and 9. Goku urged Frieza to grab onto him so they could teleport away immediately, but the tyrant had other plans. Ignoring Goku's warning, Frieza instantly struck one of the assassins. Eager to unleash his pent-up malice, he transformed into his glittering golden Frieza form and flew into the air, slaughtering the attackers with precise energy beams and vaporizing others with his bare hands. When a faction of assassins tried to ambush Goku, effortlessly knocked down his attackers and shouted at Frieza to stop the unnecessary bloodshed. However, Frieza ignored him, continuing his merciless onslaught. Suddenly, the lead assassin, whom Frieza had wounded earlier, stepped forward holding a massive sphere of pure destruction energy, revealing he had received it from Universe 9's god of destruction. The assassin hurled the destructive energy sphere, boasting that Frieza stood no chance against the power of a god. Frieza easily deflected and dissipated the blast, but the assassin merely grinned, revealing it was a diversion. Suddenly, the genuine sphere of destruction surged up from below, catching Frieza off guard as he tried to block it. Despite his immense strength, Frieza found himself completely trapped within the agonizing energy of destruction. He struggled desperately until he managed to suppress and shrink the energy sphere into a tiny bead, which he immediately used to execute the lead assassin. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza sneakily got behind Goku, trapping him inside the sphere instead. Frieza taunted Goku, telling him to prove if he could escape the destructive energy just as easily. While Goku struggled inside the sphere, Frieza slaughtered the remaining assassins, salvaged a communication device from their remains, and used it to contact the deities of Universe 9, offering to join their roster. Frieza claimed he had effectively neutralized Universe 7's star player. However, before a deal could be struck, Beerus and Whis arrived on the scene, prompting Frieza to quickly crush the communication device. Beerus easily dispersed the destruction energy to free Goku, warning him never to let his guard down again, before suspiciously questioning Frieza about his conversation. Frieza smoothly lied, claiming he was merely manipulating their enemies to gain intelligence, while secretly plotting to control all the gods of destruction. Before they departed for Bulma's house, Goku requested a brief 1-minute sparring match with Frieza to settle their competitive tension, promising a quick bout. Goku proposed a simple rule: whoever landed the first solid blow would be the victor. Beerus begrudgingly allowed it, and the two immediately vanished in a blur of extreme speed, clashing head-on. They ended up punching each other in the face simultaneously, plunging into the ocean below, which brought their brief duel to a sudden draw. After drying off, they returned to Bulma's house to join the rest of the team. Vegeta made no effort to hide his disgust at Frieza's presence. Shin, the Supreme Kai, emphasized the absolute necessity of cohesive teamwork to secure victory, advising that they should double-team any opponent to minimize the risk of elimination. Shin warned that fighting solo would put them at a severe disadvantage. Once the strategic briefing concluded, the 10 warriors held hands in a circle to signal their readiness to the Grand Priest. Instantly, they were teleported to the massive, eerie world of Void, where teams from other universes were already beginning to materialize. Cabba warmly greeted Vegeta, acknowledging his mentor. Meanwhile, Frieza spotted Frost, noting the striking physical resemblance between them, and slyly proposed an alliance of mutual benefit. Frost readily agreed to the deal. A moment later, the formidable team from Universe 11 arrived, prompting Goku to walk over and greet Toppo. Before they could talk, one of the gods of destruction from the exempt universes suddenly launched a massive energy attack at the arena to test the participants' reflexes. While everyone successfully dodged the blast, Goku's attention was immediately drawn to Jiren, a towering warrior from Universe 11. This silent warrior was Jiren, whose incredible speed allowed him to effortlessly avoid the debris without breaking a sweat. As Goku stared in awe, the Grand Priest addressed the gathered fighters, reiterating the tournament rules. Flight was strictly prohibited unless a fighter possessed natural wings, and the use of any healing items was outlawed. With the strict guidelines established, the Grand Priest commanded everyone to prepare for battle. As the tension reached its peak, Gohan desperately reminded his teammates to stick to their strategy of coordinated teamwork. Suddenly, the gong sounded, signaling the official start of the historic tournament, and the arena immediately erupted into a chaotic storm of energy blasts. Massive explosions rocked the arena as warriors clashed in every direction. Caught up in the excitement, Goku completely forgot Gohan's instructions about teamwork, charging off on his own to confront Toppo. However, his path was blocked by another eager combatant, forcing Goku into an immediate duel. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Frieza, 17, and 18, they abandoned the plan just like Goku, scattering across the battlefield to find their own opponents. Gohan was deeply frustrated by their complete lack of discipline. Left behind, Gohan remained clustered with Master Roshi, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo. As they surveyed the chaotic battlefield, they spotted a bizarre machine-like fighter from Universe 3. This robotic fighter, Nararama, was spinning violently like a top, knocking back anyone who came near him until Basil of Universe 9 managed to halt his rotation. Basil then shifted his focus, engaging in a swift battle with a female warrior from Universe 10, easily countering her attack with a powerful energy blast that sent her flying off the stage. Having been ringed out, she was instantly teleported to the spectator benches alongside the observing deities. The chaotic clashes intensified across every square inch of the arena. Soon, Gohan and his remaining tight-knit group found themselves completely encircled by a hostile squad of rival fighters, prompting Tien to step forward and unleash a blinding solar flare. Piccolo followed up with a precise special beam cannon, Krillin hurled a barrage of Destructo discs, and Master Roshi unleashed a classic Kamehameha wave. Despite their coordinated assault, the opposing warriors managed to withstand the combination. Meanwhile, Goku was busy deflecting stray energy blasts when an assassin from Universe 4 named Nink sneaked up behind him. Nink locked Goku in a tight bear hug, intending to drag both of them off the arena's edge in a mutual elimination. Dragged right to the precipice, Goku quickly tapped into his Super Saiyan Blue form, easily breaking the hold and sending Nink plunging into the void alone. However, Goku was immediately surrounded by the dangerous trio de dangers: Basil, Lavender, and Bergamo. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 laughed triumphantly, declaring that Goku had fallen right into their legendary Triangle of Danger. The three brothers launched a highly synchronized onslaught. To protect himself from Lavender's deadly toxic attacks, Goku formed a protective energy barrier around his body while trying to engage them individually. Despite his efforts, the three brothers coordinated flawlessly, constantly striking from Goku's blind spots and leaving him struggling to find an opening. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Frieza easily eliminated a fighter named Napapa. Vegeta, noticing Goku's predicament, fought his way over to stand back-to-back with his rival to even the odds. Seeing this, the desperate Supreme Kai of Universe 9 ordered 5 additional warriors to assist the brothers. The additional reinforcements arrived, leaving both Goku and Vegeta facing 4 opponents each. Vegeta wasted no time, aggressively charging at Lavender to initiate a fierce duel. However, a savage female warrior named Hop leaped in to assist Lavender, and their combined pressure allowed Lavender to land a solid blow on the Saiyan Prince. Meanwhile, Goku pressed his attack on Basil, but a metal-skinned warrior named Chapel stepped in to shield his ally. Goku's physical strikes bounced off Chapel's iron body, and the warrior retaliated by breathing fire. Undeterred, Goku maintained his offensive, while Hop and Lavender relentlessly pressured Vegeta. Vegeta found himself overwhelmed as a third opponent named Hyssop joined the fray, freezing Vegeta's arm. Deciding he had played around enough, Vegeta powered up into a Super Saiyan, shattered the ice, dodged Hop's follow-up claw attack, and retaliated with a heavy strike before launching her high into the air. Vegeta quickly flew up to Hop's level and delivered a crushing blow that knocked her clean out of the arena boundaries. Not wanting to be outdone, Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a massive energy blast that blew Chapel and another Universe 9 warrior right off the stage. The battles raged on as another opponent named Oregano launched a web-like attack at Vegeta. Oregano tried to bind Vegeta with sticky threads, but the Saiyan Prince easily powered through the bindings and threw both Oregano and Hyssop off the stage. This double elimination marked a devastating blow for Universe 9. With other fights occurring simultaneously, the total number of eliminated Universe 9 warriors climbed to 7, leaving only the trio de Dangers remaining. Left with no other options, Basil and his brothers stood alone against the Saiyan duo. Goku and Vegeta launched a combined assault, blasting the trio back to the very edge of the ring. Desperate, the brothers unleashed their ultimate combined energy blast, prompting Goku and Vegeta to power up into Super Saiyan Blue to counter it. Goku and Vegeta unleashed a massive final Kamehameha that completely overwhelmed the brothers' blast, blowing them off the stage and eliminating the final members of Universe 9. Having lost all their fighters, Universe 9 was declared defeated. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Xenos raised their hands and completely erased Universe 9 from existence, leaving the entire arena in a stunned, terrified silence. The remaining fighters stood frozen in sheer terror, suddenly realizing the brutal stakes of the tournament. However, the battles quickly resumed. Vegeta found himself facing the rubbery Botamo of Universe 6. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of heavy blows, but Botamo's unique body absorbed all the impact without taking any damage. Thinking quickly, Vegeta grabbed Botamo's arms to lift him up. Vegeta attempted to carry and toss the heavy warrior out of bounds, but Vegeta, the metal giant of Universe 6, intervened by striking Vegeta from behind, forcing the two to team up against the Saiyan Prince. Meanwhile, on another side of the ring, Krillin found himself ambushed by a fierce warrior from Universe 10, but Gohan quickly leaped in to shield his friend. Krillin counterattacked with a well-aimed Destructo Disc, slicing through the opponent's guard and pushing him back, while Master Roshi followed up with a powerful Kamehameha that blasted the Universe 10 fighter right off the stage. Elsewhere, Android 18 engaged in a fierce duel with Shosa of Universe 4, landing some solid hits, but she temporarily lowered her guard. Shosa capitalized on her mistake, landing a heavy blow that nearly sent Android 18 tumbling off the edge. Fortunately, Krillin dashed over in the nick of time, catching her and pulling her back to safety. Standing side by side, the husband and wife duo launched a coordinated assault, keeping Shosa on the defensive until they unleashed a combined energy attack. They cleverly bounced the energy sphere back and forth to disorient Shosa before it finally struck him head-on, blasting him out of the ring. However, before they could celebrate, another sneaky Universe 4 fighter named Majora blindsided Krillin. Before Majora could land a finishing blow, Android 18 kicked him away. Krillin quickly deployed his signature solar flare technique, but to his surprise, the bright flash had absolutely no effect on Majora. The blind warrior easily countered, striking both Krillin and Android 18 while proudly explaining that his lack of sight made him completely immune to light attacks, as he relied entirely on his heightened sense of smell to fight. Krillin immediately began formulating a counter-strategy. Krillin suddenly launches an attack, throwing his dirty shoe right at Majora's sensitive nose, forcing him to take a big whiff of that awful smell. Distracted by the stench, Krillin blasts him with a powerful Kamehameha, sending him flying out of bounds. But instead of staying alert, Krillin starts celebrating and completely drops his guard. Right at that exact instant, Frost sneaks up and knocks him right off the stage. Just like that, Universe 7 loses a valuable fighter. From there, the battle royal becomes infinitely more intense. Androids 17 and 18 decide to push forward on their own, while Gohan remains with Master Roshi, Tien, and Piccolo to coordinate. Meanwhile, on a completely different side of the battleground, Kale, the formidable female warrior representing Universe 6, finds herself in a tight spot, facing off against two brutal opponents from Universe 10, Methiop and Napapa. The duo relentlessly beats down on her until she completely loses consciousness. As they heartlessly throw her over the edge, Caulifla rushes in the nick of time, catches her mid-air, and powers up, transforming into a fiery Super Saiyan, and immediately unleashes a barrage of heavy blows on Methiop, pushing him far back. Napapa tries to step in, shoving Caulifla backwards in an attempt to wring her out, but his plan fails miserably. Caulifla exerts her immense strength, lifts him high, slams him down to shatter the arena stage, and eliminates him. Once the coast is clear, she awakens Kale and guides her to a safer spot on another side of the massive arena. There, they spot Goku in the middle of a battle. Spotting an opportunity, Caulifla opponent out of the way and boldly declares, "Hey, I'm a Saiyan just like you. You've got to teach me how to unlock that Super Saiyan God form." Goku, however, calmly rejects her, saying it's not going to happen because she isn't ready for that level of power yet. Naturally, Caulifla gets incredibly annoyed. Determined to prove her strength, she transforms into a bulky Super Saiyan form and charges straight at him. Goku effortlessly dodges her heavy strikes and knocks her to the ground, giving her some advice. If you ever want to reach the God form, you first need to master the second and third levels of Super Saiyan to demonstrate. Goku powers up right before her eyes to show her how Super Saiyan 2 is done. Driven by her natural genius, Caulifla mimics him perfectly, successfully unlocking Super Saiyan 2 herself. Eager to test their limits, they agree to clash directly. They begin by trading massive energy blasts, which quickly escalates into a fierce hand-to-hand brawl until Goku gains the upper hand, smashing her into a giant boulder and landing a heavy kick with a devastating kick. Refusing to back down, Caulifla charges right back into the fray, while Kale fires off some energy beams to assist her sister. Annoyed by the interruption, Goku snaps at Kale, yelling, "You're really getting in the way. Quit bothering us while we're trying to fight." Hearing those harsh words deeply hurts Kale, triggering a wave of intense anger that forces her to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan with an absolutely terrifying monstrous power. She blindly charges at Goku, grabs him, and starts tossing him around like a ragdoll. Goku tries to fight back and land a blow, but his attacks have no effect. Kale continues her brutal assault, grabbing Goku by the face and violently smashing him headfirst into the arena floor. Goku gets back up, realizes he has to step it up, and powers up into Super Saiyan Blue to unleash a full-power Kamehameha. Shockingly, even this massive blast barely scratches Kale. However, Kale is completely overwhelmed by her own uncontrollable energy and loses all sense of reason. Suddenly, she leaps high into the air, blindly firing devastating energy beams in every single direction across the arena, knocking out multiple fighters off the stage. When she lands, a brave warrior from Universe 11 steps up to stop her rampage, but she easily overpowers him and sends him flying out of the ring. Seeing the chaos, the absolute powerhouse of Universe 11, Jiren, is finally forced to intervene. He descends gracefully and strikes her with a powerful energy blast of sheer force, successfully neutralizing her wild form and reverting her back to normal. As the dust settles, Jiren finds himself face to face with Goku. Goku eagerly challenges him, saying, "Fight me." But before they can clash, Toppo descends, launching a brief attack and telling Jiren, "We'll let 5 of our other comrades handle him. Let's fall back for now." Jiren agrees and retreats alongside Toppo. Meanwhile, Gohan had been separated from his allies during the chaos of Kale's wild rampage. After searching around, he regroups with them, only to find Master Roshi and Tien teaming up to eliminate an opposing fighter. Piccolo joins the group shortly after, followed closely by the arrival of Frieza and Vegeta. Looking around, Master Roshi raises a question, wondering, where on earth did Android 17, Android 18, and Goku get to? Speak of the devil, Goku is still dealing with Caulifla and Kale when suddenly they are ambushed by 5 elite warriors from Universe 11. Kasserol, Tupper, Zorre, Cocotte, and Kettle, who waste no time launching a coordinated, aggressive assault. Tupper drops in and grabs a hold of Goku. Utilizing his special ability to drastically increase his own body weight, he starts dragging Goku down into the very earth. Seizing the opening, Zoirei spins rapidly to generate a fierce tornado, slamming directly into Goku. Meanwhile, Caulifla finds herself locked in combat with Kettle, who relentlessly bombards her with a barrage of rapid-fire energy blasts. Seeing her sister in trouble, Kale tries to step in and help, but Cocotte uses her unique dimensional magic to trap Kale inside a powerful, inescapable barrier. Kasserol watches the entire scene unfold with a smug, satisfied grin. However, his joy is short-lived as Android 17 and 18 suddenly flank him out of nowhere, delivering a hard strike that catches him completely off guard. Kasserol quickly recovers, shapes his energy into a glowing blade, and slashes forward, but Android 17 effortlessly dodges it. Frustrated, Kasserol reshapes his energy into an explosive bomb and hurls it, but 17 easily defends against that too. When Kasserol looks around, he notices Android 18 has slipped away to assist Goku, sneaking up right behind Tupper to launch a surprise attack, blasting him and successfully freeing Goku from his grasp. Annoyed, Tupper gets back on his feet and teams up with Zorre to unleash a devastating double tornado attack directly at Android 18. Once the dust clears from their joint assault, 18 unfazed, grabs the massive Tupper and effortlessly hurls him right off the edge of the arena. Realizing they are outmatched, Zorre and Kasserol quickly retreat to regroup with Kettle and Cocotte. Desperate to turn the tide, they command Cocotte to construct a massive reinforced barrier to trap and crush Caulifla and Kale. Inside this high-pressure prison, Zorre unleashes a fierce, whipping tornado, forcing Caulifla to put up a desperate defense, pushing her right to her absolute limits just on the verge of defeat. Seeing her beloved sister in such deep trouble triggers Kale, who transforms into her legendary Super Saiyan state once again. This time she shatters her own small barrier and steps out with complete conscious control over her massive power. When Kasserol and his remaining squad combine their energies into one massive blast, Caulifla and Kale stand side by side, perfectly uniting their own forces to counter with a devastating combined energy beam. They hold their ground in a spectacular power struggle, gradually ramping up their energy until they completely shatter Cocotte's massive barrier. Their overwhelming blast sweeps Kasserol, Zorre, and Kettle right out of the arena bounds. The only one left standing is Cocotte, who managed to survive by shielding herself in a compact personal barrier. Seeing this, Android 18 walks right up, lifts the entire sphere containing Cocotte, and casually tosses her over the edge, bringing an end to the skirmish. With the threat cleared, Caulifla expresses her gratitude to Goku, gathers up Kale, and they depart. Just then, 3 eccentric girls from Universe 2 make a grand entrance, loudly demanding everyone's attention with a shout of, "Listen up, everyone." To everyone's surprise, the surrounding fighters actually pause their battles to see what's going on. The trio introduces themselves as Brienne, Sanka, and Sue, proudly announcing that they are about to undergo their magical transformation. But as they begin their flashy sequence, Android 17, being the pragmatist he is, rushes in and blasts them mid-sequence. However, Goku alongside Toppo scold him, yelling, "Let them finish their transformation." Android 17 sighs, complies, and steps back. The trio successfully completes their transformation, gaining a massive power boost, and immediately launch a barrage of explosive heart-shaped energy attacks across the entire field. As Vegeta effortlessly dodges one of these exploding hearts, he mocks Brienne, calling it an incredibly foolish attack, which immediately gets on her nerves and drives her to charge straight at him, dragging him into an intense skirmish. After trading a series of rapid blows, Brienne curls herself into a high-speed rolling ball and hurtles toward him. Vegeta quickly steps aside to dodge, causing the runaway Brienne to slam into and eliminate an unfortunate fighter from Universe 10 instead. Meanwhile, Su focuses her attention on Goku. As Goku tries to create some distance, she unleashes a flurry of rapid energy beams, managing to graze him right on the face with one of them. Simultaneously, Sanka engages Android 17 in a wild melee, trying to slash him with her razor-sharp claws, even going so far as to bite him, before starting to move with incredible dizzying speed all around him, scratching him multiple times. Tired of the antics, Android 17 deploys a solid energy barrier to shield himself, traps her inside the expanding sphere, and strikes her hard, sending her flying over the edge of the arena. But just before she can hit the void, a flying ally from Universe 2 with majestic wings named Vikal swoops in and saves her. Repositioned, Sanka rushes back into the arena at breakneck speed, catching 17 by surprise and knocking him down. Getting back to his feet, Android 17 smirks and declares, "Alright, now the real fight begins." He swiftly charges at Vikal, striking her and utilizing his extreme speed to keep up a relentless, overwhelming combination of attacks, successfully knocking her clean out of the tournament. Seeing her savior eliminated, Sanka rushes back in for revenge, but 17 effortlessly parries her strikes. As she tries to reposition, 17 leaps high into the air, charging up a massive sphere of energy. The moment she gets close, he unleashes the blast directly at her, sending her tumbling out of bounds. Witnessing this, Brienne is absolutely furious. She confronts 17, screaming, "How dare you do that to Sanka? I will make you pay," and charges at him in a rage. Meanwhile, Goku is still busy dodging Su's relentless barrage of energy attacks until she strategically surrounds him with a grid of blasts, leaving him with no clear escape path. Sensing the danger, Android 17 dashes over, deploying a protective barrier just in time to shield Goku from the massive explosion. With Goku safe, 17 returns to his duel with Brienne, while Goku resumes his clash with Su. Having analyzed her attack patterns, Goku starts utilizing instant transmission to easily evade her strikes. Seizing the perfect moment, he catches one of her own projectiles, redirecting it to blast her right back to the very edge of the ring. Simultaneously, 17 manages to push Brienne back to the edge as well. But just as the Universe 7 duo prepare to deliver the final eliminating blows, the Yardrat warrior of Universe 2, Jimeze, teleports in, grabs both of his allies, and quickly vanishes using instant transmission. Meanwhile, on another portion of the stage, Gohan and Piccolo find themselves facing off against the bouncy Botomo. Gohan turns to Piccolo and confidently says, "Leave this guy to me, I've got him." Gohan charges in and unloads a flurry of punches, but Botamo's rubbery body absorbs all the damage effortlessly. Understanding the trick, Gohan rapidly increases the speed of his strikes, lifting Botamo's feet clean off the ground and steadily pushing him backward. Once Gohan successfully maneuvers the helpless Botamo to the edge of the platform, he unleashes a powerful Kamehameha blast, blowing him out of the ring. Gohan then regroups with Piccolo, but their brief respite is interrupted as the final two remaining fighters of Universe 10, Obuni and Rubalt, step forward and challenge them directly, saying, "Fight us." Gohan and Piccolo accept the challenge. Rubalt immediately lunges at Piccolo, landing a series of heavy strikes. However, Piccolo calmly bides his time, eventually surrounding Rubalt with a deadly web of guided energy spheres before detonating them all at once, blasting him straight out of the arena. This leaves only Obuni to carry the hopes of Universe 10. He charges at Gohan and the two engage in a fierce clash of blows. After a brief exchange, Obuni accelerates his movements dramatically. Gohan increases his own speed to match and counter him, prompting Obuni to activate his signature technique, creating multiple solid illusionary clones that begin to relentlessly strike Gohan from all sides. Gohan struggles to defend himself because he cannot sense or pinpoint the location of Obuni's actual physical body. Realizing he needs a different strategy, Gohan stops moving, concentrates his energy, and purposely allows Obuni to strike him. By taking the hit directly, Gohan successfully senses the physical impact, pinpointing the real body's location, which instantly turns the tide of the battle in his favor. Gohan dominates the fight as Obuni begins to tire from his high-energy clones. After landing a series of heavy blows, Gohan charges up a powerful Kamehameha, blasting Obuni clear out of the ring. With Obuni's elimination, Universe 10 has lost all of its fighters. Consequently, the two Omni-Kings promptly erase Universe 10 and all of its inhabitants from existence. With only 37 minutes remaining on the tournament clock, the chaotic battles rage on. Suddenly, Hit of Universe 6 finds himself face to face with the lightning-fast warrior of Universe 11, Dispo. Dispo looks at him confidently and declares, "I know that you stopped time and I will defeat you." Dispo launches a blindingly fast assault, managing to land clean hits on Hit. Everyone spectating is absolutely shocked to see the legendary assassin getting hit so easily, and Champa is visibly furious in the stands. Hit tries to counterattack, but Dispo easily avoids it and strikes him again, boasting, "I am incredibly fast, far faster than light itself. Your time skip won't work on me because my ears can hear the unique vibration of your muscles right before you freeze time, allowing me to strike before you can even react." Dispo charges in once more, landing another series of heavy blows on Hit, continuing to beat down on him. While taking these heavy hits, Hit is actually using the opportunity to analyze and adapt to Dispo's incredible speed. However, Dispo's relentless onslaught steadily pushes Hit right to the edge of the arena. Just as Dispo goes for the final, decisive blow to knock him out, Hit quickly shifts his physical body into his pocket dimension, causing Dispo to phase right through him and tumble off the edge. But before Dispo can fall into the void, his Universe 11 teammate, Kunchi, saves him by catching him with glowing energy threads and pulling him back up. Now, the two Pride Troopers stand together, launching a coordinated attack against Hit, putting the assassin in a highly challenging and tight situation. Fortunately, Goku drops right into the middle of the battle, powered up in his Super Saiyan God form to offer Hit some backup. Goku immediately charges at Dispo, but the speedster manages to land a hit on him. Hit tries to counter Dispo, but Kunchi intercepts and binds him with his energy threads, allowing Dispo to turn his attention back to Goku and strike him again. Reacting quickly, Goku briefly flashes into Super Saiyan Blue to block the blow, allowing him to successfully track and predict Dispo's linear movements. Dropping back down to Super Saiyan God, Goku confidently tells Dispo, "Yeah, you're incredibly fast, but your straight-line attacks are totally predictable." Goku continues his clash with Dispo, while Hit finds himself surrounded by Kunchi's explosive energy threads. Kunchi warns him, "One move and these will blow you to pieces." Hit calmly analyzes the situation and unleashes an invisible long-range shockwave that strikes Kunchi directly. Meanwhile, Goku and Dispo land right next to Hit. Seizing the moment, Hit lands a heavy blow on Dispo and taunts him, saying, "You're getting anxious now, which means you can no longer focus to hear the sound of my muscles. Now, my time skip will work perfectly." Hit proceeds to unleash a brutal combination on Dispo, while Goku charges at Kunchi, powering up into his Super Saiyan Blue form to plow straight through the explosive threads. The resulting explosions don't faze Goku at all as he closes the distance and strikes Kunchi hard. Seizing an opening, Hit throws Dispo toward the edge to eliminate him, but Kunchi saves him yet again with his energy lines. Anticipating this, Hit freezes time, lands a decisive strike on Kunchi, and knocks him completely out of the arena. However, Dispo manages to escape elimination by quickly retreating to regroup with Toppo and Jiren. With the threat resolved, Goku and Hit exchange a respectful nod before parting ways. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Master Roshi is navigating the ruins alone when he is suddenly ambushed by a female warrior representing Universe 4 named Kawaii, who possesses the unique ability to materialize weapons out of pure energy. Master Roshi easily dodges her opening assault and warns her, "You should run along, young lady. You simply don't have the strength to match me." But Kawaii completely ignores his warning, concentrating her energy to form a deadly sharp energy spear and lunges forward. Master Roshi calmly catches the spear midair, shatters it with his bare hands, and powers up, bulking up his muscles to his max power form. Terrified by his sudden, imposing display of power, Kawaii loses her nerve and willingly leaps off the stage, eliminating herself. Immediately after, another tricky warrior from Universe 4 named Durkori steps up and boldly declares, "I will be the one to defeat you." She immediately begins casting mystical talismans, trapping Master Roshi inside a vivid, disorienting illusion. Within the hallucination, Roshi panics, feeling as though he is falling off the edge of the arena. He runs blindly to escape, only to snap back to reality and find himself standing right in front of Durkori, realizing he was never in any real danger. Knowing he has to neutralize her magic before she can trap him in another illusion, Roshi quickly devises a plan. He pulls out a small sealing jar and performs the legendary evil containment wave, successfully trapping Durkori inside the container. He seals it and tosses it over the edge, leaving Lord Beerus spectating from the stands absolutely thrilled with Master Roshi's clever tactics. However, Roshi's trials are far from over as Ganos, another warrior from Universe 4, confronts him. Ganos transforms into his avian form and charges, but the experienced Master Roshi easily counters and knocks him down. Ganos gets back up and launches several more aggressive attacks, but Roshi consistently evades them and blasts him back with a powerful energy strike. However, what Roshi doesn't realize is that Ganos' power rapidly increases the longer he fights. Having grown significantly stronger, Ganos suddenly retaliates with a brutal counterattack, landing a barrage of heavy blows and blasting Roshi backward with a massive energy wave. Struggling, Roshi slowly gets back up and realizes he needs to end this fight immediately before Ganos grows any stronger. He deploys a hypnotic sleep technique to put Ganos into a deep trance. Under the influence of the hypnosis, Ganos blindly strikes himself, but the sudden pain snaps him back to his senses after just a few seconds, allowing him to return straight back to the battle and land a heavy blow on Master Roshi. Seeing Roshi fall to the ground, Krillin watches anxiously from the sidelines. Goku, who is fighting nearby, desperately tries to break away to help his master, but is held back by his own opponent. Summoning every last drop of his remaining strength, Roshi stands up for one final, desperate stand, calling out to Goku and Krillin, "Keep moving forward in your lives, and never stop growing stronger." With that final lesson, Master Roshi unleashes a colossal maximum power Kamehameha that blasts Ganos completely out of the arena. Immediately after, the sheer exertion causes Roshi to collapse, and his heart stops beating. In the stands, Krillin bursts into tears, screaming desperately for Goku to save him. Hearing the plea, Goku instantly rushes to Roshi's side. He repeatedly applies gentle, controlled energy pulses to stimulate his master's heart until miraculously Roshi gasps for air and opens his eyes. Overcome with relief, Goku tearfully hugs him, helps him stand, and guides him to a safe, quiet spot to rest and recover. Leaving him to recuperate, Goku heads back into the action. Elsewhere, Gohan and Piccolo are still fighting side by side. Just as Dr. Rhoda, a fighter from Universe 6, approaches them, he is suddenly shot down by an unseen sniper. Instantly, a barrage of high-speed energy beams rains down on Gohan and Piccolo, forcing them to quickly take cover. Since they have no idea who is firing or where these incredibly precise shots are originating from at all. As they attempt to move and reposition, Piccolo is clipped by a beam, cleanly severing his arm. He quickly regenerates it, extends his arm to launch a counterattack, and instructs Gohan to keep a sharp eye out to trace the origin of the beams. However, despite his focus, Gohan still cannot determine where the sniper is shooting from. Thinking quickly, Piccolo shatters a nearby boulder to create a thick cloud of dust as a smokescreen. Scanning the area, he and Gohan spot a series of floating, reflective spheres. They realize these spheres are acting as mirrors to redirect the sniper's blasts. Piccolo quickly destroys them, but as they stand there strategizing, another deadly beam suddenly targets Gohan. Piccolo selflessly throws himself in front of the blast, taking the full impact to protect Gohan, which completely severs both of his arms. After regenerating his limbs once more, Piccolo deduces that the sniper isn't relying on sight, but is actually tracking them by detecting their body heat. To counter this, he and Gohan start blasting and setting fire to the surrounding ruins, creating a massive wall of heat to scramble the sniper's thermal vision. The plan works perfectly. Unable to pinpoint their exact location amidst the flames, the frustrated sniper is forced to blindly fire a barrage of beams in all directions. Exhausted from regenerating so many times, Piccolo collapses and Gohan quickly tends to him. Fortunately, Tien arrives to assist them. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta catch wind of the situation and spot the sniper's spotter. They rush in to launch an attack, but he easily reflects their attacks back at them using his reflective body. The Saiyan duo quickly realizes that this opponent, Prum from Universe 2, is merely a decoy. The actual shooter is his partner, Hermila, who is firing from a distance while Prum simply redirects the blasts. Armed with this knowledge, Goku and Vegeta change tactics, throwing giant boulders at Prum instead, since his reflection ability only works against energy-based attacks. Meanwhile, Tien steps in to help, successfully tracking Hermila's location. He creates several clones of himself and charges directly toward Hermila. Along the way, Hermila manages to blast and destroy 3 of Tien's clones. However, the real Tien reaches him and unleashes a powerful Neo Tri-Beam, blasting Hermila down. Believing the fight is won, Tien relaxes, but Hermila was merely playing possum. He suddenly fires a blast at the ground beneath Tien's feet, shattering the stage and sending Tien falling off the edge of the arena. Before falling into the void, Tien quickly creates several clones in mid-air, who grab onto Hermila and drag him down along with him, resulting in a double elimination. With Tien gone, Universe 7 loses another valuable fighter. Goku and Vegeta are left standing, waiting for Prum to recover so they can finish him off and eliminate him. Suddenly, Dr. Rhoda, who had recovered from his earlier injury, joins Prum. Seizing the opportunity to clean house, Vegeta unleashes a powerful blast, knocking both of them off the stage simultaneously. Shortly after, the Grand Priest announces that only 36 fighters remain in the tournament, including 6 from Universe 2, 7 from Universe 3, 4 from Universe 4, 8 from Universe 6, 8 from Universe 7, and 3 from Universe 11. Observing this, Beerus raises a suspicious question. Something is off here. Universe 4 supposedly has 4 remaining fighters, yet we can only see 2 on the stage. They must be plotting something devious in the shadows. Meanwhile, Dispo is confronted by a strange Universe 4 fighter named Maji Kaio, who possesses a liquid-like body that can shapeshift into absolutely anything he desires. As he launches an attack on Dispo, the speedster easily counters, lands several heavy strikes, and blasts him with energy. But Maji Kaio simply laughs, taunting, "I was just playing around and letting you hit me." He suddenly traps Dispo, pinning him down, and reshapes his arm into a giant, sharp pair of scissors, preparing to cut him down, but Jiren steps in, moving with blinding speed. With a single, incredibly powerful punch, he blows Maji Kaio clean out of the arena with the sheer pressure of his fist. Meanwhile, on another side of the stage, Frost is wandering through the rubble, recalling a secret deal he made with Champa before the tournament began, promising him, "I will get revenge on Universe 7 for you during the battle, in exchange for a full pardon for all of my past crimes." Champa had gladly accepted the deal. Snapping back to the present, Frost spots the exhausted Master Roshi standing right in front of him. He ruthlessly strikes him, sending him crashing down, and follows up with another brutal blow. Having pushed himself to the absolute limit, Roshi is too weak to mount a proper defense. Even when Roshi tries to bulk up his muscles to fight back, Frost easily dominates the exchange, landing heavy hits and throwing him back. Summoning his remaining energy, Roshi pulls out a sealing jar to perform the evil containment wave, successfully catching Frost in the swirling vortex. However, due to his severe exhaustion, Roshi's focus slips, failing to seal the jar. Frost breaks free, furious and on the verge of eliminating Roshi, but Vegeta arrives in the nick of time, delivering a heavy blow that sends Frost crashing into a giant boulder. Frost gets up, smirking, and challenges him, "You're just in time because I'm going to eliminate you right now." Vegeta confidently replies, "Go ahead and try." But as they face off, the towering Vegeta arrives to back Frost up, forcing Vegeta into a challenging 2-on-1 battle. Frost strategically uses Vegeta's massive metal body as a shield while firing off annoying energy blasts from behind. Seeing Vegeta struggle, Master Roshi decides to use the very last of his energy to launch one final Mafuba at Vegeta. As the vortex pulls Vegeta in, Frost quickly intervenes, redirecting the containment vortex directly toward Vegeta, successfully sealing the Saiyan Prince inside the jar. Frost then knocks the depleted Roshi down with a barrage of blasts. Lying on the ground, Roshi tells himself, "I can't let it end like this." Summoning a final burst of willpower, Roshi throws a precise energy blast that shatters the jar, freeing Vegeta. The moment Vegeta is freed, he is absolutely furious. He immediately powers up into his Super Saiyan Blue form, radiating an intimidating aura that terrifies Frost into fleeing the scene. Vegeta then unleashes his wrath on Vegeta, blasting the giant metal warrior clean off the stage. Turning to his exhausted mentor, Vegeta gently says, "You've done more than enough, old man." Retire from the field and go eat a senzu bean. Following his advice, Master Roshi willingly steps off the edge to eliminate himself, safely receiving a much-needed senzu bean on the sidelines. Meanwhile, a fierce duel breaks out between Goku and Brienne. The two collide in mid-air, trading a rapid series of punches and kicks until Brienne unleashes a flurry of heart-shaped explosive blasts. Elsewhere, the arena is chaotic. Toppo is locked in combat with Kaba, while Gohan is engaged in a fierce battle with a robotic fighter named Borareta. Suddenly, the tricky Yardrat warrior from Universe 2, Jimezi, teleports in to challenge Gohan directly. Utilizing his mastery over instant transmission, Jimezi teleports rapidly around the battlefield, landing unpredictable strikes on Gohan. Gohan struggles to anticipate the teleportation attacks. Jimezi manages to knock Gohan down with a powerful energy blast and prepares to deliver the final blow to eliminate him from the tournament, but Frieza suddenly intervenes, blocking the attack and mocking Gohan. Are you seriously about to be defeated by such a pathetic opponent? However, Frieza merely stands there, watching Jimezi without launching an attack. Up in the stands, Krillin grows suspicious, muttering, "Frieza might be plotting to betray us and eliminate Gohan himself." Whis chimes in, agreeing, "Indeed, with Frieza, you must expect the unexpected. His ultimate goal is to be the sole survivor so he can claim the Super Dragon Balls for himself, so betraying his own team is entirely within character." Hearing this, Krillin is visibly panicked, lamenting, "We should have kept a closer eye on that tyrant from the very beginning." But instead of attacking Gohan, Frieza steps back with a sinister grin and says, "Go on, don't mind me, I'll just spectate." The battle resumes and Jimezi's rapid instant transmission once again allows him to dominate, landing heavy strikes on Gohan. Just as Jimezi prepares to land the finishing blow to eliminate Gohan, Frieza suddenly steps in, declaring, "Actually, I've changed my mind." Jimezi turns to him defiantly, saying, "Then you'll be the one going out first," as he charges. Frieza effortlessly counters, whipping him with his tail, grabbing him and delivering a brutal beatdown before blasting him clean out of the arena with a point-blank energy wave. Suddenly, Frost steps out of the shadows, joining Frieza and sneers at Gohan. "Prepare yourself, boy. You're facing both of us now. Frieza and I have formed an alliance to take you down." This shocking revelation leaves the spectators in the stands completely stunned while Champa rejoices, thrilled that Frieza has seemingly defected to their side. Frieza immediately launches an attack on Gohan, landing a heavy blow. Gohan quickly gets back to his feet, powers up to his ultimate form, and counters, managing to land a solid strike on Frieza. Refusing to be outdone, Frieza taps into his golden form, dramatically raising his power to strike Gohan down, though Gohan managed to stay within the ring. Frieza then slowly walks over to Frost, looks him dead in the eye, and coldly says, "Allow me to teach you a valuable lesson. Never trust anyone." Before Frost can even react, Frieza unleashes a swift, powerful blast that sends Frost flying straight out of the arena bounds. Sitting in the spectator stands Frost is absolutely boiling with rage over Frieza's blatant betrayal. Enraged, he tries to launch an illegal attack from the sidelines, but the two Omni Kings instantly erase him from existence before he can break the rules. Gohan gets back up and calmly tells Frieza, "I knew you weren't actually fighting me seriously from the very moment you launched your first attack on me. I simply decided to play along to help you successfully pull off your plan and deceive Frost." Frieza chuckles and replies, "Make sure you give it your absolute all from here on out so we can secure our victory." Meanwhile, Goku is still busy dodging attacks as Brienne undergoes another transformation, boosting her power even further and aggressively chasing Goku with her explosive heart-shaped blasts. She summoned an explosive energy and fashioned a massive, glowing heart, throwing it straight at Goku. In response, Goku effortlessly ascended into his god mode, deflecting her assault. When Brienne scrambled back to her feet, she realized she was standing right in front of the monstrous Jiren, which absolutely terrified her, causing her to retreat in a panic. Goku then landed squarely in front of Jiren, staring him down and spoke directly to him. Goku boldly demanded, "Fight me right now." Hearing this, the God of Destruction from Universe 11 immediately initiated a telepathic link with Jiren, commanding him to eliminate Goku once and for all, unleash his absolute maximum potential, and completely crush him. Obliging his deity's orders, Jiren started to slowly release just a mere fraction of his monumental energy, and the sheer scale of it was an utterly colossal, terrifying force that vibrated throughout the entire arena. Even Lord Beerus was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, asking if such overwhelming power could truly belong to just a single warrior. Every single fighter on the battlefield stopped what they were doing just to witness this clash of titans between Goku and Jiren. Goku initiated the offensive with a massive Kamehameha wave, but it didn't even make Jiren flinch. Goku then powered up into Super Saiyan, launching a direct physical strike, but Jiren remained completely unmoved. Refusing to back down, Goku ascended into his red Super Saiyan God form to continue his relentless assault, yet even this divine level of power failed to register on Jiren. Goku had no choice but to push further, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue state to fight with everything he had, while all those who were spectating braced themselves for the sheer impact of the battle. Goku initiated an incredibly fierce, high-octane offensive that actually managed to force Jiren back a few steps, raising the speed of the duel to dizzying levels. Goku desperately tried to land a clean blow on Jiren, but Jiren was moving with blinding velocity, seemingly appearing from every direction simultaneously and landing heavy counterstrikes on him. In order to even keep up with this absurd pace, Goku activated his Kaioken multiplied by 20 times. As they exchanged blows in mid-air, Goku managed to spot a brief opening to unleash a point-blank Kamehameha wave. He fired it with full force, but Jiren reacted instantly, dodging the blast. The intense combat raged on relentlessly until Jiren finally seized Goku and slammed him violently into a massive rock formation. Jiren marched over, grabbed him, and coldly declared, "This is the end." He then unleashed a massive burst of energy designed to blast Goku straight out of bounds, but Goku defied the odds, grabbing onto the very edge of the arena platform. He pulled himself back up and immediately rushed back in to attack, but Jiren countered with 3 lightning-fast strikes delivered with such insane speed that absolutely nobody in the audience could even track them with their eyes. Dragging himself up, Goku told his opponent that it was time to reveal his ultimate trump card. He leapt onto a tall rock and began gathering energy for the Spirit Bomb, with all his Universe 7 allies eagerly contributing their power to the sphere. Once the massive ball of energy was fully charged, Goku hurled it directly at Jiren. But Jiren shockingly managed to deflect and push the massive Spirit Bomb right back at him. Now, Goku was desperately struggling to hold back his own devastating attack. At this point, Goku had pushed himself beyond his absolute physical limits, while Jiren, terrifyingly, had still not even unleashed his full power. After a grueling struggle of trying to survive, the unstable energy ball detonated right on top of Goku, triggering a catastrophic explosion that lit up the entire arena, and Goku completely vanished from sight in the aftermath. Looking at the devastation, the gods of destruction and supreme Kais of the other universes concluded that Goku had undoubtedly been vaporized and killed by the immense force of his own detonated attack. The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction of Universe 11 arrogantly proclaimed that with Goku's demise, Universe 7 was finished, as absolutely nobody left could pose a challenge to Jiren, declaring their victory as already secured. Meanwhile, Lord Beerus and Goku's loyal companions stood in stunned silence, completely refusing to accept the reality that their champion could actually be gone. While the remaining fighters of the tournament prepared to face Jiren in a desperate bid to defeat him, a massive, violent tremor suddenly shook the entire world of void. A blinding light pierced through the dust, and Goku emerged from the rubble, radiating an incomprehensibly vast power and enveloped in a strange, shimmering aura. As he charged at Jiren, he effortlessly dodged Jiren's lightning-fast strikes. His movements were uncanny, fluid, and completely unnatural, prompting his amazed friends to comment that this was absolutely not Goku's typical style of combat. Goku locked eyes with Jiren and engaged him in high-speed combat. Seeing this, Toppo and Dispo jumped in to assist Jiren, but Goku casually intercepted them, tossed them aside like ragdolls, and immediately resumed his focused duel against Jiren. For the very first time in this grueling tournament, Goku was actually matching Jiren's terrifying power blow for blow. The spectators in the stands were left completely bewildered, questioning the origin of this sudden, massive surge in Goku's power, and wondering about the mysterious, brilliant aura surrounding him, a force that seemed to surpass even the gods of destruction, known as the legendary Ultra Instinct. Whis offered his expert analysis, suggesting that the massive Spirit Bomb explosion had acted as a catalyst, refilling Goku's depleted body with pure energy and allowing him to break past his physical limits for a temporary period. Goku's power was truly awe-inspiring as he continued to exchange fierce, high-speed blows with unbelievable strikes with Jiren. In a stunning display of skill, Goku managed to land a powerful blow directly to Jiren's midsection and knock him down with a concentrated energy blast. However, just as he moved in to capitalize, the temporary time limit of his Ultra Instinct expired. Jiren seized the opportunity, grabbed Goku, blasted him with a powerful energy counterattack, and sent him crashing far away, lying completely exhausted on the ground. Frieza slowly approached him, and Goku initially feared that his old nemesis was going to eliminate him right then and there. Instead, Frieza surprisingly shared a portion of his own energy with Goku so he could get back on his feet. Standing up once more, Goku headed back toward Jiren, only to find Hit launching an aggressive assault, with Jiren catching Hit's fists in a firm grip. Hit quickly adjusted his strategy, shifting his physical body into another dimension to bypass and dodge Jiren's devastating counters. The tactical evasion continued until Jiren leaped onto a high rock, with Hit close behind. Once on the elevated ground, Hit desperately tried to execute his signature spatial manipulation tricks once more, but Jiren was too fast. Jiren struck him twice with heavy blows, yet Hit stubbornly persisted in phasing his body through dimensions to escape. Despite this, Jiren's terrifying attacks somehow still managed to break through and find their mark, keeping Hit on the defensive. While Goku watched this incredible tactical battle unfold, two Namekian warriors from Universe 6 stealthily approached him from behind Universe 6, intending to launch a surprise attack on the exhausted Saiyan. Fortunately, Gohan and Piccolo rushed in just in time to intercept them. At the exact same time, Vegeta was locked in combat with Brienne, blasting her with rapid energy beams that pushed her to the very brink of elimination, until her Universe 2 teammate rushed into Universe 2, named Rosie, stepped in to block Vegeta's decisive attack. When Vegeta turned his aggressive focus toward both of them, they quickly retreated to safety. Meanwhile, Hit was deliberately taking heavy damage from Jiren, treating the beating as a calculated risk so he could analyze and adapt to Jiren's incredible speed and rhythm. Once he felt he had fully adapted, Hit initiated a long-range strike, suddenly froze time, slipped behind Jiren, and landed a clean blow that drove Jiren to the very edge of the arena. By maintaining his time freeze technique, Hit successfully paralyzed Jiren's movements, preparing a decisive energy blast to knock him out of the tournament for good, but Jiren's sheer raw power allowed him to defy the temporal freeze, constructing a protective energy barrier that completely negated Hit's attack. Jiren then fired devastating energy blasts directly from his eyes, striking Hit and sending him flying back. Refusing to give Hit any breathing room to recover, Jiren marched right up to him and proclaimed, "This is the end," before unleashing a massive concentrated energy blast that blew Hit straight off the arena stage and into the spectator stands. With Hit's shocking elimination, Universe 6 found themselves in extreme jeopardy, having lost their undisputed ace and strongest fighter. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 turned to their god of destruction and confidently declared that absolutely nobody left in the tournament could stand a chance against Jiren. Sure enough, Jiren sat down to meditate and gather his energy, leaving the remaining battles to Toppo and Dispo. His raw presence was so intense that when two brave fighters from Universe 3 tried to attack him, his protective energy barrier automatically deflected them, completely blocking their path. Goku watched this from afar, feeling frustrated and deeply aware that his current strength was not yet enough to challenge Jiren. As he was lost in thought, the Grand Priest's voice echoed through the arena, announcing that half of the tournament's time had officially elapsed, and that the universe with the most surviving members at the end would win. Hearing this, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 commanded his mechanical robotic warriors to target Goku immediately, since Universe 7 currently possessed the highest number of active fighters in the arena. Obediently, the robotic warriors launched a synchronized assault, and intense skirmishes erupted across the entire battlefield. Gohan and Piccolo found themselves locked in a fierce tactical battle against the two Universe 6 Namekians. At one point, one of the Namekians landed a heavy blow on Piccolo and prepared to eliminate him with a powerful energy blast, but Gohan intercepted the attack, allowing Piccolo to counterattack with a blast of his own. While this chaos unfolded, a menacing fighter from Universe 4 named Mana confronted Caulifla and Kale. Kaba bravely stepped in to block Mana's path, urging Caulifla and Kale to escape and preserve their energy. Kaba clashed head-on with Mana, powering up into a Super Saiyan and managing to land several solid blows on her, followed by a powerful energy blast. However, Mana quickly recovered, curled her massive body into a ball, and ran Kaba over, repeatedly striking him until she drove him to the very edge of the arena and knocked him off. But just before he fell into the void, Vegeta arrived, grabbed his hand, pulled him back up, blasted Mana away, and then turned to him saying, "I only saved you because I absolutely despise seeing a fellow Saiyan look so incredibly weak." Kaba gratefully responded, "Thank you so much, Master, for saving my life." Vegeta then commanded him, "Once this tournament is over, I expect you to take me to planet Sadala in Universe 6 so I can see the other Saiyans living there." Kaba looked down and said, "But Master, one of our universes is bound to be erased, meaning one of us might disappear forever." Vegeta confidently replied, "Don't worry about that. I will win this entire tournament and revive your universe using the Super Dragon Balls. Now, get back out there and defeat Mana." Vegeta then walked away. When Mana returned to the offensive, she struck Kaba hard, mocking him by saying, "Once I'm done with you, I'll go eliminate your master." This insult made Kaba absolutely furious, triggering a massive explosion of power that pushed him into Super Saiyan 2. He charged forward, striking Mana, and then sent her flying completely out of the arena with a devastating energy blast. Breathing heavily and totally exhausted, Kaba tried to catch his breath, but Frieza suddenly appeared before him and said, "Fight me." Despite being utterly depleted, Kaba charged at Frieza, but Frieza effortlessly blocked his attack and struck him down with brutal force. Kaba mustered his remaining strength, transforming back into a Super Saiyan and launching a massive energy blast, but it didn't even scratch Frieza. Frieza began torturing him with precise death beams before ruthlessly blasting him completely out of the arena bounds. With Kaba gone, Universe 6 lost another vital fighter. Following Kaba's elimination, Vegeta found himself face to face with Toppo, who immediately provoked the Saiyan Prince. Furious, Vegeta powered up into Super Saiyan Blue to clash with him. As they fought, Vegeta noticed Goku struggling against the robotic warriors of Universe 3, but soon Caulifla suddenly arrived on the scene and blasted the robots away. She powered up into a Super Saiyan and demanded of Goku, "Fight me. I want to get stronger and learn how to reach Super Saiyan 3. Intrigued by her ambition, Goku agreed to the challenge, while Champa cheered Caulifla on from the stands, urging her to crush Goku. With that, their battle commenced and Caulifla launched a barrage of attacks. Goku focused on defending, backing up as he blocked her wild punches before landing a solid counterstrike. Caulifla quickly got back up and charged at him again, but Goku deflected her moves, grabbed her, and threw her aside. Watching this, Beerus laughed mockingly at Champa, pointing out that Caulifla was clearly outmatched. Seeing her friend struggle, Kale charged in and managed to land 2 solid hits on Goku. In response, Goku utilized his after-image technique, surrounding them with multiple holographic copies of himself and striking them. Refusing to surrender, Kale got fired up and rushed back in to attack, slowly adapting to match Goku's rapid movements and predicting his combat style. In a sudden opening, she managed to strike him, boldly asking, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Goku smiled and replied, "You have a point." He instantly powered up into a Super Saiyan, lunged at Caulifla, and landed a hit, prompting her to counter with a fast energy blast which Goku deflected before engaging her in close quarters once again. The pace of their battle accelerated dramatically. When Caulifla launched an energy wave, Goku responded with a blast of his own, cancelling it out as they kept clashing. Momentarily, Goku stepped back, concentrated his energy, and ascended to the next level of power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Caulifla excitedly copied him, powering up to match. The sheer magnitude of their combined energy created shockwaves that reverberated across the entire arena. They engaged in a fierce exchange, Goku landing a blow, followed by Caulifla countering with one of her own, until Goku finally told her, "Go ahead and call Kale over so she can fight alongside you." Caulifla gladly obliged, calling her teammate over. Kale quickly transformed into her Super Saiyan state, and the duo launched a highly coordinated tag team assault. They swarmed Goku from all angles, forcing him on the defensive as he desperately tried to fend them off with rapid energy blasts, but his attacks failed to slow them down. Kale managed to slip behind Goku, shoving him directly into the path of a powerful energy blast that Caulifla had just launched. Shaking off the dust, Goku grinned and complimented them, saying, "You two make an incredible team." Caulifla and Kale kept up their relentless offensive, combining their energy into a massive dual attack which Goku barely blocked. To match their combined strength, Goku briefly powered up into Super Saiyan 3. Kale was completely awestruck by this formidable new form, but Goku unfortunately couldn't maintain the immense energy draw of Super Saiyan 3, reverting back because he was still heavily fatigued from his brutal clash with Jiren. Caulifla confidently declared, "I'm going to defeat you, and then Kale and I will both master Super Saiyan 3. Kale began focusing her energy, her power skyrocketing, but she quickly began losing control of her berserk strength, just as she had done in the past, until Caulifla spoke to her gently, calming her down and helping her regain control of her mind. With Kale back in her senses, the two resumed their synchronized assault, moving with blistering speed and repeatedly attacking Goku from his blind spots. They landed several coordinated strikes, culminating in Kale landing a heavy blow that slammed him hard into a nearby rock. Goku quickly recovered, landing on the ground and executing a blinding solar flare technique to temporarily blind Caulifla. However, Kale immediately retaliated, grabbing Goku by the face and dragging him backward until they crashed near Frieza. Frieza watched with amusement and wanted to intervene, but Goku sternly told him to stay back. Goku resumed his fierce battle with Caulifla and Kale, who kept spamming rapid energy blasts at him. At one point, Kale pinned him down while Caulifla unloaded a series of heavy strikes on him. Goku managed to blast Kale off him, powered up into Super Saiyan God mode, and prepared to counterattack, striking Caulifla and seizing absolute control of the match. However, the Universe 6 duo remained highly resilient. Caulifla managed to sweep Goku's leg, and Kale followed up by launching a massive energy blast directly at him. Believing they had secured a victory, they let their guard down, but Goku stood right back up, struck Kale, and faced them as they charged again, unleashing dual energy attacks from both flanks. Goku counterattacked with a massive blast of his own. Kale managed to block her portion of the blast while Caulifla scrambled to evade. Goku relentlessly pursued Caulifla, guiding his energy attack to track her until it scored a direct hit, leaving her collapsed and exhausted. Panting heavily, she looked at Kale and said, "We only have one desperate option left. Pull out the Potara earrings we were given." Kale quickly produced the sacred earrings and the two fused together. In a flash of blinding light, an incredibly powerful new warrior named Kefla was born. Her very first act was to blitz across the arena and land a devastating strike on Goku, sending him flying while mocking him. Kefla launched a relentless offensive, her speed and power far eclipsing what Caulifla and Kale could achieve individually. She battered Goku with multiple heavy strikes, grabbed him by his ankle, and threw him like a ragdoll. Witnessing this, Beerus protested to the Grand Priest, demanding to know if using fusion items constituted cheating. Grand Priest responded that Potara fusion was officially permitted in the tournament. Following this announcement, the other universes immediately began contemplating their own fusions. In fact, when two fighters from Universe 2 attempted to put on their own Potara earrings, Kefla accidentally shattered their earrings with a stray energy blast while targeting Goku. Meanwhile, intense battles raged on across all sectors of the arena. Vegeta exchanged heavy blows with Toppo, but Vegeta found himself temporarily distracted, sensing Kefla's massive, skyrocketing energy from across the battlefield. Seeing an opening, Toppo managed to grab him, but Vegeta quickly broke free, struck Toppo, and threw him aside. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo were still heavily engaged in their battle against the two Universe 6 Namekians. When one of the Namekians suddenly extended his arm to land a decisive blow on Piccolo, Gohan intervened just in time, blocking the strike with a powerful Masenko wave. At the very same moment, a high-speed robotic fighter from Universe 3 targeted Android 18, utilizing extreme velocity to nearly overwhelm her. However, Android 17 quickly stepped in to intercept, stopping the machine's assault and blasting it back with a concentrated energy wave. Meanwhile, Goku was still taking a severe beating from Kefla. When she launched a massive energy blast at him, Goku successfully deflected it and powered up into Super Saiyan Blue, prompting Kefla to also raise her own power level even higher, and they immediately clashed again. As their intense battle raged on, their rapidly escalating energies and devastating energy blasts began tearing the arena floor to pieces. Kefla launched a particularly destructive blast, but Goku managed to dodge it, activating his Kaioken multiplier because he realized that Kefla's raw power was reaching unprecedented levels. Goku charged in, successfully landing a heavy punch to her abdomen that knocked her down. However, Kefla bounced back up, unleashing an even greater surge of energy. Goku quickly launched a Kamehameha, but Kefla's insane speed allowed her to evade it, appearing behind him to land 2 brutal strikes that sent him crashing hard to the ground. Standing over him, Kefla boasted, "I'm going to knock you out right now. I really wish this fight could have lasted longer." But as she spoke, Goku slowly picked himself up and firmly replied, "I haven't lost this fight yet." As he stood tall, that same mysterious, shimmering aura suddenly that had manifested during his desperate battle with Jiren began to envelop him once more. Watching in absolute disbelief, Beerus gasped, "No way, has he actually tapped into Ultra Instinct again?" Goku leapt onto a stone pillar, calmly waiting as Kefla gathered her remaining energy. The sheer density of their colliding powers began shattering the arena, forcing other fighters to halt their own battles just to witness this extraordinary spectacle. Kefla fully charged a barrage of lethal energy blasts and unleashed them at Goku, but he effortlessly glided past every single one. Vegeta watched in absolute awe as Goku's body moved entirely on its own, reacting instinctively to every threat without a single moment of conscious thought, completely autonomously due to the awakening of Ultra Instinct. As the battle progressed, Goku was actively adjusting and trying to get accustomed to the flow of this divine power. He leaped down from the stone pillar, and Kefla followed him down, immediately launching a massive counterattack that easily blew her backward. However, Kefla managed to stabilize herself, refusing to fall off the edge, and charged right back in. Goku moved with near instantaneous speed, intercepting her, striking her down from a rock formation, and continuing a relentless barrage of attacks that smashed her through solid stone structures. He followed up with a powerful long-range energy blast, but despite the damage, Kefla still managed to cling to the arena. Whis observed the fight and explained that Goku had not yet fully mastered the offensive aspect of Ultra Instinct, which made his attacks less effective than they should be. While Whis was sharing this crucial insight, Kefla gathered every single ounce of her remaining strength, shouting at Goku that his luck had run out. She began unleashing a chaotic, omnidirectional storm of red energy beams directly at him. Goku moved gracefully, leaping and twisting through the air to evade the deadly laser show, and as the stray energies shattered the rocky terrain all around him, he leaped from stone to stone, dodging her wild blasts while charging up a Kamehameha wave. He continued maneuvering through the storm of energy, waiting for the perfect opening, until Kefla finally gathered all her remaining might to launch her absolute ultimate energy blast directly at him. Goku slid over her beam in a spectacular display, unleashing his Kamehameha point blank, which shattered the arena floor and blew Kefla completely out of the ring. With her elimination, Caulifla and Kale diffused as their Potara earrings shattered, leaving Universe 6 in a desperate situation with only the 2 Namekian warriors who were still locked in combat with Gohan and Piccolo. Following this monumental clash, Goku collapsed to the ground in a state of complete exhaustion, while Vegeta watched in frustration, determined to unlock the secrets of Ultra Instinct for himself. So, when a random fighter from Universe 3 challenged him, Vegeta deliberately stood still and allowed the warrior to strike him, hoping the pressure would trigger Ultra Instinct. Unfortunately, it didn't work, so a frustrated Vegeta simply battered the opponent and threw him aside. Meanwhile, Android 17 was busy bandaging Android 18's injured leg. As they rested, they suddenly spotted Brienne and Rosie, accompanied by 3 other Universe 2 fighters, heading straight toward the depleted Goku to knock him out of the tournament. Reacting quickly, Androids 17 and 18 rushed to Goku's side, intercepting an attack from Brienne. 17 immediately engaged Rosie in close combat, while Android 18 went to confront Brienne directly. 18 agilely dodged a barrage of Brienne's explosive heart projectiles before landing a clean counter-strike. However, Brienne quickly recovered, curled herself into a ball, and aggressively pursued 18, who suddenly stumbled and fell due to her pre-existing leg injury. Seeing his sister in trouble, 17 rushed over and struck Brienne down. When Rosie tried to ambush him, 17 deftly dodged her blast, causing it to hit Brienne instead. He engaged Rosie once more, waiting for the perfect moment when Brienne tried to charge at 18. Both androids dodged simultaneously, forcing Brienne's attack to hit Rosie, which allowed them to blast Rosie out of the arena bounds. Brienne collapsed to the ground, exhausted, reverting to her normal civilian form, but she stubbornly refused to give up. She managed to ensnare Android 18 in an energy trap while her teammates cheered her on from the sidelines, allowing her to transform into a colossal giant form to crush 18, who was struggling to break free from the energy bind. Suddenly, Krillin's voice echoed from the spectator stands, shouting words of encouragement that revitalized her spirit. Android 18 gathered all her strength, shattered the energy trap, and scaled Brienne's giant body. 17 jumped in to assist, helping her bypass defenses as they made their way up to the giant's head, where Android 18 delivered a devastating point-blank blow that completely shattered Brienne's giant transformation, sending her falling out of the arena. With their leader gone, Universe 2 was left with only 3 remaining fighters, who immediately cornered the exhausted Goku and launched a coordinated assault against him, but Goku briefly accessed his Super Saiyan God form to blow them back. Undeterred, the 3 Universe 2 fighters powered up into their transformed states. Androids 17 and 18 quickly arrived to support Goku, setting up an intense 3-on-3 showdown. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the Namekians fighting Gohan and Piccolo suddenly unleashed a massive hidden reservoir of energy. Piccolo fired a rapid barrage of energy blasts, but the Namekians walked right through them unharmed, countering with a strike that sent both Gohan and Piccolo reeling. One of them proudly revealed, "You stand absolutely no chance against us, because we have fused with every single Namekian on our home planet, absorbing their collective strength." Piccolo was deeply shocked by this revelation. The battle raged on with the Universe 6 Namekians maintaining a dominant upper hand over Gohan and Piccolo, until Gohan bravely rushed forward to draw their attention, buying crucial time for Piccolo to charge his special beam cannon technique. Gohan managed to land a powerful blow on one of the Namekians, successfully engaging both of them at once in a fierce melee. On the other side of the arena, the 3 remaining Universe 2 warriors created distance from Goku, 17 and 18, combining their love energy to form a colossal heavy black heart energy field that crashed down and trapped Goku and the androids inside. Goku gritted his teeth, powered up into Super Saiyan Blue, and charged a massive Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Gohan prepared his own Kamehameha in his respective battle. Goku unleashed his blast, piercing right through the giant heart and blasting the final Universe 2 fighters completely out of the arena. At the same moment as Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha to pin down the Namekians, Piccolo fired his fully charged special beam cannon, piercing their defenses and blasting the 2 Universe 6 Namekians out of bounds as well, resulting in the elimination of both Universe 2 and Universe 6, leaving both realms with 0 active competitors. Surprisingly, both universes accepted their fate with smiles, and shortly after, the 2 Xenos casually erased them from existence. Beerus showed a rare moment of silent grief for his brother Champa. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still locked in combat with a remaining fighter from Universe 3. Vegeta pressed forward, trying to break through his defenses with rapid physical punches, but the opponent held his ground. Both warriors then unleashed powerful energy blasts at one another, but Vegeta's blast overpowered his opponent, pushing him right to the very edge of the arena, where he suddenly fell off without Vegeta even delivering a physical touch. Confused, Vegeta went over to investigate the edge, only to suddenly feel an invisible force trying to shove him off as well. Fortunately, Vegeta managed to grab the ledge and pull himself back up. Gohan also experienced the exact same bizarre phenomenon, finding himself targeted by an invisible force striking him from behind and nearly sending him over the edge. Piccolo quickly reacted, extending his Namekian arm to catch Gohan just in time. Watching from the sidelines, Beerus angrily questioned if an invisible warrior was lurking on the stage, concluding that this hidden threat must belong to Universe 4, since they still had 2 mysterious fighters who hadn't made their presence known yet. Sure enough, Beerus' sharp deduction was spot on. The invisible attacker launched a swift assault on Android 18, landing several unseen blows until Piccolo rushed in to protect her and released a massive shockwave of energy from his body to force the invisible attacker back. Gohan followed up by firing a barrage of light energy blasts in all directions, creating a dust cloud that finally revealed the opponent's outline. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo attacked, landing precise hits before blasting him completely out of the arena with a concentrated energy blast. However, Universe 4's tricky tactics were far from over. A strange small fighter named Shansa stepped forward, casting a bizarre illusion barrier over Piccolo and Gohan. Inside this barrier, a horde of phantom replica warriors materialized and began attacking them, but Piccolo's sharp senses allowed him to quickly pinpoint Shansa's actual physical location. He launched a decisive attack that knocked Shansa down, instantly shattering the illusion barrier. But immediately after Shansa's defeat, Piccolo was ambushed by another unseen opponent. Piccolo closed his eyes, desperately trying to sense his energy signature, but failed to track him as the invisible attacker pushed him all the way to the edge of the stage, landing a final blow that knocked him out of bounds. This marked a significant loss for Universe 7 as Piccolo was eliminated. In his exit, Piccolo realized their opponent was a tiny Universe 4 warrior named Damon. Damon then immediately targeted Android 17, nearly pushing him off until Goku managed to catch him in time. Android 17 paused to analyze the situation, closing his eyes to block out visual distractions and focus purely on sound. Hearing the faint rustling of Damon's movements, 17 launched a precise counter-strike, exposing him to everyone. He explained to his allies that they couldn't see Damon simply because he was a tiny, insect-sized warrior moving at Damon swiftly taunted him, asserting that even if they managed to spot him, they would still be completely helpless to do anything about it. Right after that, Damon launched a fierce assault on both him and Goku, leaving both fighters struggling and unable to lay a single finger on him. Realizing the pattern, Android 17 yelled out to Goku, explaining that this slippery Damon relies entirely on hopping and jumping around, which meant they had to find a way to stop him from jumping altogether. To execute this plan, Goku immediately started shattering the arena floor to make sure Damon had absolutely no stable ground left to leap from, while Android 17 began landing precise hits on him. Seizing the perfect opportunity, 17 trapped him inside a powerful energy barrier, grabbed hold of it, and delivered a massive kick that sent him flying right out of the ring. With Damon's elimination, Universe 4 had officially lost every single one of their warriors, prompting the two Grand Xenos to promptly erase their entire universe out of existence. At this tense moment, only a handful of fighters remained on the battlefield. 6 outstanding warriors representing Universe 7, 5 competitors from Universe 3, and 3 powerhouse fighters from Universe 11, all while the tournament clock showed a mere 12 minutes remaining. Suddenly, a squad of 4 formidable robots from Universe 3 launched a relentless, coordinated assault on the fighters of Universe 7. Their onslaught was incredibly fierce, successfully landing blows on Goku and his allies while effortlessly reading and predicting all of their movements. Meanwhile, the sibling duo of Android 17 and Android 18 decided to focus their attention on taking down one of Universe 3's robotic combatants named Viara. At the same time, Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta teamed up to confront the other 3 machines, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to take them down, but none of their attacks seemed to pierce their defenses. Seeing this, Gohan turned to Goku and Vegeta and told them to step back and save their precious energy, confidently declaring that he would handle these 3 mechanized opponents all by himself. True to his word, Gohan charged forward with incredible determination, launching a swift assault on the first machine before delivering a heavy blow to the second one. Meanwhile, Android 17 and 18 were busy focusing a massive barrage of synchronized energy blasts directly onto Viara, inflicting severe damage on him until he finally collapsed. Immediately following this opening, Android 18 kicked him right out of the arena boundaries. Suddenly, the final remaining fighter from Universe 3 made his presence known, stepping up to Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan to boldly announce that he is a genius scientist named Paparoni, the creator of these advanced machines. He proclaimed that he would now show them their true, terrifying power, and with that, Paparoni commanded his 3 robotic warriors to execute a fusion sequence. They followed his orders perfectly, merging together to form an absolutely colossal robotic entity known as Koikiarator. This giant immediately lunged at Gohan, who managed to dodge the initial strike and counterattacked with powerful energy blasts, though they didn't seem to faze the giant at all. Koikiarator then managed to grab Gohan in his grip and started repeatedly slamming him hard against the arena floor using his overwhelming brute strength. Seeing Gohan in serious trouble, Goku and Vegeta had no choice but to leap into the fray, striking Koikiarator to break his hold. They quickly powered up into their Super Saiyan God forms to support Gohan, launching a massive combined wave of energy blasts. But even this joint effort failed to leave a single scratch on Koikiridor, while Paparoni laughed mockingly, calling them absolute fools and boasting that Koikiridor could never be defeated by such superficial attacks. Vegeta, with a confident smirk, shot back that Paparoni was the real fool here, as they were merely using their attacks as a distraction. Right at that moment, Gohan suddenly descended from above, unleashing a massive Kamehameha wave into which he had poured every ounce of his remaining strength, successfully pushing the giant Koikiridor back until he finally lost his balance and crashed to the ground. This left only Paparoni standing for Universe 3, but instead of panicking, he smirked and declared that he was about to play his ultimate trump card to make them deeply regret pushing him this far. With that, Paparoni underwent a shocking transformation, fusing into an incredibly powerful and monstrous beast named Anaraza. This massive creature immediately began firing destructive energy beams in every direction, forcing everyone to scramble for safety. Anaraza then set his sights directly on Goku and his companions, prompting Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Android 18, and Gohan to retreat to a safe distance and quickly agree on a plan to launch a coordinated team attack, though Frieza chose not to join them, standing off to the side on his own. Goku and his allies charged in unison, but the giant Anaraza easily sensed all of their incoming positions and swatted them away one by one. As they paused to regroup and rethink their strategy, Anaraza gave them no breathing room, opening dimensional rifts from above and from behind each and every one of them, launching giant fists through the portals to strike them. One of these unexpected heavy blows sent Goku flying through the air, nearly sending him plummeting out of the bounds of the arena, but Frieza quickly reacted, kicking Goku back onto the stage. Goku voiced his gratitude for the save, while Anaraza's relentless assault on the team continued unabated until the beast managed to snatch Android 18 in his massive hand and was actually about to swallow her whole, forcing Goku to use instant transmission to warp in and rescue her just in time. Goku and the rest of his allies desperately tried to hold their ground against Anaraza, but the situation was growing increasingly grim. Anaraza managed to land a devastating blow on Android 17, sending him flying off the edge of the ring, which drove Android 18 to make a sudden sacrifice, and just before 17 plummeted into the void, she dove straight down after him, using her remaining strength to kick him back up to safety while she herself fell into elimination. With Universe 7 losing another key team member, the battle grew even more intense as Anaraza spread his massive wings, taking to the sky to construct a gargantuan ball of destructive energy, intending to hurl it down at Goku and his remaining teammates. The moment the giant beast hurled the massive projectile, Android 17 and Gohan gathered every bit of their strength, while Goku and Vegeta powered up into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, and Frieza transformed into his brilliant Golden Frieza state. Working together in perfect unison, they all unleashed their ultimate energy attacks against the falling giant ball, struggling to halt its descent, and Android 17 cleverly seized this critical opening, diving straight into the center of the giant energy sphere to strike Anaraza directly and shatter the glowing energy reactor on his forehead. With his power source broken, the team's struggle became significantly easier, allowing them to deflect the massive energy ball right back at Anaraza, completely overwhelming him and eliminating Paparoni along with his creation straight out of the arena. With Paparoni's elimination, Universe 3 was officially left with no remaining fighters, leading the two Grand Xenos to erase their universe from existence, though they spared the angel assistant of Universe 3's God of Destruction. This is because whenever the Grand Xenos erase an entire universe, they always leave the divine assistance of the Gods of Destruction, much like Whis, completely untouched by the erasure. Following the downfall of Universe 3, the final battlefield was left with only Goku and his remaining companions facing off against the final three titans of Universe 11, Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo. Seeing the small number of combatants, the Grand Priest decided to shrink the spectator seating area, bringing the audience members closer so that the representatives of Universe 11 were now sitting directly alongside the spectators of Universe 7, surrounded by the remaining angels of the erased universes. With the stage set, Goku calmly walked over and stood directly before the mighty Jiren, powering up into his Super Saiyan Blue form to raise his energy levels to their absolute limits. Without wasting any words, both Goku and Jiren leaped high into the air, instantly initiating their clash and exchanging a flurry of rapid blows. At the same time, Frieza launched himself at Dispo, but because of Dispo's incredible blinding speed and sheer agility, Frieza struggled to land a single decisive blow on him. Dispo circled him from every angle, suddenly grabbing Frieza by his tail, tossing him across the arena, and continuing his pursuit to slam him hard into a massive boulder. Meanwhile, Toppo stood tall in front of Gohan and Android 17, launching a powerful charge which prompted 17 to step in, assist Gohan, and block the heavy strike, allowing Gohan to quickly retaliate by unleashing a direct Kamehameha wave at Toppo, though it failed to deal any noticeable damage to him. Moments later, the battle between Goku and Jiren brought them back down to the arena floor, and Vegeta immediately charged at Jiren, only for Jiren to easily counter him and prepare a devastating energy blast, forcing Goku to quickly intervene and strike Jiren to reset the matchup, bringing Goku and Jiren face to face once more. Vegeta, refusing to back down, repeatedly launched himself at Jiren, enduring several counterblows until he finally began to track Jiren's incredibly swift movements with his eyes, deciphering his attack patterns. Using this insight, Vegeta managed to dodge all of Jiren's incoming strikes and, for the very first time, successfully land a clean hit on him, leaving Jiren visibly taken aback by the sudden counter. Vegeta was determined to push his limits against Jiren in hopes of unlocking the legendary Ultra Instinct just as Goku had done earlier. Indeed, Vegeta engaged Jiren in a fierce head-on clash, successfully landing another solid blow on his opponent, which prompted Jiren to raise his energy levels, significantly unleashing a rapid-fire double strike that launched Vegeta high into the air, pursuing him to deliver another heavy punch before blasting him with an incredibly potent wave of energy. This devastating combination left Vegeta completely exhausted and bruised, but Jiren calmly walked over to him, cold-heartedly stating that Vegeta would never defeat him regardless of what he tried. Refusing to be looked down upon, Vegeta snapped back, telling him to watch his mouth and remember that he is speaking to Vegeta, the prince who carries the absolute pride of the Saiyan race. Summoning every last drop of his remaining energy, Vegeta prepared his ultimate technique, the Final Flash, unleashing a massive golden beam that scored a direct explosive hit on Jiren, the sheer force of the shockwave even knocking Goku off balance flat onto the arena floor. When the smoke partially cleared, Vegeta looked over and saw Jiren lying flat on his back, prompting him to laugh triumphantly, convinced that he had secured the ultimate victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiren suddenly appeared right in front of him, trapping him inside a dense sphere of energy and detonating it at point-blank range, causing Vegeta to crash down in a badly battered state. Goku quickly helped his rival up and stood defensively in front of Jiren to cover him. Meanwhile, in the ongoing clash involving Gohan, Android 17, and Toppo, the fighters were exchanging intense energy blasts, and Gohan attempted to sneak up behind Toppo, only for Toppo to grab him and throw him aside. Seeing an opening, 17 yelled out to Gohan, proposing that he would act as bait while Gohan launched a surprise attack. Following through with the plan, Android 17 dashed towards Toppo, who immediately grabbed him, but 17 quickly sealed both himself and Toppo inside a spherical energy barrier, giving Gohan the perfect opportunity to unleash a powerful Kamehameha wave that blasted them both backward. Although the blast nearly pushed them off, Toppo managed to stabilize himself just before falling, while Goku, at that very moment, began to launch a relentless assault on Jiren, utilizing instant transmission to warp around the battlefield while strategically planting explosive energy mines into the ground all around Jiren's feet. Goku then detonated them all at once in a massive explosion, but to his dismay, Jiren walked out of the smoke completely unharmed, forcing Goku to quickly change tactics and attack him with multiple Destructo discs in rapid succession, shattering the rocky platform upon which he and Jiren were fiercely trading blows. Jiren managed to land a solid punch on Goku during the chaos, but suddenly one of Goku's hidden Destructo discs curved around from behind, allowing Goku to slice through the remaining support of the rock directly beneath Jiren's feet, sending him falling, while Goku instantly teleported beneath him to deliver a heavy blow. However, Jiren managed to prevent himself from falling out of bounds by leaping off the floating debris, returning to the arena thoroughly annoyed, where he launched a vicious counterattack on Goku, striking him repeatedly before grabbing him and tossing him aside, prompting Goku to raise his energy and engage Jiren in an incredibly fierce, fast-paced brawl, where both warriors traded a barrage of heavy blows. The intense exchange continued until Jiren suddenly halted and unleashed a massive long-range energy punch from his fist, a move so overwhelming that Goku froze in sheer shock. Sensing his opponent's hesitation, Jiren wasted no time and repeatedly bombarded Goku with these heavy, invisible strikes, leaving Goku thoroughly battered and exhausted. Goku acknowledged Jiren's immense strength but declared that backing down was not an option, instantly powering back up into his Super Saiyan Blue form combined with Kaioken, which inspired Vegeta to rise as well. Tapping into his own Super Saiyan Blue form and pushing his power to its absolute limits, as he swore that he must win this tournament to resurrect all the erased universes using the Super Dragon Balls, fulfilling his solemn promise to Kaba. With their resolves aligned, Vegeta and Goku launched a simultaneous assault on Jiren, marking the very first time they perfectly synchronized their attacks to overwhelm him with a highly organized combination, successfully landing multiple clean hits on Jiren and pressing their advantage. Goku utilized instant transmission to warp around rapidly, allowing both Saiyans to corner Jiren at every turn, landing blows before combining their ultimate attacks, a Kamehameha and a Final Flash, directly at him, though after a brief moment Jiren stood back up and charged straight ahead, colliding with them in a massive clash of power. While this titanic struggle was taking place, Frieza was busy trying to fend off Dispo's lightning-fast attacks. But Dispo managed to land a hit and quickly encircled Frieza with a ring of explosive energy, detonating it to send Frieza crashing down, though as soon as Dispo closed in to eliminate him from the arena, Frieza cleverly wrapped his tail around Dispo and hurled him away. Seizing control of the fight, Frieza powered up into his Golden Frieza form, unleashing an onslaught that actually surpassed Dispo's speed and allowed him to land several heavy blows, forcing a frustrated Dispo to push his speed to its absolute maximum limit to regain control of the battle, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks that pushed Golden Frieza back to the very edge of elimination. Seeing Frieza in dire straits, Gohan rushed in to strike Dispo, standing side by side with Frieza as they both fired a barrage of energy beams at their opponent, though Dispo's incredible speed made it impossible for them to land a clean hit. Realizing they needed a different strategy, Gohan suggested to Frieza that they lock Dispo down in a confined space to neutralize his high-speed movements, volunteering to act as bait, while Frieza constructed a cage of energy to trap him. Frieza agreed to the plan, and Gohan immediately charged forward, intentionally leaving himself open to Dispo's attacks, while Frieza prepared a massive cage of lethal energy beams around them, which severely restricted Dispo's ability to maneuver. As Gohan pressed his attack within the cage, Dispo was forced to retreat, repeatedly brushing against the dangerous energy walls of the cage and taking damage over a prolonged struggle, though Frieza began to find it increasingly difficult to maintain the barrier due to the massive amount of energy it was continuously draining from him. Just as Gohan moved in to deliver a decisive final blow, Frieza's energy gave out, causing the cage to vanish and Frieza to collapse, freeing Dispo. However, before Dispo could utilize his speed to escape, Gohan quickly locked him in a tight hold and shouted to Frieza that he would sacrifice himself to ensure Dispo's elimination, urging him to blast them both right off the arena. Obliging the request, Frieza fired a powerful energy wave that knocked both Gohan and Dispo out of the ring, leaving only 6 fighters remaining on the battlefield, 4 proud warriors representing Universe 7 and 2 titans from Universe 11, with a mere 6 minutes left on the tournament clock before time expired. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta pressed their assault on Jiren, with Goku managing to restrain him from behind while Vegeta unleashed a full-power Final Flash directly at him, but once again, Jiren emerged completely unscathed and blew them all back. At the same time, Android 17 began playing a game of keep away with Toppo, constantly firing rapid energy blasts in an effort to stall for time, but Toppo refused to let him waste any more precious seconds, launching a massive and devastating energy blast of his own. Android 17 quickly countered with his own energy wave to block it, But the overwhelming power of Toppo's attack slowly began pushing 17 backward, bringing him dangerously close to the edge of the arena, when suddenly Frieza appeared behind Toppo, catching him off guard with a sharp energy beam. Frieza closed the distance, repeatedly landing sneaky hits on Toppo, which gave Android 17 the perfect opportunity to push his energy wave back against Toppo, while Frieza added his own energy blast to the mix aimed directly at him, resulting in Toppo being caught in a massive explosion from the combined attacks. Directly toward Android 17, with his attacks growing far more destructive and intense than before, forcing 17 to continue fleeing across the debris, though he was eventually cornered and struck hard by Toppo. Just as Toppo was preparing to unleash another massive sphere of destruction, a heavily exhausted Frieza managed to stand up, hurling a large boulder to disrupt Toppo's focus and starting to charge a colossal ball of energy which he threw straight at him. But Toppo effortlessly swatted it aside and destroyed it, quickly closing the distance to strike Frieza down. Toppo then grabbed Frieza by the head, cold-bloodedly declaring that he would eliminate him from the tournament immediately, and delivered a massive kick, prompting Android 17 to quickly throw a piece of debris at Frieza to alter his trajectory and save him from falling out of bounds. Stepping up to face Toppo himself, Android 17 unleashed a quick energy blast, which Toppo countered with a destructive energy wave of his own, forcing 17 to resume his evasive tactics while Toppo relentlessly pursued him, firing continuous rapid shots of deadly energy as 17 scrambled for cover. 17 managed to hide momentarily, shattering a massive boulder above Toppo to bury him under a pile of heavy rubble, but Toppo easily broke free, quickly closing the distance to unleash a barrage of energy blasts that knocked 17 to the ground. Toppo then began charging a massive energy sphere, preparing to blast him off the stage, but Frieza intervened just in time, halting him with an energy beam before trapping him inside a pressurized energy sphere and bombarding him with a flurry of attacks. However, even this massive assault failed to leave a mark on Toppo, who simply broke out of the sphere, grabbed Frieza, and threw him aside. Turning his attention to the side, Toppo noticed Goku and Vegeta double-teaming Jiren and rushed over to assist his teammate, putting himself directly in front of Vegeta and bombarding him with a series of piercing energy beams. Vegeta retreated onto a high rock and unleashed a powerful final flash, but Toppo countered and neutralized it with a sphere of destruction, quickly closing in to strike Vegeta before appearing behind him to hit him with another heavy energy blast, sending him crashing down and ruthlessly slamming him through the solid rock. Standing over his opponent, Toppo began forming a massive dark sphere of destruction to eliminate Vegeta once and for all. Seeing the impending doom, Vegeta's mind filled with memories of his family and his solemn promise to Kaba, fueling his pride as he roared that he would never allow himself to be defeated here. Vegeta unleashed a sudden, massive surge of power, shattering Toppo's sphere of destruction before charging forward to land a heavy punch straight to his face. He followed up by unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, refusing to give Toppo any breathing room as he relentlessly pummeled him, easily bypassing Toppo's desperate attempts to retaliate with destructive energy because Vegeta was nimbly dodging every single attack and countering with brutal efficiency. Vegeta then planted his feet, gathering every ounce of his remaining strength and letting out a mighty roar to unleash a massive explosion of energy designed to blow Toppo away. In a desperate bid to counter, Toppo constructed one final, massive sphere of destruction and hurled it, but Vegeta kept pushing his energy levels to a completely legendary state, easily shattering Toppo's attack and engulfing Toppo in the blast, sending him flying straight out of the ring. With Vegeta securing a hard-fought victory, he stood there gasping for air and completely exhausted. Observing the defeat of his teammate, Jiren realized he was now the sole remaining fighter for his universe against Goku and his allies and began gathering his energy, unleashing an absolutely terrifying pressure that forced both Goku and Vegeta to immediately enter their Super Saiyan Blue forms, with Android 17 joining them to form a unified front. They engaged Jiren in a brutal, high-stakes battle, launching a coordinated three-way assault where every time Jiren managed to push them back, they immediately charged right back in, desperately trying to find a single opening to damage him, though all of their efforts seemed completely futile. Jiren managed to land a heavy blow on Vegeta and prepared to finish him with a close-range energy blast. but Android 17 quickly threw himself in the way, absorbing the impact to protect him. Keeping up the pressure, Vegeta continued his relentless assault on Jiren, while Goku maneuvered around to strike from behind utilizing his Kaioken to assist Vegeta. But Jiren still proved to be overwhelmingly superior, effortlessly countering their combined efforts to send Vegeta flying backward. Goku immediately retaliated by launching a powerful Kamehameha wave, but Jiren simply dispersed the attack with his bare hands before striking Goku down, moving forward to eliminate both Saiyans from the arena once and for all, only for Android 17 to sneak up from behind and detonate a powerful energy blast directly against Jiren's back. Following up with a quick barrage of energy shots, 17 quickly fell back to join Goku and Vegeta, where the three fighters quickly formulated a new strategy, deciding that Goku and Vegeta would lead a direct frontal assault, while Android 17 provided long-range fire support with precise energy blasts from a distance. Executing the plan, Goku and Vegeta rushed in to engage Jiren in close-quarters combat while 17 bombarded him from afar, prompting an annoyed Jiren to ignore the two Saiyans and charge directly at 17, but Goku and Vegeta quickly intercepted him, and all three fighters unleashed a synchronized wave of energy blasts at Jiren, who simply flared his massive energy to blow them all away. Out of nowhere, Frieza lunged back into the fight to attack Jiren, and upon taking a heavy hit, Frieza quickly powered up into his golden Frieza form to retaliate, but Jiren effortlessly struck him down yet again, leaving him bruised on the floor. With Goku and Vegeta temporarily paralyzed from exhaustion, Android 17 bravely stepped forward, confronting Jiren face to face to ask him what his true motivation for winning was, and what he planned to do with the ultimate wish from the Super Dragon Balls. Hearing this, the God of Destruction of Universe 11 spoke up, explaining to 17 that a long time ago, a ruthless villain murdered Jiren's parents, which drove Jiren to train tirelessly under a master alongside a group of loyal companions, all of whom eventually stood together to face that evil foe, but they were utterly defeated, resulting in the tragic deaths of his master and many of his friends. Since that dark day, Jiren abandoned all trust in others, relying solely on his absolute individual strength, and now seeks the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect those he lost and regain the absolute trust that was shattered. Android 17 looked at Jiren and told him that he was merely living in the past, whereas Universe 7 wanted the Super Dragon Balls to secure their present and future. With those words, 17 charged forward, clashing directly with Jiren in a massive collision of power, though Jiren quickly seized control of the exchange, delivering a heavy blow that sent 17 crashing to the ground. Jiren then began forming a colossal energy sphere to wipe out Goku and the rest of his allies in one fell swoop, but 17 dragged himself back to his feet to block the attack, turning to Goku and Vegeta to announce that he would make the ultimate sacrifice to ensure that Universe 7 survives. He urged them to stand up, keep fighting, and never let Jiren claim victory. Following his final words, Android 17 detonated his own energy core in a massive self-destruction, successfully neutralizing Jiren's deadly attack and shielding Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza. Up in the spectator stands, Android 18 sat in deep grief, unable to believe that her brother had sacrificed his life. The Grand Priest then officially announced that since 17 chose to self-destruct, Jiren would not be disqualified for killing him, and the tournament would proceed. Hearing this, a battered and completely exhausted Vegeta forced himself to stand up once more and declared to Jiren that he would absolutely never let him win this battle. Vegeta desperately tried to tap into his Super Saiyan Blue form, but his body was completely depleted of energy, forcing him to charge in his base state. Jiren coldly told him that his defeat was already sealed and that his efforts were pointless, landing a heavy blow that sent Vegeta falling toward the abyss, only for him to desperately grab hold of a floating rock and drag himself back onto the platform to continue the struggle. Jiren repeatedly battered him, knocking him down time and time again, but every time Vegeta felt himself slipping, the voice of Bulma echoed in his mind, driving him to stand right back up and defiantly shout that he would never be defeated, as Jiren knew absolutely nothing about the unbreakable pride of a Saiyan charging forward once more, only for Jiren to easily counter and strike him down again. Vegeta endured a brutal beating, yet managed to gather enough energy to fire one final desperate final flash, which Jiren brushed off effortlessly before delivering a decisive finishing blow that sent Vegeta falling from the stage. As he fell, tears streamed down his face, and he silently apologized to Bulma and Kaba for failing to keep his promise to them, using his very last bit of conscious energy to pass it on to Goku just before he crossed the boundary and was eliminated. Back on the spectator bench, his allies quickly fed him a restoring Senzu Bean, while Goku, now revitalized by the energy entrusted to him by Vegeta, managed to stand and powered up into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Jiren stared him down, questioning why Goku's companions placed so much blind faith in him. Goku fiercely replied that he was about to show him exactly why they trusted him, charging forward to launch a swift attack, though he struggled to land even a single blow on Jiren, who easily countered and sent him crashing hard into a massive rock. Despite his heavy exhaustion, Goku dragged himself up and pressed his attack with a close-range energy blast, which Jiren quickly bypassed to deliver a brutal, rapid-fire beating that Goku was completely helpless to block, leaving the spectators on the bench to despair that the match was officially decided. Jiren backed Goku all the way to the absolute edge of a shattered floating rock, raising his fist to deliver the final, eliminating blow. From the sidelines, Vegeta desperately screamed Goku's name, prompting Goku's mind to flood with the faces and voices of all his companions who had placed their ultimate trust in him. The moment Jiren unleashed his finishing strike, Goku effortlessly swayed out of the path of the blow, landing a lightning-fast counter-strike. It became immediately clear that Goku had tapped back into the legendary Ultra Instinct at that exact critical moment, shocking everyone in attendance as Goku and Jiren clashed head-on with immense earth-shaking power, triggering violent, blinding explosions all across the remnants of the arena. Goku tried to land a decisive blow on Jiren but struggled because he had not yet completely mastered the state of Ultra Instinct. In a bid to force an opening, Goku unleashed a direct Kamehameha wave, but Jiren countered it perfectly with a powerful energy blast that blasted Goku backward. With Goku visibly struggling to maintain his footing, the God of Destruction of Universe 11 confidently declared that Goku would never be able to fully master Ultra Instinct, claiming the match was already won by Jiren. Hearing this, Vegeta retorted sharply, questioning how he could be so sure, insisting that Goku would shatter his limits, master Ultra Instinct, and secure the victory. Sensing the danger, the God of Destruction of Universe 11 frantically ordered Jiren to finish Goku off immediately, prompting Jiren to advance. From the sidelines, Vegeta roared words of encouragement to Goku, who gathered his remaining energy and initiated an even faster, more savage clash, as the exchange of blows between Goku and Jiren reached a breathtaking intensity. Was observed that Goku was now focusing his energy entirely on the battle rather than his thoughts, allowing him to grow significantly stronger with every passing second, eventually forcing Jiren back against a large rock, where Jiren unleashed a relentless barrage. Goku focused entirely on blocking, knowing that if the rock beneath him crumbled, he would fall to his elimination. While his anxious friends in the stands started to panic, Beerus firmly told them to shut up and just watch. Moments later, Goku began to seamlessly transition his defense into a devastating counteroffensive, his energy surging immensely as he struck Jiren cleanly. This sudden shift terrified the God of Destruction of Universe 11, who frantically yelled at Jiren to take him down. In response, Jiren charged a colossal attack, declaring he would finish the battle with this final blow, and unleashed it. But suddenly he realized Goku had materialized right behind him, enveloped in a radiant aura far more brilliant than before, which effortlessly erased Jiren's attack. Goku unleashed a swift, unstoppable flurry of strikes that Jiren was completely unable to block, prompting a stunned Beerus to ask Whis if this incredible new aura meant Goku had finally mastered Ultra Instinct completely. Whis calmly confirmed that Goku had indeed perfected the technique, leaving Beerus in absolute awe of the height Goku had reached. Goku looked directly at Jiren and declared that the real fight was only beginning, immediately clashing with him and landing a powerful strike that prompted Jiren to hurl a massive energy blast at him, which Goku swatted away with effortless ease before rushing in to land another heavy blow. Jiren desperately continued to fire a barrage of energy attacks, but Goku elegantly dodged every single one of them, landing another devastating strike that sent Jiren crashing through the solid stone. Though Jiren slowly dragged himself back up, Jiren screamed out that he absolutely refused to lose, unleashed his hidden power, and spiked his energy to a catastrophic level that triggered massive explosions and raging fires all around the arena. As he lunged straight at Goku, he was easily matching him blow for blow, and their insane combat speed skyrocketed to a whole new dimension. Then, Jiren quickly charged up a devastating energy blast, hurled it forward, and immediately dashed right behind it to press the attack. He followed up with an incredibly powerful strike. Goku desperately tried to counter and halt his momentum by unleashing a massive Kamehameha wave, but the sheer force was overwhelming, causing him to take a direct hit. Everyone watching from the sidelines gasped, thinking that Goku was finally down and out for good. But out of nowhere, Goku rose again, launched a fierce counterattack, and shot a concentrated blast of energy at Jiren. Jiren sent the deflected blast right back, striking Goku directly before slamming him down to the ground with another heavy energy blast. Yet against all odds, Goku slowly pulled himself back up to his feet. A shocked Jiren stared in disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly keep standing after taking such an absolute beating. Goku looked him dead in the eye and explained that he fights carrying the hopes and trust of his friends, a profound concept that a loner like Jiren would never be able to grasp. With those words, Goku lunged forward and clashed with Jiren once again, their movements accelerating to a point where they were completely invisible to the naked eye. Jiren tried desperately to land a decisive blow, but it was Goku who effortlessly slipped past his guard, landing multiple heavy hits that sent Jiren crashing hard into a massive rock formation. Consumed by pure, unbridled rage at his inability to win, Jiren turned his wrath toward the spectator stands and launched a lethal attack directly at Goku's friends. Seeing his companions in mortal danger, Goku reacted in a flash, intercepting the blast and successfully saving them from destruction. Furious, Goku glared at Jiren and declared that he would never forgive him for trying to harm his friends. Moving with blinding speed, Goku closed the distance and landed a devastating punch. The two titans traded ferocious blows back and forth once more, until Goku finally gained the upper hand, smashed Jiren down, and unleashed a massive, full-power Kamehameha that completely overwhelmed Jiren and brought him to his knees. Seeing the golden opportunity, Lord Beerus screamed at the top of his lungs, urging Goku to knock Jiren out of the arena immediately. Goku stepped forward to finish the job and eliminate him, but right at that crucial moment, his body suffered a violent and painful backlash. This sudden agonizing transformation occurred because Goku had pushed his physical limits far beyond what a mortal body could endure, while the God of Destruction of Universe 11 watched the dramatic turn of events unfold. Seizing the chance, the God of Destruction commanded Jiren to throw Goku out of the ring. Jiren obliged, firing an energy blast that sent Goku flying back, believing the match was over. However, he had no idea that Frieza had managed to regain consciousness just in time to catch Goku before he could fall out of bounds. Frieza stepped up to face Jiren directly, and to everyone's absolute shock, he wasn't alone. Android 17 was also standing right there, still very much in the game. Standing tall, Android 17 revealed that he didn't actually self-destruct as everyone had assumed. He had merely blocked the massive blast and collapsed under the debris afterward. Looking at their opponent, Frieza turned to Android 17 and pointed out that only the two of them were left in fighting condition to take on Jiren, who was currently looking extremely exhausted from his long and grueling battle. Realizing Jiren was heavily fatigued, Frieza proposed they attack together immediately, and the duo coordinated a fierce assault. Frieza charged ahead first, engaging in intense close-quarters combat with Jiren. When Jiren tried to retaliate and blast him with a powerful energy sphere, Frieza brilliantly shattered a massive boulder right over his head to throw him off balance. Seizing the opening, Android 17 rushed in from the blind spot and tightly grabbed Jiren from behind. With Jiren completely pinned, Android 17 detonated a massive point-blank energy explosion right on him, causing Jiren to collapse to the ground in sheer exhaustion. Frieza slowly walked over to finalize the elimination, but right before he could push him off the edge, Toppo screamed down from the stands, pleading with Jiren to stand back up and refuse to suffer such a humiliating defeat. Motivated by his comrade's desperate words, Jiren dug deep. Jiren managed to stand up once more, unleashing a massive wave of energy that pushed Frieza back. Android 17 quickly moved to support Frieza, shielding themselves together, and they were soon joined by Goku, who forced himself back into the fight. Working in perfect unison, the three warriors combined their forces to completely neutralize Jiren's overwhelming energy field. Goku and Frieza then launched a coordinated dual charge. while Android 17 stayed back to provide vital cover fire. Firing a barrage of precise energy blasts, Android 17 successfully struck Jiren and forced him back. As Goku and Frieza closed in to press the advantage, Jiren bypassed them entirely and charged straight at Android 17 to eliminate the support. Seeing this, Frieza quickly commanded Goku to grab him and throw him directly at Jiren. Goku complied instantly, launching Frieza forward like a projectile, allowing Frieza to dive in and firmly tackle Jiren. Frieza held onto Jiren tightly, trying to drag them both off the edge, and Goku gathered his remaining strength to leap in and assist him. Working together with incredible synergy, Goku and Frieza managed to drag Jiren over the boundary, eliminating him and securing the victory for Universe 7, leaving Android 17 as the sole survivor on the arena floor. Just before the Grand Zenos could erase Universe 11 from existence, Goku called out to Jiren, saying how much he enjoyed their battle. "I really enjoyed fighting you, and I am absolutely sure we will meet and fight again someday." Immediately after, Universe 11 was unfortunately erased. The Grand Priest then descended to the arena, presenting the giant Super Dragon Balls to Android 17 and asking him what his ultimate wish would be. Android 17 took a brief moment to ponder his options before declaring that his true wish was for the Super Dragon to restore all of the erased universes back to life immediately. The Grand Priest translated the command to the Divine Dragon, and in a brilliant flash of light, every single erased universe was successfully restored. Back in Universe 11, a resurrected Jiren stood tall, smiling softly as he muttered to himself that he would be seeing Goku again very soon. Meanwhile, back on the spectator benches, Goku was joyfully celebrating their hard-won victory alongside all his friends. As an unexpected reward for his critical cooperation during the tournament, Lord Beerus instructed Whis to completely resurrect Frieza back to life, fully restoring him to the realm of the living once again as a free being, as a reward for his efforts.